available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Wilson to throw. He's got time. Over the middle he goes and intercepted at the 30-yard line. Derek Stingley picks it off. My goodness, his second of the game. He does it again.
Fourth time this year, baby. Player of the Week hardware for a Houston Texan yesterday, Derek Stingley Jr., as Seth and I were discussing yesterday morning. Texans were going to bring home some hardware yesterday. Either Nico Collins, Will Anderson, or Derek Stingley Jr. were going to bring home some hardware, and they did. Stingley, AFC Defensive Player of the Week, and he can take it up to New York this week, Seth Payne, his little trophy that he gets or whatever they give him, a scepter or a trophy or a championship belt, and he can walk over to Sauce Gardner and say, check this out, buddy. Check this out. Who's the reigning, defending, best defensive back from the 2022 draft right now?
I don't know. I guess I would guess Sauce Gardner probably has him beat in a number of awards, though.
They're tied. I checked this out. They're tied at one.
You?
They're tied at one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're tied at one.
Yeah.
Yep.
How the turntables have turned.
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed.
I don't. You know what? As we were yesterday, we were talking about how, like with Jaylen Pitre, there may be a little bit of the gushing that from 2022 was premature, given that it was a bad defense that they were on, and that some of the players from 2022, like, they still needed to step it up a notch. It's not like they're there yet. I'm starting get a little uncomfortable over the amount of gushing over this 7-5 football team. I really do. I feel like every press conference is almost like a coach. Isn't it awesome that you guys are so awesome? It's awesome, right? CJ, isn't it awesome that you're just like so good? Yeah, it's really cool, right? Like, all right, they're 7-5. Okay, can we settle the hell down a little bit?
Okay. So what would you what questions, if you were at the press conference, would you ask CJ Stroud or D'Amico Ryans? One.
Like, okay, what? As opposed to, I would ask the normal questions. I just wouldn't talk about, like, how awesome is it that you're so awesome?
Yeah.
That vein is a little bit. I'm not comfortable with this level of gushing for a team that's one game away from being 500.
I know. I get what you're saying. I think the same thing sometimes when we get the.
I'm not sitting here saying, though, like, that somebody should be up there and be like, CJ, how do you answer for all your interceptions? I don't mean that at all.
No. I guess my question is there anything that's missing from the coverage of CJ Stroud and D'Amico Ryans?
Oh, no. No, and I'm not, like, castigating people for the very questions they're asking.
Yeah.
It's just that there does seem to be a whole lot of I'm not even talking about the press conference specifically. Yeah. There's a whole lot of gushing about this team right now for a team that is one game away from being 500.
True.
So it's just, I just want to be sure we keep perspective on this, that they still have a lot of work to do.
I like this because I think in a way you are shedding light on how I feel about this game this weekend, which I am worried about this game this weekend.
But yeah, as you should be.
Yeah.
As you should be.
Right. Even
the
though
Texans rushing game, the Texans are going to go play a game in sloppy weather against a really good defense, and they have no run game to speak of.
Yeah.
They are atrocious. They are an abomination. They are pathetic and weak when it comes to running the football. And that's not like some little afterthought just because modern times have changed and the passing game is so important. You're facing a really good defense that and got the wild card factor of the Jets they're capable of anything at this point. They're like a wounded animal.
Yeah.
They might lash out and drop 28 on you.
Damn. You're bringing the reality in the first 5 minutes of the show today, man.
Yeah.
Gushing about the team. No gushing. And I'm nervous about this game. This is the biggest favorite they've been all season, and it's on the road in weather against a good defense. I am sufficiently concerned about this game on Sunday against the Jets. And I'll be honest, I'm a little concerned about Zach Wilson. Like, of all the quarterbacks they could throw out there, because he's been their emergency quarterback. Was really hoping for Tim Boyle a couple of weeks ago. When I was watching him play, I'm like, oh, God, I hope we get this guy. Trevor Siemian would be fine. They wanted to throw this Rippin character they picked up off the street this week. That would be great. Zach Wilson is capable. If it's a low-scoring game, he is capable of making a few plays with his legs and his athleticism that can flip the game a little bit.
Yeah, he can go off script, and he's the classic guy who doesn't know what he doesn't know. Like, I don't think he fully understands what his actual limitations are, which means he's capable of trying anything.
Yeah.
And it's not like he's never had a good game in the NFL, although it's close. But
It is close.
I don't know if he's ever thrown for more than 2 touchdowns in a game.
Yeah.
He's never thrown for more than 2 touchdowns in an individual game.
Oh my God. Damn, Zach Wilson.
I don't know, Sean. Boy, I'll look through his game logs real quick. How many games in 3 seasons he has thrown for more than 300 yards exactly twice?
CJ's done it like twice in the last 3 weeks. Yeah.
He did it versus New England. He threw 355 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 3 interceptions.
Yeah.
Last year.
Yep. There you go. Dalton Schultz was practicing yesterday. Limited, but practicing yesterday.
Unlimited?
Not unlimited. No, he's no Russell Wilson. No, he's just limited. But he did.
Limited.
Yeah, right. Corny. No, Dalton Schultz back at practice yesterday. As we try to live in this post-Tank Dell world, Dalton Schultz coming back is, I'm assuming he's coming back. If he's practicing, my guess is it's a hamstring, so he'll be limited yesterday, probably limited this week, and then listed as questionable, if I had to guess. That's usually how it goes with these hamstring injuries.
Yeah, and I think now that Tank Dell has gone down, it opens up an opportunity for the Texans to – that's how I'm looking at this, as an opportunity. Hey, Tank Dell's injured. Awesome. Opportunity. It might be an opportunity for the Texans to do more 2 tight end stuff and see exactly what they can accomplish with Brevin Jordan, who showed obviously some really good things last week. His ability to run after the catch is much more explosive than Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz has that magical ability to be where he needs to be and to be that safety blanket for C.J. Stroud. Brevin Jordan is more like the, hey, let's see if we can leak him out into the flat, get the ball in his hands, and just turn him loose.
Yeah. Getting some texts early in the morning here. I'm afraid Zach Wilson will end up being like Jacoby Brissett to the Texans. Jacoby Brissett has always been a thorn in the side.
Yes.
And the Texans are 0-1 against Zach Wilson. They lost to him his rookie year. He came into NRG, a David Culley coach Texans team.
Jacoby Brissett was to the Texans and has been to the Texans as T.J. Yates was to the Bengals.
Yeah, it's a good analogy.
Just, you gotta leave everything out of the equation and just think about how does this guy tend to match up versus us.
Never text message. Never forget Desmond Ridder. Exactly. It was like 2 months ago. Desmond Ridder threw for 330. He got benched for Taylor Heineke like a week later. Text message. They may be 2 games from 500, but they're also 1 game away from the division top seed in the AFC. But I agree with you, Seth. I like when the Texans win, but do it while flying under the radar.
Remember, they're actually 1 game away from 500. They lose if you lose. You're 7-5. If you lose one of those,
I think he meant 2 games over 500. Yeah, but
you're not really though. But okay.
Well, literally, you are.
Not really. Okay, go ahead.
No, that's how you phrase it. 2 games over 500. But this texter. Someday you're going to have to win above the radar if you're going to win a Super Bowl. You can't fly under the radar all the time, okay? Sometimes you're going to have to be out there on the big stage.
I just, if you look at it, like at 7-5 right now, the cautionary tale is just all the various other teams that have been flirting with 500 over the last couple of years. Or like not even the Titans. Titans weren't even flirting. They're emphatically awesome in the regular season a couple years ago, and now they've just fizzled into nothingness.
Yep.
I would bet C.J. Stroud over Ryan Tannehill in his future. Every day of the week. That's the good part.
It's a fine line, man. It's a fine line for sure.
The Buffalo Bills currently 6-6.
And they're really good. They're a very talented football team. Yeah. Absolutely. I got a tiny little sign of progress yesterday in my building, Seth, on for the Houston Texans. I was wearing my my new Houston Texans hoodie that I bought with the red sleeves and the blue kind of chest that I wore yesterday on the show. And I was coming back to the building yesterday afternoon after sitting outside somewhere and doing some prep for the show. And as I walked into the building and I got on the elevator, a woman got on the elevator with me. And she said, "Are you one of these fair weather Texan fans that's just climbing on the bandwagon?" And I said, "Ma'am, I have done I did all 17 post-game shows of the David Culley era. I did all 17 post-game shows of the Lovie Smith era. I did every post-game show of the Bill O'Brien era. I, ma'am, am no fair weather fan. I've been through the ringer.
Who is this woman? Is she like? Is she was somebody like she was a fan of The Cure before anybody else was, and she just hates. She doesn't like it when anybody hops on the new band.
We weren't on the elevator long enough to get.
How old was this woman?
She was probably in her. I would say in her early 40s, late 30s, early 40s. Yeah. But she was. But I took that as a sign of progress that there's actually in the eyes of at least one woman in my building. There is such thing as a fair weather Texans fan right now.
What is she? What did you get the sense that she identifies as a Texans fan?
Yes. Okay. Yeah. She
wants to be sure that only the worthy are allowed into her club.
I reckon, again, Seth, I was only on the elevator with her for 9 floors.
I demand that you interrogate this lady. She's annoyed me. She's on my radar.
If I see her again, I will try to get more information on her. But
Is she trying to flirt with you?
Much like you, possibly. It happens all the time. Much like you looking at Tank Dell's injury as an opportunity, I look at this existence of this horrible woman who's assuming I was a fair weather fan as a positive thing for the Texans.
Yeah.
That someone is defending the mantle of the old guard fans.
I've got a long history of getting into arguments with women who are just trying to flirt with me. So I put myself in your shoes,
right.
And I wonder, like, this might be one of those situations. Sometimes Brandy will point it out to me, like she'll witness, like from across the room, some woman trying to flirt with me, and it'll be me, like, what the hell does that even mean? That doesn't even make sense. What are you talking about, lady?
You're arguing
I'm immune to your little tactics, ladies.
Yeah. Me, I'll engage in conversation. Yes, absolutely. I'm one of those fair weather fans. I'm sorry. All right, off and running on a Thursday here. Payne and Pendergast. The biggest. I'm nervous about this game against the Jets, and then I think about the biggest mismatch in this game, and I'm able to sleep at night. And I'll tell you what I think that is next.
Derek Stingley Jr. is your. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
With the weather and understand it may be raining, it may be a grimy weather, how you prepare, to me, it's all about just your mindset, right? We always talk about protecting the football, attacking the football. That's who we are, no matter what the weather is. And it's just about us going up with the proper mindset. We show up in New York, really doesn't matter to me what the weather looks like. It's how we execute, how fast are we playing, how physical are we playing.
All right, that was D'Amico Ryans. Yeah, the weather could be a factor this weekend. This will be a different kind of game for the Texans. They've not played, again, they played very few outdoor games this year, right? The road games that they've played, they played in Baltimore, but that was in September. They played in Jacksonville. That was in September.
In Jacksonville.
In Jacksonville. Right, it's never... But no rain.
Had this sloppy northeast weather.
They played in a dome against Atlanta. They played in Carolina in October. It was nice out. This is the first bad weather game they're playing on the heels of being at home 3 straight weeks. So it's been a month since they've played in anything resembling a hostile atmosphere. Although all the Denver fans in the building last week, at least somewhat hostile at times for the Texans. But it's been since late October, since early November against Cincinnati that they've played a road game.
And we've already seen, just by way of C.J. Stroud being mic'd up, we know that the ball being wet does bother him, whether it's from the center's sweaty jersey or perhaps from the elements themselves. Yeah. He doesn't like a wet ball. The ball come out of his hand a little wobbly. So his really... I don't want to go to the Northwestern game in college because those were extreme weather conditions. The wind was crazy. That was his worst game, but anybody was going to have a bad game there. It's just, it's a factor on a team that really can't run the football. The Texans have had a couple games this year versus bad rushing defenses where they've looked capable of running the football. This is a very good defense they'll be going against in the Jets. So can CJ distribute the ball well in sloppy weather conditions, or can they figure out a way to get running the ball? Those are going to be the big challenges.
Yeah, the first thing you said about getting rid of the football in sloppy conditions, that's where Dalton Schultz coming back is a big deal to me. Quick hit, short passing game, intermediate stuff, if you get him back. And again, Dalton Schultz limited at practice yesterday. No word on if he's going to play, but the fact that he was not a DNP, do not participate yesterday, was a big deal. The biggest mismatch in this game, because I'm worried about this game, Texans are the biggest favorite they've been all year, and it's on the road in December in the Northeast. That whole thing. Spread is down to 4, though. So there's a lot of people that we've gone from 6.5 down to 4.
It was at 7 in some places.
Yeah.
4. Okay.
4. So there's a lot of people feeling
what the hell happened, Sean?
A lot of people looked at the big spread and said, I got to tell you, it's going to be sloppy conditions, and the Texans are still a young team. I have a hard time laying 6.5 with any team that's played every game for 2 months down to the final possession. You know what I mean?
Right.
Home or road. Yeah. So I think that's a big part of it. The biggest mismatch in this game, though, the thing that allows me to sleep at night, and part of this is doing the test that you brought up yesterday, Seth, that I do with head coaches normally, but I did it yesterday with a head coach and an offensive coordinator. And it's the battle of D'Amico Ryans, I think the de facto defensive coordinator for the Texans, right? Matt Burke is in title defensive coordinator, but this is D'Amico's defense. D'Amico calls the defenses.
Yeah, you know what? I honestly I always forget about that and call D'Amico the defensive coordinator. But yeah, technically you're right.
D'Amico's going to be the chess player on the defense here. Nathaniel Hackett is the offensive coordinator and the play caller for the New York Jets. Nathaniel Hackett, who got fired 15 games in at Denver, who Sean Payton called in reality the worst head coach in modern football, basically. He said it was one of the worst coach teams that he's ever seen, which we all agreed with. We just were kind of like, hey, Payton, you're the coach now. You may want to keep that on the down low. But D'Amico Ryans versus Nathaniel Hackett. I go to bed at night thinking of this matchup, and I feel much thing.
So coordinator versus coordinator,
right? You
feel good in that regard.
There's no way. I feel comfortable about this. The Jets are not scoring more than 13 points in this game.
But you're not going head coach versus head coach in that situation, which means you also have to look at Bobby Slowick versus Robert Saleh, and this offense versus that defense.
Yeah.
I still feel better. I'm more impressed with the Jets defense as a whole than I am with the Texans offense as a whole.
Fair.
So, like, C.J. Stroud is a whole different category. You know, Tank Dell and Nico Collins, that's a different category. But as a whole, the Jets are a better unit than the Texans offense.
I don't disagree.
That's what makes me nervous.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you on that. I just think Nathaniel Hackett is one of the biggest boobs that's ever coached football.
It's a bigger mismatch.
Yeah,
it's a bigger mismatch there.
Yeah, it is. That's what allows me to sleep at night.
Nathaniel Hackett is part of that Aaron Rodgers inner circle of slap dudes. I probably shouldn't say the way you usually say it.
I think technically you can, but it's 6:30 in the morning with kids in the car.
Slappies.
Slappies
Yes. From his inner circle that he wants to keep around, just because they entertain him.
Yeah.
You know, and that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the best guy to bring the very best out in Zach Wilson.
Nope. Let's hear from Robert Saleh. So the quarterback issue in New York has been a big topic this week, not only surrounding this game, but really around the league, because of Aaron Rodgers somehow factoring into it with things he was saying on the Pat Mac, throwing shade at the organization. Let's start with where Zach is, Zach Wilson. How is Zach feeling, Robert Saleh, about this week's matchup?
Zach gives us our best chance to win, and giving him another opportunity to go prove that.
How did that conversation go when you told him?
He was good. He's fired up. Like I said on Monday, he came into my office. He wants the ball, and he's excited about getting this opportunity to finish the season strong.
So is he your starter the rest of the year, no matter what?
God willing.
Meaning barring injury?
Yeah.
Was there any apprehension given what transpired on Monday?
No.
Did you have to have like a further conversation with him to convince you, or?
No, not at all. Like I said, he walked in on Monday. He wanted the ball.
Okay, the best part of that, Seth, was given what transpired on Monday. Right?
Yes.
Right?
My thought was, like, which thing that transpired on Monday? There's multiple different fires burning right now.
And Saleh not really contesting that something transpired that was reported by Diana Rossini. You know what I mean?
Oh, right, yeah.
Because I think that's what that reporter was referring to.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
There's also this issue of the sports radio host up there who decided to air the private text that Robert Saleh had sent him.
Oh, yeah, that's probably what he was. Well, it's probably everything, right? It was.
Well, no, I think he was. No, that reporter is specifically talking about
Rossini.
Rossini, yeah, because they were talking about Zach Wilson. But I just think like when you say vaguely what transpired on Monday with the Jets as of late, that could mean any of multiple things.
True.
I did remember for a reason last year. I ended up watching a lot of Robert Saleh press conferences, and not just because of the Texans angle, but just it's almost like a soap opera, you know. And I felt bad for Saleh last year because in so many ways, really for 3 years now, Robert Saleh has been answering questions that really should be directed to Joe Douglas, the GM.
Yeah.
So Robert Saleh gets up there, defensive-minded head coach, who's come in and delivered to you an awesome defense, and yet they can't get a single thing going on offense because their quarterback is inept, immature, and inadequate. And yet, like, Robert Saleh is supposed to get up there and give answers that people want to hear. Yeah. The answer that people want to hear isn't available to give. So, I mean, Saleh might end up getting fired at the end of this season, and I don't want to say it's through no fault of his own, but my God, you get dealt the wrong quarterback. And I guess maybe the biggest thing you could have said was, man, if Saleh had somehow been able to convince them to bail on Zach Wilson after just 1 year, maybe it would be different.
Well, and if somehow they could have still acquired Aaron Rodgers without having to have Nathaniel Hackett as the OC. You can't tell me that Saleh doesn't know somebody from the Shanahan tree that could come in and do a better job putting an offense together with not Aaron Rodgers at quarterback.
Like he might have easily hired Bobby Slowick.
He might have hired Bobby Slowick, absolutely.
In a flash. That's not even a stretch at all.
Right.
They're gonna pull from this pool that they know and that has had so much success. Yeah.
Bobby wouldn't have gone because he did say that he had recently, it was with Schefter or somebody, that he would have only gone with DeMeco Ryans. That was the only guy.
He and D'Amico had like a blood oath from the time when they were living in the broom closet at the 49ers facility.
That's right, man.
They said...
You live in a broom closet with somebody for a couple of years and you bond.
That's right. Bobby Bobby and D'Amico made a little fort out of pillows,
Yeah.
and they were sitting in it pretending they were camping. And one of them was like, "I reckon if I ever get out of here, and I make something of myself, I'm bringing you with me, D'Amico.
Taking you with me."
And D'Amico said, "Same here, blood brother." And then they cut their hands, and then yeah. Communicable diseases be damned.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. This is the exchange with the media where I legit felt sorry for Robert Saleh, where they're peppering him with questions after he said that take a listen. He says that we've always felt Zach Wilson gives us the best chance to win. Yeah, but you benched him.
The biggest thing for Zach, just let the thing rip. Trust in your ability, trust in your teammates, trust in your arm talent, and trust what you see and just let it fly. He's got undeniable talent, arm talent, undeniable athleticism, and when he plays with that effort mentality, if you will, he's pretty good. So
Zach went from the starter to the third quarterback, and now you say he gives you the best chance to win. Like, how did you get to this point within the last 2 weeks?
I've always believed he was the best quarterback in terms of giving us a chance to win. Tim and Trevor trying to spark the offense and all that, and those two are very talented quarterbacks. Don't get me wrong, but in my opinion, Zach gives us the best chance to win.
And why did you always thought he gave you guys the best chance to win?
For sure.
Then why do you bench him?
Well, when things aren't going good, obviously we haven't been scoring, trying anything to get the offense going, and we've tried everything. And so we're just settling in now and just see what we can get done.
I'm going to take over. Go ahead, Seth. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You go ahead.
I was just going to say, Robert Saleh's in a no-win situation in this thing.
He is that. The best thing I could say is, man, he wouldn't be good on a witness stand. No. I don't think he's stuck without a good answer to give, and I think at times he just. In trying to give an answer, he gets out over his skis. So, he backs himself into a logical corner where he's talked his way into. He's getting into an argument about logic with reporters, other than he never had to go and say he gave us the best chance to win. There are times now. I think what he was getting at, and we've seen this here in Houston. I've talked to coaches about this. Where. I think sometimes people want to believe everything is so well planned out. There's times when times are dark where coaches are genuinely just looking for a spark. Last year, Davis Mills, I don't think any coach, I don't think most fans actually thought that Kyle Allen was definitively better, is going to give the Texans hope or anything. It's just that, okay, you got to try something different. Whatever we're doing now certainly isn't working. Maybe Kyle, we're throwing stuff against the wall. And people love to go backwards and interpret that as why did you make this planned out decision about how to act? And it's not that complicated. You're just looking for a spark.
And there's no other position you can change on offense that is capable of giving you a flip in 1 week like that. Where the NFL, you need a flip in 1 week. You're 9 games into the season and you can't score points. You're not gonna change the offense by changing your right guard, or even making changes to scheme. And all of a sudden, you know what? We've been running a lot of this personnel. We're gonna run more of this personnel. No, you got to change the quarterback. That's the only way that you can try to get a spark going in the NFL.
Yeah, and I don't know if Saleh. I think one of the things that players probably like about him is there's times where he's very good at grasping onto the feeling of things and rolling with it. And it's just I guess there's a time and a place, and with the New York media especially, there's times in those press conferences where they're just looking for a gotcha that they can get clicks about. And it just doesn't, it's not, there's no part of me that needs to trip up Robert Saleh over the time he voiced support for his starting quarterback, who he's just trying to get the best out of.
They crushed him on WFA for this. Yeah, they crushed him for it. It was red meat for the hosts up there.
And it's all it's been 3 years of this just because Joe Douglas chose the wrong quarterback.
That's right.
It's 3 years of wanting Robert Saleh to somehow have good answers for why their quarterback was the wrong draft pick. It sucks. It sucks.
But I do think, Seth, it's so much the draft that you so much of it is the draft that you end up in getting that high pick. And the Texans are a perfect example of that, because I think of the 3 quarterbacks that went after Zach Wilson, because the logical follow-up is, okay, well, who should they have taken? Trey Lance went next. He's already on his second team.
Yeah.
Justin Fields went 11th. He will soon be on his second team. Fields would have been the one.
Fields would have offered some electricity.
Yeah. Fields would have been the one. And then Mac Jones is ready to get cut loose by the Patriots.
Well, and Justin Fields with a really good defense on the other side of him, too. I mean, he would have been in a better situation than any of those guys. Now, Trey Lance was in a situation where he had a really good defense on the other side, and he wasn't going to be the guy. Yeah. Fields would have at least offered some glimpse of hope.
Yep. Houston's biggest annual college football event returns to primetime. NRG Stadium, Wednesday, December 27th. The Aggies take on the Oklahoma State Cowboys. Tickets are on sale right now. TaxActTexasBowl.com. This is going to be one of the most fun bowl games of the bowl season. Get the best seats and suites on game day at TaxActTexasBowl.com. Check out all the free events they've got going on. The Carr kickoff concert the night before, presented by Roger Krieger, going to be playing that. The Carbach Love Street Tex Fest outside of NRG Stadium the day of the game. For more information and to get your tickets, head to TaxActTexasBowl.com. We do headlines next.
Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway in Pearland is super easy to get to, which is important because this time of year, you don't want to deal with any more traffic than you need to. So go to Bayway Chevrolet for your brand new Chevy and get some of your holiday shopping done and paid for, because with any new vehicle purchased this month, Bayway is going to give you a $500 Amazon gift card. $500! Not to mention they always have the Bayway guarantee, where if you bring in any written offer from any other dealership in town, including an emailed offer from another Houston area dealership, Bayway is going to beat that offer. If they can't beat the offer, they're going to give you $1,000 cash. So you get the best deal on a brand new Chevy anywhere in Houston at Bayway Chevrolet, plus a $500 Amazon gift card. And with every vehicle purchased this year, Bayway is going to take care of a local kid for Christmas. So check it out online at BaywayChevrolet.com. Come on in, get your free $500 gift card to Amazon whenever you purchase a new vehicle, and check it out.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Wilson to throw. He's got time. Over the middle he goes and intercepted at the 30-yard line. Derek Stingley picks it off. My goodness, his second of the game. He does it again.
Derek Stingley Jr., that was his second of 2 interceptions on Sunday. That was good enough to get AFC Defensive Player of the Week for Derek Stingley Jr. It's good to see. Good to see him on the field performing well. That is the 4th Player of the Week award for the Houston Texans this season, all of them since Week 6. Seth, fun fact, in which the Texans had more Player of the Week awards than this season, 2019. 2019, they had 5. Whitney Merciless, 3 Deshaun Watsons, and Angelo Blackson got a Special Teams Player of the Week award when he blocked a couple field goals, I think, against, might have been Tennessee, I think.
I miss Angelo Blackson.
Yeah.
He was like he was one of those, at various times the Texans have had defensive linemen that kind of fly under the radar, and all of a sudden you look up and you realize they've been there for like 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
Blackson feels like was one of them.
Yeah, Blackson, Brandon Dunn. He was one. DJ Dunny. Yeah.
Was he Big Grease? No, that wasn't. One of them was nicknamed Big Grease.
Yeah, Brandon Dunn was DJ Dunny because he was the one that handled the music in the locker room. So.
An Easterby favorite is yeah.
Was he? Yeah. Here's D'Amico Ryans on Derek Stingley Jr.'s development.
For Stingley, my first interaction with him is all positive, right? He was battling back from injury, but seeing a young man who's here every day in the offseason, working for this moment, and it shows. It's showing up now. He put the work in the offseason when not too many other people were around, like Stingley was here grinding, and that work is showing up. So really encouraged and pleased with Stingley and just the work that he's put in, and to see it all come to fruition it's really cool to see him work. Now he's getting the attention, right? He's making some plays. He's always had that in him, right? So I'm just happy to see him, right, make those plays, and for other people to see that he is top corner in this league. He's done a good job consistently since he's been out there for us. So happy for Stingley.
You know what D'Amico is, Sean? D'Amico's like that lady in the elevator in your building.
How so?
Like, now you're a fan, huh? Oh. So for those of you just joining us, some lady in Sean's building tried to act like Sean was some bandwagon Texans fan because he was wearing a Texans sweatshirt. And she looked down her nose at him and said, hop on fan, huh? Mm-hmm. And then she got off, probably walking like 3 annoying little dogs with her, right? And
she didn't, but we have a lot of those in my building.
Yeah.
We have a lot of multi-dog walkers, and the dogs are a combined weight of about 7 pounds. Yes.
D'Amico right there is saying, like, hey, if you've been paying attention, Derek Stingley's been playing good football. Oh, but you guys like bling, don't you? You like that? You like, you need interceptions to prove or certify the results. Okay.
I like to envision whoever asked that question was wearing a Stingley jersey at the time. A Stingley hoodie at the time. All right.
It is true. I mean, that's the true thing about cornerbacks is that the real stamp of authenticity is when he starts getting very few interceptions.
Right.
Like you want to get, there's always a curve. It's interesting to look at a lot of young defensive backs. There's almost always a curve of like their first 3 years or so, a bunch of interceptions, and then everything trails off. And then maybe at the end of their career, a couple more, but teams just start going away from them. They stop trying to test them, and the guy keeps, so they don't have that many interceptions. Hopefully, fingers crossed, Derek Stingley 2 years from now will have 0 interceptions at this point.
Yeah, Trayvon Diggs is who I think of when you say that. Remember, Trayvon Diggs had like 8 interceptions his rookie year, and now he doesn't have 8 interceptions anymore. The other bit of news with the Texans, Dalton Schultz practiced yesterday. That was the only thing on the injury report that really jumped out to me. There's some names on there of guys that didn't practice, but it's Wednesday. I get more concerned today if guys aren't practicing, so we'll keep an eye on that today for the Texans. Rockets, they win again at home last night. They're 9-1 at home, and if you were in carbon freeze for the last month or so, and you just heard that was the first thing you've heard about the Rockets, it was me saying that right now. The Rockets are 9-1 at home. They just beat the Oklahoma City Thunder 110-101 last night. You might say, "Wow, what's their overall record? They must be near the top of the conference." Their overall record is 9-9 because they're 0-8. They're the anti-Astros, Seth. They're
right.
The anti-Astros.
Everything balanced out. The Astros sacrificed so the Rockets could end up having an awesome home court advantage.
Yeah.
This is another one, kind of like with the Texans that we were talking about earlier. They're at such a stage in their growth cycle that things like this are just fun little oddities. And instead of you banging your head against the wall, trying to figure out why? Like if the Astros were like this, you'd be banging. Well, they were.
We were.
This whole last season, you were like banging your head against the wall, trying to figure out why they couldn't win at home. Right now, okay, we could have our pet theories about why it is such, but more important, like the fact that they're able to have this extreme home court edge for a team that was so forlorn and lost not too long ago.
Yeah. I was excited to watch last night's game because of who they were playing on the Oklahoma City Thunder. I was looking forward to seeing Chet Holmgren last night because I've been wrong. I was flat out wrong on Chet Holmgren. I thought he'd be a bust. He's been a really good player this year. I haven't watched a ton of Oklahoma City basketball, but I was excited to see him play the Rockets last night. And then at the end of the game, I'm like, I was right about Chet Holmgren. He sucks. 2 of 9, 4 points, whatever it was. He's terrible. I don't care what the other games were. He sucks, man.
Şengün's he's been 20-plus for 4 or 5 games in a row.
Yeah.
They put him on Josh Giddey last night, guy who's been in the news a good amount. And Şengün kept Giddey out of the news yet again by keeping him very, very inefficient.
Yeah.
So Şengün, a player that this home team can be proud of.
Yeah.
Proud of.
Yep.
As opposed to Josh Giddey, who just apparently got drafted to Oklahoma City for a reason. Apparently things are okay with them up there in Oklahoma City.
Needs to keep himself out of the news. Yep. So the Rockets win again last night. Next game up is at Denver. They play Denver again. If it feels like they play Denver every other day, it's because if they practically do. This will be the 4th time they've played the Denver Nuggets this year. Big news in baseball yesterday. Probably should have gotten to this sooner. Yankees trade for Juan Soto. For the second time in a couple of years, Juan Soto has been traded for a bonanza of players. First time was from Washington to San Diego. Things did not go well in San Diego first year. Soto was fine. But for the team last year, and they've got some financial issues with that team. The owner just passed away. Juan Soto is due $30 million this year, and then he's a free agent after that. So they're ejecting from the Juan Soto experience in San Diego just because the price of poker got too high. So now he's a New York Yankee, and the Yankees will have an outfield of presumably some combination of Juan Soto, Aaron Judge, and Verdugo, who they traded for from the Red Sox earlier this week. But Juan Soto in the American League, Seth. We're going to see Juan Soto a handful of times. What's your feeling on what this does for the Yankees? As an Astros fan, Seth, does the Juan Soto acquisition by the Yankees make you nervous at all?
Does this elevate the Yankees to a playoff team? Perhaps, yeah, okay. So, no, it doesn't make me nervous. The Yankees, the Astros, I'm very much focused on all things internal with the Astros right now. If you need an objective measure of how baseball thinks of them, just go ahead and look at the postseason odds for next year. Still a very, very good baseball team. The Yankees, good luck to them. Yes, I hope they can make the playoffs next year.
That's right.
That's a nice move for a potentially burgeoning young franchise.
A potential playoff team. The Yankees, to me right now, the Yankees are the Los Angeles Chargers of baseball. They're the Los Angeles Chargers of baseball, right?
Are they hexed and doomed?
Well, and they have a ton of talent. They always have one of the most talented teams. They've always got a bunch of big names, but they've been such a disappointment the last several years that they just don't scare me anymore. Yeah. Like the Chargers should be scarier every year with all the guys they have on that team, and yet they win 8 games every year.
There's almost like with the Yankees. It's almost the same effect you get in college football. That UT has dealt with this forever, until this year. Where you've got these natural resources, you've got all these names, you've got all this talent, and it becomes, even though it seems like it should just be a golden path to greatness, in a lot of respects, it actually makes things that much more difficult, whether it's the weight of expectations or getting that many egos to work together or whatever it might be. It's way more difficult than it seems it should be. I think with the Yankees, I've just grown so callous and immune to seeing big names stacked on top of big names.
Yeah.
It just doesn't do it to me. It doesn't. And oh yeah, so what did you do to change the culture? You stuck with the same GM and the same coach. Okay, cool. All right, good.
Yeah.
They should hire Sarkisian.
They should.
I say.
Bring in Sark. So, yeah, Juan Soto in the American League now. There you go. Someone's saying on the text page, spread's down to 3.5. I hope it gets down to 3. I'll tell you what, if it gets down to 3, I'm jumping on the Texans probably. I don't think the Texans are going to lose, but I think this game's going to be close on Sunday. Not to take a hard left turn, but anytime something pops up on the text page having to do with a game I'm thinking of betting on, it's just my train of thought.
Just to put things in perspective as a reminder to people, because sometimes the offseason news for the Astros has seemed very gloomy at times, given that we're just in a different position with this team than we had been. Right now, they're tied for third favorite to win the World Series alongside the Texas Rangers.
Oh, the defending World Series champions. There you go. All right, let's start continue to dig into the opponent this weekend. D'Amico Ryans. We talked about Zach Wilson in the first hour of the show. Let's hear from D'Amico Ryans on Zach Wilson. What does he do well? And a story out of Carolina about behind the scenes has me thinking about the Houston Texans. We will talk about that as well next. But first, Circle Saturday.
Easy Station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Real quick, before we hear from D'Amico Ryans, Seth and I have been talking about the lady in my building who stopped me in the elevator yesterday as I was coming back yesterday afternoon from hanging out outside and enjoying the weather. And I'm wearing my Texans, my new Texans hoodie, very comfy. And she says, "So are you one of these fair weather fans just jumping on the Texans bandwagon?" And I explained to her that I wasn't. My wife just texted me. As soon as I walk back into our apartment, Amy's there, and I tell her about this. And I said, I'm going to bring this up on the show. And she texts me, and she says, "I'm still pissed off about this lady."
Yes. Thank you, Amy. Thank you.
She says, "I'm an original PSL owner before you were even doing Texans radio. She's probably a transplant anyways. Started following the team 5 years ago. She can kiss my ass."
Yeah. What the hell is this? Listen. For one, okay, it's the NFL. This is what bothers me, too, about people who get agitated about Swifties watching the NFL. Like, the NFL is the establishment. Like, you don't get to act like it's some hot new club that you discovered and like, oh, it's a shame that everybody else has discovered it now. This is like claiming that you're cutting edge in fashion because you wear Nike or something.
Right.
Like, no, that is the establishment. There's no such thing as like, oh, just discovering the NFL, are you? Whatever. Especially with your team. Like, no, everybody, bandwagon fans are welcome right now. But then also, don't just assume, like, what the hell kind of an intro is to that, to a conversation? Like, oh, are you one of these bandwagons? Not a little bit like maybe if that's what you're wondering in the back of your mind, like, oh, yeah, how long you been following the Texans? Something like that, perhaps. Yeah. Not just, like, why? She might have asked you, like, oh, so what are you,
I'll tell you one thing.
What are you, one of these swollen prostate 50-year-olds? What are you, like, oh, yeah. Hey, what are you, one of these people that discriminate against women? I don't know. You're going to start randomly throwing out negative things that a person could be?
Yeah.
That's your intro?
Well, if you're going around the town looking for self-aware people, maybe my building's not the place to go searching, I would say.
Somebody gets in the elevator like, you look like you discriminate against minorities.
That's it, yeah.
Like, are you one of these?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
Right.
Can you give me a list of potential negative attributes, and I'll check off the ones that I might be?
Your point about the bandwagon thing is a good one, though. Like, if I was holding a beer, like, oh, I see someone's on the bandwagon drinking beer.
Yeah.
What? All right. Let's get to D'Amico Ryans in the New York Jets. Here's D'Amico Ryans. Zach Wilson, what does Zach do that scares you a little bit, D'Amico?
Yeah, with Zach, what jumps off to me is his athleticism, right, and his ability, right, to improvise when things aren't there. Right, he does a good job of moving around in the pocket, and he's a very athletic quarterback. We have to be aware of his athleticism, him being able to move, and we have to be able to make plays on him, right? But overall, not really about the quarterback or who's at the quarterback, but more so this week is just all about us and us being honed in on our assignments, our fundamentals, and playing as best as we can play.
If you and I are coming in on Monday and we're talking about the Texans losing this game, I do feel like one of the things we'll be talking about is how at a couple crucial junctures in the game, on a 3rd and 6 and a 3rd and 5, that Zach Wilson used his legs to go get a first down.
Perhaps, yes. I'll be honest with you, as I try to make a case for being nervous about Zach Wilson, it's hard to do. There are various highlights of him using his legs or what have you, but when you look at even just the course of an entire game, he's never had a game that really stands out statistically. And there may be some close games that he's played a key and critical part about in crucial moments or what have you. I'm way more worried about turnovers created by the Jets defense than I am anything else. But Sean, like, if you look at, just to use a couple statistics that, like, okay, look, quarterback rating doesn't mean a whole lot other than that. If you have a bunch of good games, you're going to have some high quarterback rating games. Yeah. Okay? So it's a pretty good indicator that at least, all right, if you have a 125, that was a pretty good game for whatever. Like, in 3 seasons, he's had a triple-digit quarterback twice. Like, he's been over 100 just twice in a game. Yeah. If you look at multiple touchdown games, he's never had a game in which he threw for 3 touchdowns. I kind of like almost every horrible quarterback at least has a couple games where they had 3 or 4 touchdowns.
Oh, yeah.
He's never had more than 2 passing touchdowns in a game. He really has done almost nothing to justify his existence over these past 3 years.
And for sake of comparison here, see, to the passer rating, you said he's had 2 games with over 100 passer rating in his career. C.J. Stroud has played 12 games. He's got 6. I mean, I think I do. I'm with you on passer rating. I feel like passer rating's a little bit antiquated because QB's game the system.
Yeah. If you're trying to use it to separate quarterbacks or whatever, I don't think it's good there. Well, same thing too. Just to clarify something I said at the end of yesterday's show, I was basically trying to make the point that I don't care about passing yardage when it comes to winning the passing yardage title. Yeah. But it's still a good indication. Yeah, sure. If you throw for a bunch of yards, you're doing something well. Yeah. So, like, by the same token, okay, throwing for over 300 yards. It's not the be-all, end-all, but usually good quarterbacks have a few games where they've thrown for over 300 yards. Yeah. Zach Wilson, in his 3 seasons, has done it twice. And in 2 of those seasons, he didn't do it once. Both of those were last season. He threw twice over 300 yards. But like he's got very, very. In one of those games, 355 yards he threw for versus New England. He also threw 3 interceptions in that game. So like, there's very, very little to get excited. I feel bad for Jets fans. Like they've had almost nothing since the preseason of his rookie year when it looked like he was going to be the best draft pick ever. He's done almost nothing to justify his draft status.
So how many did you say Zach Wilson has thrown for over 300 yards in his career? Twice?
Twice, yeah.
Yeah. CJ's done it 6 times in 12 games. God. 6 times. All right, let's get to...
So, and this is Zach Wilson's played 32 games or had 32 starts.
Yeah. No, he sucks. I mean, he's not good. That's what I'm saying. Like, if they do win... He's going to have to make a play here or there, and the play. My point is the plays will not be with his arm. Kind of backing up what you're saying, it'll be with his legs. How about on the defensive side of things? Jets pass defense, pretty good pass defense. Their defense overall pretty good. Here's DeMeco Ryans on the Jets defense.
Yeah, their Jets' success in the pass game, it comes from them first off being sound in the back end. They'll eliminate the explosives. Right, they'll make sure they're on top and not giving up any, deep passes there, and then they really let their front cut it loose, right? They do a really good job of rushing. All right, 4 guys rushing together, getting after the quarterback, and they'll roll those guys. It's going to be a relentless rush, and we have our hands full with their front 4, and that's the strength of their team.
Yeah, I think I guess I don't know if DeMeco. I don't know if he meant to say. It's not like he meant when the strength of their team is the front 4. I don't think he meant that like that's where the good players are. It's just that because they have very good cornerbacks. It's just that that's what drives everything. Like much like the Texans would like to be. These teams have a lot of crossover. They're going to do their own tweaks and their own things, but they want to be able to rush with 4 without having to blitz a whole bunch. And then that allows the defensive backs to play more zone, to have their eyes on the quarterback and be opportunistic. Some of the things that we've seen out of Derek Stingley in the last couple weeks, that's very much the case with these guys, that they're just going to try to destroy you up front and create a lot of havoc. So to very much test on the defensive line this week.
Yep, no doubt. One of the things that's been awesome to see is just how aligned, how simpatico C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick have been this year. Here was C.J. yesterday on Bobby Slowick's playbook and how things have evolved over the course of the season with his OC.
Bobby has come in with a system of what the West Coast offense on what he did in San Fran mostly, and put his own twist to things as well. And he's done a great job of communication and installs and things like that to make it really, really learnable and for us to really put into our own game. And it's been a work in progress. And I think as you've seen, like we're not the same team we were week 1 or week 2 and week 3. Like we progressed every week in his offense and stuff like that. And it's not just his, made it ours, our offense as a whole. Yeah, it's been cool, man. And I've definitely grown where he trusts me more with like cans and audibles, whatever y'all want to call it. Like those are the things I get us out of a bad look into a better play. And we talk before games on things I like, things I don't like, and he does a great job of just opening up conversation with that. And I appreciate him for even doing that. So, and it's been working, and I'm really excited for the future with us.
Seth, I listened to that yesterday. I listened to that cut. I listened to CJ's press conference. And then I read the article on The Athletic by Joe Person and Diana Rossini about behind the scenes with the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah.
The other team that took a top-rated quarterback. It was 1 and 2, Panthers, Texans. And you were talking earlier in the show when we were talking about Robert Saleh, how he got kind of stuck with Zach Wilson. That was, the GM picked Zach Wilson. Here's your quarterback, Saleh. Go make something out of this. It works both ways. Like, you're a quarterback, too. Some of it's the situation you get drafted into, and CJ was drafted into what appears to be, so far, a great situation for a young quarterback. Bryce Young, and I'm not making excuses for Bryce Young. He's been bad this year, but, boy, when you read some of the stuff in this article about the environment behind the scenes in Carolina, and we know there's probably agendas at work here with what people are telling reporters and things like that and whatnot.
Yeah.
But the mere fact that there's people telling reporters stuff like this about how disjointed the staff was and all these different schools of, it wasn't Reich's offense exclusively. Tepper wanted him to bring in other schools of thought, and it turned into this jumbled mess.
That's the tough thing about sometimes the philosophy of, like with Tepper. Tepper wanted Reich to bring in a bunch of people, they were maybe outside of his own sphere of thinking and all of that. And that's all well and good. There's value in that. But I think sometimes what happens in the NFL, and this happens on the analytical side too, and just talking to a lot of like open-minded but old school NFL people over the last couple, the one thing that keeps coming up in my conversations with these guys is like, all right, I got to know who I can trust. Especially in the modern media environment and the job hopping environment and everything, like, I got to know who I can trust. And you get this picture painted in Carolina of a lot of guys that had almost zero loyalty or connection to Frank Reich and were very willing to go up to Tepper directly. And that's on Tepper. Sometimes as a boss, you got to understand, like, I got to let my CEO or my head coach do his thing. I'm like, I can't be getting constant input and then going back to Reich and telling them what they need to be working on. So you get this image of like, okay, you got all these different voices and opinions, many of whom aren't loyal to Reich at all. And they're feeding Tepper's head with stuff about, hey, Bryce Young's footwork is sloppy and bad, which it is. Despite all of this fancy tutelage in S2 cognition brilliance and all of the best that could be had, the fancy lad with the great upbringing, meanwhile, doesn't have the mechanics that the kid who taught himself on YouTube, CJ Stroud, has, all right?
With cleats that didn't fit.
Yeah, Bryce Young's supposed to be the gritty one. Meanwhile, CJ Stroud's out there watching Drew Brees on YouTube in the apartment above the storage unit that he lives in growing up. Yep. And he's got immaculate footwork because he's actually worked at it. So fancy lad Bryce Young has sloppy footwork. But meanwhile, Bryce, Frank Reich is like, there's a lot of stuff that you got to try to clean up in the offseason, but you only got so much time to do it now. Plus, we're trying to incorporate some of Thomas Brown's idea how to run his offense alongside my offense. And you get the picture of a complete mess. I think there's a lot of value in allowing a coach to really pick a tight core of guys that he trusts. Like in D'Amico and Bobby Slowick having that alliance, it goes a long way because you get rid of a lot of potential infighting.
Yeah, some of the little anecdotes in this article, I encourage you to go read it if you're interested in it. It's honestly, as a Texan fan, I still take great joy in reading other organizations having dysfunction behind the scene. After all the Jack Easterby articles that we got the last few years, it's fun to see other people having to experience similar things with Hunger Games and things like that being brought up in the title of these articles. There were things in here about Tepper. You brought up people going to him about it's one thing to go to Tepper about Bryce Young's footwork. It's another thing for Tepper to then go to Frank Reich and Josh McCown and telling them, you need to work on his footwork this week. Because Tepper feels like he'll act on any bit of information that he gets. There was a story in here about Tepper, and Tepper was kind of brought up in he was a part owner of the Steelers before. He's from Pittsburgh. So he was kind of brought up in following a team with a 3-4 defense. There's a story in there about him going to Ron Rivera when Rivera was the coach saying, switch to a 3-4. Like, what?
And honestly, man, this is one of the things when you start getting into ownership that wants to make snap decisions about stuff. This is by far one of the things that bogs teams down the most is when they don't account for how long it takes to steer a ship personnel-wise if you're going to switch philosophies.
Dude.
And I know, the difference in a 4-3 isn't nearly what it used to be, but it is still it's a different set of personnel groupings.
yeah.
It's a different, so it's not so simple that, hey, we're going to switch to a 3-4 because I like that better and everything will be better immediately.
Yep.
It's just so much of what Dave Tepper is doing looks so much of what Dan Snyder was like.
Yes.
I mean, it's hard to think that he's not going to be another Dan Snyder because he just thinks he's way smarter than he is, And I say that I'm not saying he's an idiot. It's just that there's a danger whenever somebody switches industries and thinks that they can come in, and because they've got a higher IQ than a football coach, they think that they know football better than that football
dude,
coach.
that was my bingo. Like, that was my big Texans-related takeaway from reading this article yesterday. I said this when things were bad with the Texans, is that when it comes to stuff like this, Cal McNair is the kind of owner you want. Like, he just needs to hire the right people. He finally hired the right people, and things are moving in a direction where this feels like a real long-term football team for the first time in the history of the franchise. Like, long-term for the history of the franchise.
Yeah.
Stay out of the way.
It's hard. I mean, it's like always, you never want an owner that sits and allows everything to go on all the time. But the overactive owner, especially when he's one who's a self-made person who comes from finance or some highfalutin intellectual thing. It's like the engineer that tries to tell the auto mechanic what to do. Like, unless that engineer grew up, working on cars and everything. Yeah. You've probably got some book learning that's way better. But if that's a good auto mechanic, leave him the hell alone and let him do his.
That's the worst kind of. Tepper's the worst kind of owner. And the city is now held hostage by him, basically, because you can't fire that guy. He's going to be there forever, and he ain't changing the way he's wired. You got to, I don't know what, because he could even hire the right people, and it's still going to be bad because he's putting his fingerprints on everything. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley and our friends at Bud Light this afternoon. It's a Thirsty Thursday, Buffalo Wild Wings off of I-45 at Ritchie Road. Get some wings, some cold Bud Light, enter to win some awesome prizes. Stick around. Watch the game. The game tonight, you're going to need plenty of Bud Light to watch that game. I promise you. Thirsty Thursday with the drive and our friends at Bud Light this afternoon at Buffalo Wild Wings off I-45 at Ritchie. Up next, we mentioned the lady taking me to task for being she was asking if I was a bandwagon Texan fan yesterday because I was wearing a Texans hoodie in my building. Are there some national folks that are jumping big time on the Texans bandwagon? That is next.
It's Texans Game Week. Can CJ Stroud
missing today.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. So bandwagon has been a topic on the show today because I was not accused, but I was interrogated over my fandom of the Texans in the elevator of my building yesterday by a woman who jumped on. I was wearing a Texans hoodie, and she said, "Are you one of these bandwagon fans that's just started rooting for the Texans now?" I explained to her no, in great detail as to why I was not. I was the complete opposite of that. I'm someone who has endured the sludge of the last 3 years as much as anybody.
I think that was very obviously somebody that was basically anti-Irish, and that was just code in her mind. Just like one of these wannabes. Yeah, she's some kind of Anglo, and she's prop or something. She sees this Irishman in the same elevator as her. Yeah,
I was the victim of a racial attack in the elevator yesterday.
Anti-gay-lite, yes.
Gay-lite. So a lot of national people, though, I will say this. Maybe I'm channeling her a little bit right now, because there sure are a lot of people who were very, very critical of the Texans in the offseason who all of a sudden they're America's team.
Well, that's a little bit different because there's an hypocrisy there. Yeah. I think there's one thing like, okay, I'm cool with bandwagon anything. Right. Okay, you got to join sometime, It's, hey, the Communist Party didn't just grow up, out of nowhere. You gotta build. You gotta get your comrades over at some point.
Yep.
So, I think as far as these people, though, these commies that are now bandwagon Texans fans from the media, the problem is that, they were very, very recently talking about how the Texans were the root of all evil. And things like they would criticize the Texans for firing David Culley,
right,
while not recommending David Culley for another single job in
Correct.
the NFL. They're like, I can't believe they fired Lovie Smith. Oh, well, who should Lovie Smith be coaching for now? Oh, God, nobody. Nobody. What are you talking about?
Yeah. So Stephen A. Smith and Shannon Sharp. Seth, let's you and I be the guardians of the Texans bandwagon, not this rando woman in the elevator in my building. Will we allow these two, Stephen A. Smith and Shannon Sharp, on the Texans bandwagon after this take on First Take?
I love what the Texans have done with C.J. Stroud. I love the way they play. I think DeMeco Ryans, he wins this division. He's going to get Coach of the Year. And obviously C.J. Stroud is going to be Offensive Rookie of the Year.
Yes.
But I like the Texans. I think they can overtake them. That Trevor Lawrence, it sends a ripple effect, because not only does it impact the AFC South, it impacts the whole AFC.
For sure.
Because they had an outside chance. They would have been the number one seed had they won that game last night.
Seat, too.
Clearly in the catbird seat. I think the Texans can do it because I like Nico Collins and I like Noah Brown. Noah Brown has had some big games, so he gets an even bigger role now with the absence of Tank Dale.
Jacksonville's a good team, but bottom line, just what you said about CJ, they're gonna have more film on him. They're gonna figure him out, and it's gonna be a different animal. I'm gonna go with the Houston Texans, but part of it is emotional because I want to see CJ Stroud. I mean, when you think about how bad this brother has already thrown for over 3,500 yards, we know what he brings to the table. He's a baller, no question about that. Nico Collins is no joke. And by the way, that defense showed me something against Denver last week when Denver was driving downfield and they ended up intercepting Russell Wilson.
Okay. I'll give credit to Shannon Sharp for knowing about Noah Brown.
Yep.
Easy enough to do, with the back-to-back 150-plus yard games and all that. And I'll credit Stephen A. Smith, for crediting the defense. I was waiting to see if Nico would be left out of the equation altogether, or if it was merely just love of C.J. Stroud that was leading him to that take. I accept both of those bandwagons.
They're allowed on the bandwagon. Okay.
Yes.
I like it. I like it a lot. I was talking, Sammy actually was the one, my son, who sent that clip, he sent it to me, and we got in a little back and forth about it on the group text with both of my sons. And what I was told was, and Seth, they're in their early mid-20s. They're 24 and 25 years old.
Yeah.
And they interact with, their friends kind of span the country because, they went to college here in Texas. They grew up in Chicago. They've got friends all over the place. The feedback I was getting is the Texans are a cool team to root for right now.
Oh, really?
Amongst young people. Yeah, they like C.J. Stroud C.J. Stroud's second in Pro Bowl voting right now among all players in the NFL.
For the fan voting.
The fan voting, yeah. So
CJ's got a new hairdo, too. That's going to help.
It's a little longer now. Yeah,
it's longer. It's more of the smaller braids.
I like it. Yeah. I like anything CJ Stroud does right now.
That's my old man part. There is a part of me that's just kind of like, I don't know about this hairdo.
I liked it. All right, so thumbs up on.
I'm all in on the Texans, except for CJ's got to do something about his hair. Yes.
Thumbs up on Stephen A. Smith and Shannon Sharp. We'll let them on the bandwagon. Another national broadcasting personality that is new to the scene, on the broadcasting scene. This guy, J.J. Watt. Are we going to allow J.J.? Is JJ
considered a bandwagon?
Are we going to allow J.J. Watt onto the Texans bandwagon? He had this to say yesterday on the Pat McAfee show about the Texans defense.
You go to the defensive side of the ball, you got Will Anderson Jr. with 2 sacks, batted balls, TFLs. He's playing incredible against the run. He's now starting to get the sacks he's had all season. And then you got Stingley, who just comes back. He's got 4 interceptions in 3 games. And those are 2 young guys on the defensive side of the ball that are playing extremely well. You got John Grenard on the other side from Will Anderson. So I got to give credit to the defensive coordinator, Matt Burke. He was my D-line coach last year in Arizona. He's now the D coordinator there, doing some incredible things with this defense. And I think you just see them growing in confidence as the year goes on, getting better and better. I've said it. I think that D'Amico should be the coach of the year. I think that you guys in Indianapolis have a guy who's also got a great argument for coach of the year in Shane Steichen. But really, really exciting stuff happening in Houston, and I think it's going to be exciting for a long time.
So
he's a Grand Wagoneer. That's what he is.
I think we let him drive the bandwagon.
That's right. Yeah.
So you and I can get hammered.
We can't call him a bandwagon fan.
I'm joking.
He was. I know you're joking. He was sticking up for the Texans even while he was still with Arizona.
He was.
You know?
He was. He
did. I mean, he did execute his departure pretty flawlessly. For a guy that begged out. He took advantage of, remember, that was in a moment when, even when Deshaun first wanted out, people got it and understood.
Yeah.
So even Deshaun, before all the other stuff emerged, people were more on his side than others. So that was pretty flawlessly executed. So a departure and then a step back onto the bandwagon by Grand Wagoneer J.J. Watt. I have to point this out about Pat McAfee. Sometimes, Sean, for you and I and other people in the audio business, sometimes when a host is giving those affirmations during an interview, it's annoying because it's not on, but
right.
Like when you have to hold yourself back sometimes when you're doing that, because you don't want to be like, yeah, you're being an active listener, which is good, but it clouds up the soundbite. I don't mind when McAfee does it. It's really good branding by McAfee because he's so damn enthusiastic. He acts like every point the guy is making is like they just discovered plutonium or something.
Yeah, dude.
I like it.
I do too. It's part of his brand at this point. Like it's woven into his show.
It's like, yeah. Will Anderson Jr., yeah.
All right, Jaylen Pitre was on the NFL Network yesterday.
Is Jaylen Pitre a bandwagon?
Do we
fan?
allow Jaylen Pitre on the Texans bandwagon? He had to say about Will Anderson.
The biggest thing that a lot of people don't see is his effort in and out on each and every play. That's the most motivating thing to me, because obviously, he's going to make the sacks, the TFLs, the block punts, but it's every play. Like, he doesn't stop. He's unstoppable. He's an impact player, and, I'm glad he's on my team and on the defensive line because, he helps us out so much, makes so many plays for us. Like,
I love it.
He's for sure impact player, big-time playmaker, and, he a savage for sure. He can't be stopped. Will Anderson can't be stopped.
No. That's some major enthusiasm right there.
I disagree with his take.
Okay.
I disagree with his take in that he said people don't see his nonstop effort. I feel like that's like very, very apparent. Like, Will Anderson's motor is a step above like what you typically see from anybody. That's why I told you it was really interesting to see like how accurate the Terminator nickname is, because if you go back and watch, not the Ben, you know this. What's the new generation of Terminators? Not the Arnold Schwarzenegger.
T-1000?
The T-1000, yeah. The cop one. Like, that guy, like, they don't change pace or anything. It's always like a methodical, it's always going 90 miles an hour, like with perfect running form and everything.
Yep.
And that's what Will does. It's kind of freakish and weird when you watch him. Like, even if he gets knocked down or whatever, he's just like the Terminator. He kind of gets up without breaking stride. He can get knocked to the ground and get up without breaking stride, just like the T-1000. So I do like that part of it. The other thing about Will is he does share this in common with J.J. Watt. JJ's rookie year, there's a part of JJ where sometimes he was so eager to make a play that he got in his own way. There's times where he was a little too stiff because he was trying so hard. Will missed a few sacks early in the season, in the first half of the season, almost because he had sack fever. Like he was trying so hard, and he was going 1,000 miles per hour when he should be settling down a little bit and fitting up the quarterback. He's started to find that balance now, and I think that's part of the reason he's starting to actually get the quarterback on the ground is he's learning when he's got to you got to slow down a little bit sometimes to make that play. It's a good problem to have. Much easier to teach somebody how to dial it back a little bit than it is to get somebody going. Obviously.
For sure. No, that's a great observation by you, but the big question, do we allow Jaylen Pitre on the Texans bandwagon?
Yeah,
I think we'll let him on.
I think so.
All right.
He's from Houston. That's the whole thing.
It's me, you, Stephen A. Smith,
yeah,
Shannon Sharp, J.J. Watt, and Jaylen Pitre.
Biggest bandwagon.
That's
fans.
the bandwagon. If you want to jump on, you gotta get through us. All right. Text message. Did you ask that woman in the elevator if she's an original Karen or just a new bandwagon Karen? Excellent text.
That's what she did. She got off at the pool to go see if there's anybody she could question.
She could verbally harangue. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. We'll get to our top 8 stories at 8 o'clock at the top of the hour. Up next, a former Texans quarterback takes a swim in Bad Take Lake and gets called out by a former Texans All-Pro on Twitter. That is next. But first, if you want to
our friends at D&M Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports 10 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I would imagine when you're a former player and you're on the NFL Network, it's tough to kind of cut through and separate from the pack. There's a lot of former players on there.
Yeah.
And so if you're wanting to make that your career, if you're wanting to make the NFL Network where you ply your trade for your post-playing career, you probably need to say some things that cut through. There's two ways to cut through, saying really smart things and then saying really silly things. David Carr has been on the NFL Network for a number of years now, and I think we know that he's on there, Seth, because he's a former Houston Texan, and we're more acute to his presence on the network. But I wouldn't say that he's done anything remarkable on there. He's fine when he's on these roundtable shows or whatever. But
he's got that thing which people really like in TV commentators, which is he's a good-looking dude.
Yeah.
It actually matters way more than you would think for a football show. That people just they tend to. Well, it has nothing to do with necessarily even attraction or anything. They tend to watch longer when there's a good-looking person on the TV screen. Male, female, it doesn't matter. It's just our eyeballs and our brains are naturally attuned to that.
The studies show, yes, absolutely, that is the case. So Derek Carr yesterday, maybe in an effort to cut through, had this take on what the Philadelphia Eagles should do with their quarterback situation. Jalen Hurts, MVP candidate. His backup is Marcus Mariota. Here was David Carr on the NFL Network earlier this week.
If you're Nick Sirianni, this is the type of decision and conversation you have to have if you have a big picture mentality. And I think you can have that conversation, honestly, with Jalen. And if you set him down, that's all Jalen talks about, is the end result. And getting to winning that thing. The best way we can do it, they didn't run the football at all with him. Twice? That's not it, man. That's not the winning edge. Put Marcus in there, win a couple games. Yeah. Maybe you have the number one seed still. You might have it. I'd say he's probably better at playing quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles. Right now, he would be more productive.
Okay. So again, the take is, now Jalen Hurts is a little banged up, I guess, right now. They didn't use him in the ground game very much in that 49ers game.
Yeah. Which is a huge part of that Eagles offense.
Huge.
It was one game in which they lost very authoritatively to one of the very best teams in the league. But it was just 2 games after they'd was this 2 games after the Bills game? Yeah.
One or two. Very, very. Yeah.
It's not like the Eagles are on a long stretch of inadequacy or anything.
They're 10-2. That was their second loss of the year.
Yeah.
So I disagree. I think banged up Jalen Hurts gives you a better chance than Marcus Mariota, because Jalen Hurts can throw the football. He's not Pat Mahomes or C.J. Stroud or anything like that, but he can throw the football.
Sean, as a reminder, the last 4 weeks for the Eagles was a win over the Cowboys, a win over the Chiefs, a win over the Bills, and then a loss to the 49ers.
Yeah.
It's time to bench your quarterback.
It's like the three highest point differentials in football.
It's not just time to bench him. Yeah. It's time to bench him for Marcus Mariota.
Right.
A guy who recently was seen not knowing how to play football anymore.
Who quit on the Falcons last year. He quit on the Falcons. Vontae Leach, former All-Pro fullback for both the Texans and the Ravens. Yes, All-Pro, best fullback in football he was. He retweeted the video of this take, and he said this, Seth. Hey, Carr, you're the QB who didn't know plays when I played for the Texans. Short memory, huh? With like 7 exclamation points afterwards.
Wow.
Was Vontae, so that would have been 2006. You were on that team, right? Was Vontae on the Texans in 2006 when you were there?
Was it 2007?
I think it was 6, because that was Carr's last year with the Texans was 6. Because then it was a Schaub time in 07.
Yeah.
So that would have
yeah.
So Vontae Leach went after David Carr.
I got to tell you, 2006 kind of a blur to me, okay?
Final season, yeah.
He came to Houston after, because Vontae had started out at Green Bay. Yeah. I think he came to Houston like just as I was getting injured.
Gotcha.
And then I was, I basically, the worst human being that I'd ever been involved with in football was still on the team, so I decided to not stick around all that much.
I don't blame you.
But yeah, so now where I would disagree with Vontae is this: like, it's okay to be Carr could have been a bad quarterback and yet still have valid opinions about the current NFL.
Yeah.
This is not one of them. I don't think you don't have to necessarily go to insults about Carr's career to call this a bad take.
Right.
Honestly, I believe that Hurts has played well enough now that after games in which the Eagles beat 3 of the best teams in the league, that one really bad performance versus a really good team, that's usually not cause for benching a starting quarterback in the NFL. Not even cause for starting a mediocre quarterback in the NFL. Now, if maybe he's got information on exactly how thorough the health concerns are for Jalen Hurts or something, I don't know. One of the things he had said in his original take was that, Hurts isn't as great at going through his progressions and everything, which again, I would point back to
Mariota is.
Mariota?
Yeah.
What the hell are you talking about? Mariota?
Right.
Okay. All right. I would almost, I don't think there's any good take to be had right now in advocating for benching Jalen Hurts after one game. But even if it were somebody like an aging Matt Hasselbeck or something, that at least would make more sense.
Right.
The fact that you're putting forward Marcus Mariota as the guy, like he's like the Nick Foles of this version of the Eagles,
Case Keenum.
You're right. Case would make sense.
Yeah.
Case would make sense.
Yeah. Absolutely. Payne and Pendergast.
I think that's part of it. Where it may have led David Carr astray as he's thinking about that run they made with Nick Foles.
Yeah.
Because it's the Eagles, it's almost like that's the template that he started working off of before he realized he was way too far out. You're just like, all right, it should have been a fun tournament, but he should have stopped himself.
Yeah, it may as well be 50 years ago. It's completely different now.
Well, they had no choice in that instance either.
Right. Because Carson Wentz got hurt. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Out for the season. We're getting a lot of bandwagon texts, a lot of bandwagon talk on the show today. And Seth and I were, in the previous segment, we were sort of the gatekeepers of the Texans bandwagon. We allowed a few folks on it. Shannon Sharp, Stephen A. Smith, J.J. Watt, he's allowed. Jaylen Pitre, we allowed on the bandwagon.
He's an okay bandwagoner. Yeah.
Yep. Text message, Cowherd is not allowed on the bandwagon if he's on your list. To channel Seth, he can go die.
Yeah, Cowherd will never be allowed on the bandwagon because Cowherd, one of his strengths as a broadcaster is that he has absolutely zero shame about changing his opinion at any given time. And I never actually believe that he believes any of his takes. So, no, confirmation by Colin Cowherd doesn't mean oh wow, we've made it now. He actually believes in us. No, he'll never be allowed on any kind of bandwagon anywhere.
All right, well let's test it out because Colin Cowherd on Monday this week after the win over the Broncos had a lot of really nice things to say about the Texans. So maybe he can change your mind, Seth. Let's test it out.
The Houston Texans were this much fun to watch. Is it not amazing that if you get the right coach on the defensive side and the right quarterback on the offensive side with a good play caller, how much fun they are to watch?
Yeah.
I mean, they were the better team. Russell Wilson made, Russell's not a huge turnover guy, but he didn't have a lot of space. I just think it's baby steps, and the first step for Houston is can they sneak in as a wild card team? I don't think they're going to win a playoff game. By the way, Tank Dell went down, and when he went down, for the record, it wasn't the same offense. Yeah. So some of this is play calling, Stroud, weapons. They have a little better weapons. Nico Collins, I think, had a big play at one
monster
point.
Game.
You have to look at this game and go, we didn't have Dalton Schultz. Tank Dell got hurt, and we beat a Denver team that had won 5 straight. I think this is a bigger game in the locker room than we get. I think we look at it and go, they won. But Schultz, they won.
They were favored and they covered,
But, no tight end, productive tight end. Tank Dell has been shockingly good. And they won in a defense that has played really good for a month.
I'm with you on this, Seth. I see the look on your face. You are not allowing him on the bandwagon.
Go die, everybody.
Probably under any circumstances. But the fact that he thinks they can't win a playoff game, you need to be a little irrational here, Cowherd, if you're going to be allowed on the bandwagon, all right?
Also saying that they weren't the same offense after Tank Dell went down. I don't think that's a completely accurate representation. They're pretty much the same offense in terms of, hey, they can't run the ball. That was a pre-existing condition.
We're going to target Nico on every play this game.
Yeah, so Nico went off. Nico took over half of what Tank Dell's production would have been. Now this week will be the true test for whether they can be the same offense or not moving forward. But yeah, if you look at where the Texans have been over the last, they weren't the same offense after Tank Dell went down. All right, well, they scored 21 versus the Cardinals. They scored 21 versus the Jaguars. They scored 22 versus the Broncos. It hasn't been, C.J. Stroud has been really good and impressive as a rookie. It has not been an impressive offense necessarily. Much better than expectations and all of that, and lots of reason for hope, but it's not like over the last 3 weeks they've been lighting it up offensively.
No, the sexiness in it is in the big chunk plays. There's no more explosive offense between the 20s especially than the Houston Texans. The problem is the closer they get to the end zone, the harder it gets for them to score because they can't run the football.
Yeah. It's just that's maybe a little bit of a cautionary tale into any potential bandwagoners. I think that if you look at the Texans' overall scoring, it's good. It's flirting with the top 10 as an offense. But if you look over the course of really from the Falcons game on, they've scored more than 22 points twice. It's been, and it was 39 for the Bucs. Yep. It was 30 for the Bengals. Yep. But there's been a whole lot of just kind of blue-collar combo efforts between the offense and the defense. A lot of tough, gritty play that's come down to the last minute. It's a very tough and gritty football team, but it's not a powerhouse in any respect yet. They've still got, this is where the growth needs to come.
Yeah. I love the mentality of the football team. If you were asking me if there were a variety of 7-5 football team that I would want at this stage, this is one I'm really excited about the future because clearly, DeMeco's teachings and his culture and his mindset are permeating this team right now. They are responding to DeMeco Ryans. There's no doubt about that. Hey Sean, this is a text message. I want to jump on the Texans bandwagon. Where did you get that hoodie from? If you're watching on the YouTube page, the hoodie I'm wearing right now came from the team. They gave us these. But the one that I was wearing where the woman in the elevator in my building asked me very disdainfully if I was a bandwagon fan, I got on the Texans website. It's a really nice one. Red sleeves, blue. The rest of it's blue. It's really nice. It says Texans down the sleeve. It's cool.
There's what's the font on that sweatshirt that you're wearing right now?
The H, you mean?
Yeah,
it's like a Gaelic or a Gothic,
some kind of Gothic or Gaelic or whatever. Yeah. I want to find that font.
I bet you could ask the Texans marketing people will be able to tell you. If you're truly looking for an answer. Yeah. Okay. No,
I never gave a damn about font until these past 10 years or so. Now all of a sudden we live in a world where font matters.
Dude.
It's we're all these little graphic design expert wannabes.
Font conveys mood. It does. Yeah. So Pendy, this is a text. So Pendy, you've only been a fan for the bad years. You keep mentioning the last 3 years. No. I've been a fan the whole time, but I think we can all admit the last 3 years have been the 3 years that truly test your fanhood of this team.
That was the test, right?
Right.
That's like saying, to come out now and say you're a fan because you're a fan since 2002, but maybe you abandoned them 3 years ago. That'd be like on your sex just trying to lump all the years you were off. You get divorced and remarry the same person. Let's say you get married in 2002, then you get divorced in 2019, right? And then you get remarried in 2023. Yep. Do you all of a sudden claim that you've been married for 21 years? I don't think so. No. Do you?
Nope.
Maybe you do.
Yeah. Maybe some people.
Now, if you do, that's the kind of fraudulent behavior that's going to lead to your second divorce.
That's right.
I'll tell you that much.
I am adding Pendy to my note on my phone of the things that annoy me.
Oh, yeah. Why have we not gone over your list of things?
We can go over later in the show. Yeah, okay. I've got a long list of things. I keep a list on my – I started doing this like a month ago, a list of things that annoy me on my phone. I'm adding Pendy. Don't ever call me Pendy, all right? You just made the list, buddy, all right? It's 8 o'clock.
So many Pendy texts.
Dude, it's a lock. It's like when I tell people I hate meh, M-E-H, meh. I get meh all the time after that. But anyways, 8 o'clock. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Let's get to the 8 at 8. The 8 stories to get your day going.
Wilson to throw. He's got time. Over the middle he goes and intercepted at the 30-yard line. Derek Stingley picks it off. My goodness, his second of the game. He does it again.
Derek Stingley Jr. is your AFC Defensive Player of the Week. He wins that's his first bit of hardware he's won as a player. 2 interceptions against the Broncos on Sunday did the trick. Here is DeMeco Ryans yesterday on Derek Stingley Jr.'s development.
First interaction with him is all positive, right? You know, he was battling back from injury, but seeing a young man who was here every day in the offseason, working for this moment, and it shows. It's showing up now. He put the work in the offseason when not too many other people were around, like Stingley was here grinding, and that work is showing up. So really encouraged and pleased with Stingley and just the work that he's put in, and to see it all come to fruition, it's really cool to see him work. Now he's getting the attention, right? He's making some plays. He's always had that in him, right? So I'm just happy to see him, right, make those plays, and for other people to see that he is, right, a top corner in this league. He's done a good job consistently since he's been out there for us. So happy for Stingley.
Are we allowing Derek Stingley on as a bandwagon player? One of these guys that just comes along and all of a sudden decides to start playing well. Where was he during the Vernon Hargreaves years? Huh? Like what? You know, you're just going to come in all of a sudden like, oh, it's going to be me, you, and Vernon Hargreaves? Like, no, thank you, sir.
Old Verno.
Oh, you think you can be Terrence Brooks? All right, fine.
Seth, that's good recall right there. That is a nightmare trip down memory lane at the cornerback position. Old Verno Hargreaves survived like 3 different coaching changes with the Texans too, and didn't play well for any of them, and yet was still here for the whole time. It was crazy.
I'm not going to sit here and let Derek Stingley act like Lonnie Johnson never lived, never thrived on this team.
Dude, if this is the Stingley we're getting, if he can stay healthy, this is a major secondary, man.
The other thing too is he's got great ball skills.
Mm-hmm.
His ability to play zone, it sounds stupid, right? Like, oh wait, yeah, that's why. Yeah, his ability to play zone is what's going to make him special. Honestly, like his ability to play man helps the defense out a lot, obviously. And the more they can use that and exploit that moving forward, hopefully it can mean really good things for the defense. But the opportunistic side of it, his ability to pick people off, even after he gets identified as a guy you want to stay away from, those come in zone defense, like on his second interception in this last game. And I think he's shown that he's worked at it. Like he's got a much more fluid understanding of where he fits in the defense now than he did before. And yeah, the biggest thing by far is just his health.
Yep.
His health, and saying he's got good ball skills. He can contort his body in ways that other defensive backs can't. So it's really cool to see. He's just, knock on wood, got to stay healthy.
Got to stay healthy. 2. Speaking of health, injury news with the Texans. Dalton Schultz practiced yesterday. He was limited. Of course, missed the last game with a hamstring injury. No Tank Dell because of the broken leg. He goes on injury reserve. The reason I bring that up is because getting Dalton Schultz back would be one more weapon the Texans can have. They're going to have to find different ways to kind of skin the cat here without Tank Dell, Seth. And maybe with Brevin Jordan showing a little something in the passing game. We know that there's still work to be done with his blocking, but at least showing a little bit of explosiveness this past weekend in the passing game.
Yeah.
Maybe some 2 tight end sets with Dalton Schultz and Brevin Jordan can be a different way to attack defenses that they see.
2 tight end sets and the return of Kiki QT. That's my.
Is Kiki still around? Do we know?
I don't know. I saw him somewhere.
He was with the Saints in the preseason. I know that.
Like obviously, you can't trade for anybody at this point. But I do not listen. As somebody that's stumped for Kiki QT repeatedly, only for each time to be rewarded with a Kiki QT fumble in a crucial moment. No, thank you.
Yeah,
no, or a drop or what have you. No.
Hey,
I think we might see a little bit more of both a 2-headed monster at tight end for the Texans.
We've not seen anything on Kaimi Fairbairn.
Hansen.
No. Okay. No. Kaimi Fairbairn yet. The expectation, I think, was that Kaimi was going to be back this week. I'm looking on the Texans website. He's still listed on injured reserve.
Yeah, he wasn't on the injury report yesterday as having practiced or
right,
non-existent or anything.
So might we be getting a Matt Amendola game again this week? And if so, it's going to be in windy, rainy conditions. Now maybe the wind, Seth. Maybe the wind blows his very narrow field goal makes and misses to the middle. maybe the wind helps him a little bit if it's blowing in the right direction.
That's
Who knows?
True. Special teams a low-key secret battle here where, Brant Boyer is the special teams coordinator, former teammate of mine, who's been with the Jets through 3 different head coaches
Multiple coaches, yes.
He's kind of like Frank Ross.
Yeah.
Like a new coach comes in and says, oh, wow, we got something good going on here.
Yeah.
We're going to keep him. So I don't know. Like normally I would say why the hell would they chip with a kicker? He either is or he isn't. But I don't know. Maybe they respect Brant Boyer enough that they're kind of like, all right, we don't want Brant to have any more information than he needs. Let's hold Kaimi until the very last moment, and we'll bring him back.
I'd like him
we can elevate him.
I'd like him to practice, though. I would like him to practice kicks. And I mean, I guess he can do that in the bubble by himself or whatever. But
the whole process of it and all that.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
3.
All right, let's get to the Texans and the Jets. That is the matchup this week, and DeMeco Ryans met with the media yesterday. And Zach Wilson is going to start for the Jets in this game at quarterback. Here's DeMeco Ryans on what Zach Wilson does well.
Yeah, with Zach, what jumps off to me is his athleticism, right, and his ability, right, to improvise when things aren't there. Right, he does a good job of moving around in the pocket, and he's a very athletic quarterback. So we have to be aware of his athleticism, him being able to move, and we have to be able to make plays on him, right? But overall, not really about the quarterback or who's at the quarterback, but more so this week is just all about us and us being honed in on our assignments, our fundamentals, and playing as best as we can play.
That's the thing that worries me, too, about Zach Wilson. I'm not overall worried about Zach Wilson. I'm really not. Seth, you've gone through the numbers today with Zach Wilson. There's very little to worry about in terms of history with Zach Wilson. I am worried that especially if it's a sloppy game and it's tough for the Texans to score, especially against a good defense, I am worried about if this is a game that comes down to, hey, the quarterback for the Jets just needs to make 2 or 3 plays to win this thing because it's such a defensive slugfest, that Zach Wilson can make those plays with his legs. Like he can go kind of like Russell times past weekend. Like the Texans a couple of times, not on 3rd down, but on those 4th downs, they had Russell Wilson kind of dead to rights, and he was able to go get a first down when the play broke down. So I'm worried about that with Zach Wilson this weekend.
Yeah, I think I'd certainly by no means would I think that they're going to go in there without respect for Zach Wilson. I think that his ability to hurt the offense is much greater than his ability to help the offense.
Agreed.
In this Texans defense, like if they're on their P's and Q's, I'm going to be upset if they allow Zach Wilson to look anything other than a huge disappointment.
Inept.
Because they're capable of doing that. So one thing that CJ talked about yesterday was playing 4 quarters of football. And the Texans they haven't done a great job of playing 4 quarters of complementary football. The defense in particular has had these 4th quarter letdowns at times. CJ has had some moments here in the last 5 games where at times he's made bad decisions in the 4th quarter. Yeah. It's just I don't even care about the 4 quarters. I care about really, really nailing the 4th quarter.
Yeah.
I care about squelch it in the 4th quarter. Don't let that other team see the light of day. That's what I want to see on Sunday is a 4th quarter that's brilliant on both sides.
Yeah, and that's where not being able to run the football is just a killer. What you're talking about, Seth, in a way, is lining up and running the football when they know you're going to run the football, like San Francisco can do, and the Texans they can't do that. So maybe the weekend. You never know.
4.
Rockets, they win last night. Why did they win? Because they're at home, of course. They're 9-1 at home now. 9-9 overall. They're 0-8 on the road, 9-1 at home. Hey, maybe this is just the progression of a young team. I'm glad they're 500 overall. 110-101 last night over an Oklahoma City Thunder team that's been good this year so far. Oklahoma City, by record, is one of the better teams in the Western Conference right now. They had their full complement of guys last night. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was out there. Chet Holmgren was out there. Rockets beat them, and they were kind of carried this game the whole way last night. Aaron Holiday scored a season-high 22 points off the bench. 6 3-pointers were part of that, and he added 6 rebounds. Şengün just doing what Şengün does. Boy, I hope Alpi makes the All-Star team this year. That would be fun. He's getting a lot of that sort of CJ Stroudish attention in the NBA ecosystem, Seth. Like a lot of the national shows and the podcasts are big Alperen Şengün fans.
I'm so happy.
Yeah, you should be. You should be. Yeah, 21, 6, and 7 last night.
Alvin Thompson played in the G League also.
Did he ever?
29-point triple-double. So it's between Holiday coming off the bench, Thompson going to have a triple-double in the G League.
Yeah, man.
The Rockets never losing again at home.
Yeah.
There's a lot of reasons to get super excited about the Rockets right now.
Absolutely.
If you're somebody that doesn't typically pay attention to the NBA until Christmas time, why don't you just jump on the bandwagon a little bit earlier this year?
We have enough bandwagon. We can't. Do we have to drive multiple? We're going to start a bandwagon company. We're going to drive them around town, allowing people on Texans, whatever.
5.
Yankees, no bandwagon there. We hate the Yankees here. They made a trade yesterday, a big one, for Juan Soto, outfielder, San Diego Padres. Prior to that, Washington Nationals. Early on in his Nationals career, we were reminded 7 times a game during the World Series in 2019 that he was only 21 years old. Remember that? That was the big thing during the World Series. Juan
Is he
Soto,
like 22 now?
he's older than 21.
I'm not sure how this works.
Yeah. He's very good at baseball. I know that. And he's now a New York Yankee. The Yankees trade 7 players for Juan Soto yesterday. I think that was the same number or close to it that the Padres traded to get Juan Soto from Washington. It's a cost-cutting move for the Padres. They've got a lot of very expensive long-term contracts. There's been rumblings of some financial issues with the team. It's not a big market. Juan Soto's set to make probably $30 million this year. It's his last year of arbitration eligibility, and then he's set to go to free agency. So they decided to punt with a year left, Seth. The Padres did, and now Juan Soto joins the New York Yankees, which means we'll see him a handful of times this year.
I don't know how much this has moved the odds yet. If I'm looking at a non-updated version of it, but right now they're 6th favorite, tied with the Blue Jays to win the World Series.
I've got that information. It's in the article here about the Juan Soto
7th
trade.
favorite, excuse me.
Okay, they were prior to. I don't know where they stacked up in this article. They were 15-1 before the trade.
Yeah.
They're now 8.5-1.
Oh, that'll bump them right up with the Astros.
Yeah.
Within striking distance. They haven't accounted yet for the fact that Aaron Boone will figure out a way to ruin it.
Thank you.
So yeah, not to mention I don't know how long after he gets there they decide to give him steroids or not. But a forthcoming suspension, I would imagine, injuries here and there, and aging. If Aaron Judge decides to play or not this year, we'll see.
Yep.
Yeah, good luck to you in New York Yankees in making the playoffs this year.
6.
While the Yankees are trading for Soto, Dana Brown did some stuff. He traded for relief pitcher Dylan Coleman from the Kansas City Royals yesterday. Traded him for some 19-year-old prospect that the Astros have at their Florida instructional complex.
I saw that the biased media didn't want to cover this as hard as the Juan Soto
You're
stuff.
right.
Yeah.
It is, yeah. The Juan Soto thing might not even be real.
Thank God, by the way, this kid had an 8.8 ERA last year.
Well, he was good in 2022.
He was awesome.
I
saw the 2022 stats.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah.
Oh, wait.
You go, Dana. You go, Dana.
That was 2 years ago. In 2022, this Coleman guy was pretty good. He had a 2.78 ERA in 68 appearances. Hey, look, we know they're going to need relief arms because it looks like Philip Maton, Hector Neris, who am I missing? One other, are not going to be back with this team next season. So they get Dylan Coleman in here, and I'm with you. Yeah, his ERA was not. It was
8.84.
Yeah.
Sorry for the inaccuracy.
That was when he was in MLB. When he spent a lot of time in AAA as well last year.
I don't know what his ERA was in AAA.
Oh, man.
Hopefully better than 8.8.
Dana's staying busy at the winter meetings.
7.
Let's shift gears over to the Jacksonville Jaguars for a moment. This was a story yesterday. The Jacksonville Jaguars, they had to cut loose an employee, a former Jacksonville Jaguars financial employee, accused of stealing more than $22 million from the franchise.
$22 million.
Over a 4-year period. That is not how you fly under the radar, okay?
My God.
The U.S. Attorney's Office charged Amit Patel with wire fraud and illegal monetary transaction, alleging that Patel, who held various titles during his time with the Jags, most recently manager, financial planning and analysis, used his position as the sole overseer of the franchise's VCC program to fund lavish personal purchases and cover up his theft.
Took it to the limit.
Did he ever?
All right. He so he stole over $22 million, allegedly, used some of that money for purchases that included a condominium in Ponte Vedra Beach, a Tesla Model 3 sedan, cryptocurrency, chartering private jets, luxury hotel stays, a country club membership, and luxury wristwatches.
Dude.
And I was in Miami with my new beach house. Well, it was a couple minutes from
Dude.
the beach.
Dude, okay, this Amit Patel guy has never seen the movie Goodfellas. If you remember in Goodfellas, after the crew, the mob crew that, the polycystic...
The
Lufthansa heist. After they pulled off the Lufthansa heist, it was millions of dollars. It was during the holiday season, and they were having a Christmas party, the gang was, at some bar, and in walks a couple of the mobsters with their wives.
Yeah.
One of the wives is wearing a huge mink coat. The other one drove in a pink Cadillac.
Yeah.
And Robert
They were supposed to keep it inconspicuous.
Lay low, man. Jimmy Conway, Robert De Niro's character, literally rips the fur coat off of the woman and throws it in the garbage and says, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you making a spectacle of yourself?" Amit Patel needed to have watched Goodfellas, because I'm guessing he's some middle manager, like financial guy in the analytics office, and he's flying private everywhere. And he's got a condo on the beach, and he's got wristwatches that probably look like Flavor Flav's clock hanging around his neck.
Yeah. I wonder. Hopefully he wasn't in cahoots with somebody else, like organized crime, because then he will get offed at some point.
Yes.
Just like the Lufthansa heist people.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert.
Didn't end
all these people that weren't so discreet, and some of the ones who were discreet, start showing up in meat lockers.
Yep. Garbage cans, dumpsters, and everything else.
But with a very good musical background of, what was the bet on
It was
that
the end bed of Layla. It was by Derek and the Dominoes.
That's right,
it's the
Layla.
best piece of music of all time. No words, just piano and guitar, and it's incredible. And it is a perfect backdrop for that.
I tell you what, if I ever get off, I hope that I end up as some kind of a montage set to Layla.
I'm gonna walk over to your dead body if you get off, Seth, and I'm gonna hit the play button on my iPhone and just play the end of Layla by Derek and the Dominoes.
That's what I want at my funeral. Sean, start playing that Hawaiian song, the version of Somewhere Over the Rainbow. Just as they get into the beautiful part where people start crying, record scratch, Layla. Yeah.
Right,
and then a video montage of my most badass moments in life.
I love it.
Yeah.
All right, last one. As we're mentioning the Jags, I'm very proud of the 73% of you that voted in my Twitter poll as to who to root for this weekend in the Jags versus the Browns. Again, these two teams play each other. There's no bad outcome for the Texans, depending on who wins. If the Browns win, the Texans, if they take care of business, are closer. They're tied with the Jags in the division record-wise. If the Jags win, then that damages one of the wild card contenders and makes your draft pick from the Browns better. So there's no bad scenario. But clearly the winning scenario, if you have a winning mindset, is to root for the Browns so the Texans can still chase the division in a home playoff game.
Yeah. Maybe if you're some bandwagon fan, we can explain that to you.
Right.
But
good call, Seth.
We're not just here rooting for, we should root for Cleveland because there's a Cleveland, Texas.
Yeah.
No, you're doing it for division purposes.
Absolutely.
Okay?
72% of you said that. The people that are saying root for the Jags, because I didn't even expect to be here. I just want to make the playoffs. I want our draft pick to be 5 slots better. Losing mentality.
Want everybody to be happy. Yeah.
Losing mentality. So I say all that to say I'm proud of the 72% of the 2,200 people that voted in this poll on Twitter. Good job. All right, top 8 stories to get you ready for the day. The first time I have felt sorry for an opposing head coach going against the Texans happened yesterday. We'll let you hear it next. But first, Men's Tea Clinic. 5 locations here in Houston. And I went to the Men's Tea Clinic. We're coming up on 4 years. It'll be
October 10th. See StoreRadio610 for details.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Thursday. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. We'll get to Robert Saleh in just a little bit here, in a minute or so. Text flowing in here. Plenty of you calling me Pendy. We'll get to that.
Pendy. Pender ass.
How does Seth know about Cleveland, Texas? I'll let you answer that, but I will just say, like, if you drive up 59 at any point, any more than like an hour or two outside of Houston, you go right through it, right?
Yeah.
If you've ever
when I drive north, I go up through 59 quite a bit.
Yep.
So
that's right. Where
also, of course, I mean, there's the Cleveland Historical Museum that I go to quite frequently.
Yep.
When I'm in Cleveland.
Always.
La Costa Seafood and Bar.
These are all just off the top of your head, right? Right?
Yes,
yeah,
yes,
right.
100%.
Yeah,
off the top of my head.
Yeah.
I haven't. No, Cleveland is one of those places where I'm like, I should spend a little time in Cleveland, Texas, get to know the people.
Okay. I'll let you go do that. We're not going to make this a show remote or anything. I promise you that.
There's a railroad museum.
Oh, okay. Well, now I'm sold. I take it all back. Shotgun. Yeah.
Well, yeah. There's you know what though? There is a lake there near Livingston. That's right. There's that lake. I actually, you know what I'm talking about? That's on the way up to that Livingston Lake field there. Yeah,
Lake Livingston's nice. Yeah, a lot of Houstonians go there. It's like that's like a soft retirement place for a lot of Houstonians. Like we're not moving to Florida, but we're going to move up to Lake Livingston. I think so. I know a few people that have retired up to Lake Livingston. Absolutely.
There's Wood Duck Farms in Cleveland.
Okay.
I don't know. It looks like a place you could pick your own strawberries. Let's do that. Let's you and me go up and pick strawberries.
That is some good Cleveland content right there.
Sometime soon.
Can we root for an almost win for both teams, Jacksonville and Cleveland? Sir, I think what you mean is a
semi-win.
Semi-win, not an almost win, a semi-win.
Semi-win.
Can we root for a tie between the two? You can, but I don't want to do the permutations that involve a tie. I hate ties. The NFL needs to get rid of ties, okay? They can do a field goal kicking. They can do a pie eating contest to decide these games. Get rid of ties. Period. End of subject. That's where college has it over the NFL.
It's part of it is it's that damn. Okay, Bill Polian.
Bill Polian and the safety. No, I get it. That's what I'm saying. Decide it was something safe then.
I still don't understand that. Like they went so far out of their way to make these accommodations for Bill Polian in his late years that didn't make any sense at all. I felt like Bill Polian still had something on Roger Goodell.
Yeah.
Like it's something. Like it was like he was tapping a dossier when he made these suggestions that Robert Goodell would abide by.
Yep. Let's get to Robert Saleh on the decision to start Zach Wilson. This exchange with the media yesterday was a tough one for Robert Saleh. This is probably the closest he's felt to getting interrogated or cross-examined in a court of law by the New York media.
The biggest thing for Zach, just let the thing rip. Trust in your ability, trust in your teammates, trust in your arm talent, and trust what you see and just let it fly. He's got undeniable talent, arm talent, undeniable athleticism, and when he plays with that effort mentality, if you will, he's pretty good.
Zach went from the starter to the third quarterback, and now you say he gives you the best chance to win. Like, how did you get to this point within the last 2 weeks?
I've always believed he was the best quarterback in terms of giving us a chance to win. Tim and Trevor trying to spark the offense and all that, and those two are very talented quarterbacks. Don't get me wrong, but in my opinion, Zach gives us the best chance to win.
And why did you always thought he gave you guys the best chance to win?
For sure.
Then why do you bench him?
Well, when things aren't going good, obviously we haven't been scoring, trying anything to get the offense going, and we've tried everything, and so we're just settling in now and just see what we can get done.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't like with Robert Saleh. Okay. Obviously he gets caught. He gets caught in a lie. He's been trying to say nice things diplomatically about Zach Wilson for 3 years now. And having really zero to do with selecting Zach Wilson, this is the quarterback he's been stuck with. You could blame him for hiring Mike LaFleur, perhaps, as the first offensive coordinator, if that was even part of the issue. I mean, I like that. I'm not suggesting that Zach Wilson is salvageable by any coordinator, but now he's got Nathaniel Hackett, basically who was hand-selected or at least put there as a way to entice Aaron Rodgers. Like, there's no correct answer Robert Saleh can give for a lot of this stuff.
No.
So moving forward, Sean, if I ever dupe some owner into hiring me as a head coach
right.
with zero coaching experience, which feels more and more achievable every day, I think that the key is to not give in trying to say nice things about people, be sure you're not just flat out lying. Like, I think that he may have thought Zach Wilson was the best quarterback on the roster at any of those given times, but he didn't believe that he was the best chance to win if he's looking for a spark elsewhere. He was looking for a spark in one of those other guys. So that's all you have to say is, I was looking for a spark with one of these other guys. It just wasn't working with the current scenario. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Like, there's not that much. It's not rocket science. There wasn't a calculation that we did to determine that this team needs to do something differently.
Yeah, I mean, like I think he's being truthful. Like, I think even when he went to Tim Boyle, he thought Zach Wilson gave them the best chance to win, but there's only so many things you have available to you. I think he thinks Zach Wilson is better than Tim Boyle. It's a
matter of phrasing it. Like, it's saying, I think he's the best quarterback is different than saying the best chance to win. Fair. If he gives you the best chance to win, then by all means, keep playing him. But whatever. It's all this stuff where Saleh, because of a lot of things beyond his control, has been backed into this corner where he has to answer for Joe Douglas, the GM, or Woody Johnson, the owner, or Zach Wilson, the little doof that can't play quarterback. He's not going to have any right answers, all right, New York media?
Or Nathaniel Hackett, the OC, that, as you pointed out, is of Aaron Rodgers. Speaking of which, we know Aaron Rodgers had his hit on Pat McAfee earlier this week on Tuesday, and he had some things to say about the Jets organization and clearly the leaks that got to Diana Rossini about Zach Wilson not wanting to go back and be the starting quarterback and all those things. Rodgers did attribute a lot of that on the McAfee show to flaws in the Jets culture. He was throwing shade at the organization. Robert Saleh was asked about Aaron Rodgers and all the things he was saying this week.
Aaron was pretty outspoken yesterday during his TV deal about the culture and chicken leaks and all that. I'm sure you're well aware of it. What is your reaction to that when a player essentially attacks the organization that way?
I don't think it's an attack on the organization, but I always appreciate Aaron's thoughts and comments.
What's your take on that, though, then? The leaks and, like, not necessarily Aaron saying it, but what do you feel about the leaks?
We'll handle all that stuff internally, but like I said, it's, everyone's going to have their thoughts. But those are things we'll handle internally.
Do you think it's a problem?
No, not at all.
Yeah, like Rodgers has done this thing all year long where he tries to criticize people who would bring drama to the organization by bringing even more drama to the situation. Dude. That's the annoying thing about Rodgers, is just his sheer lack of self-awareness about how this is tough though too. It's the saying that you see these days is like when people don't realize they're not the main character. You see this like, oh, he in character. Like these people that are just a little out of touch. The problem with somebody like Rodgers is that he is actually the main character, and yet almost is unaware of the fact that in being the main character, you got to be extra careful in exactly how you talk about things. He's not helping anything with any of the stuff he says about the Jets. And now he's doing it from a point where he's really standing on the outside looking in and wanting to waft in every now and then for a photo op. And it's not making anything better.
No, I think Saleh's getting the full Aaron Rodgers experience now. I mean, maybe even worse than the full Aaron Rodgers experience in Green Bay, because he's not getting the benefit of Aaron Rodgers being good at football. He's getting Aaron Rodgers being, I think, somewhat of a distraction with all the tossing it on the sidelines before games, drawing attention to that. I truly believe that the reason they didn't go out and get a better solution to Zach Wilson than Tim Boyle and Trevor Siemian when it might have been out there, like a veteran guy, is because Aaron Rodgers was still intimating that he might come back. Now all this talking on the McAfee show. We had a listener Tim tweeted us yesterday, Seth, with an awesome conspiracy theory. After Aaron Rodgers went on the McAfee show and just talked about how horrible the people are that were disseminating the Zach Wilson news and then reporting the Zach Wilson news about the reluctance and everything that made Zach Wilson look awful, made him look like a quitter. Aaron Rodgers called a chicken bleep. Tim tweeted this at us. It'll eventually surface the anonymous source of the Wilson quitting rumors, Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
That would be awesome. The mole, Aaron Rodgers.
I wonder if Rodgers has enough close friends now that are. I think this is one thing that maybe Rodgers doesn't. I don't know if he fully realizes or grasps that McAfee is now mainstream media.
Yeah.
McAfee he works for ESPN. Yep. You're not part of the counterculture anymore, man. This whole fantasy of being a multi-millionaire who yet somehow is an earthy hippie who does things on his own. No, dude, you're part of the machine, man. You're ESPN. There is no hey, you're not part of all this. You are the machine. You are big media.
Dude, you know how you know that? People are starting to not like Pat McAfee.
Are they not?
Yeah,
really?
yeah, there are people. Yeah,
he's big media.
Yeah. Well, he's just getting a little more scrutinized. Peers in the industry are talking about criticizing. I saw a Dan Le Batard cut that came across my. Dan Le Batard criticizes everybody.
Well, Le Batard's always sour grapes.
He is, but now McAfee's on his radar, He's on his sour grapes radar.
Le Batard is the classic, Bill Simmons type that, they're so adamant that they don't need ESPN, and then they get outside and they realize, oh, I guess I wasn't as famous as I thought I was before.
Yeah.
And then they get very, very bitter about it.
Yep.
I don't care about her anyway. I don't know. I'll tell you what. I don't care what she does. I sit outside her room. I sit outside her apartment every night and watch her, and she's not happy. Yeah, that's Simmons and Le Batard.
Yep. Heartfelt tributes for player yesterday. We'll have that for you next. Also, a quick reminder, the biggest annual college football event returns to primetime, NRG Stadium, December the 27th. Texas A&M Aggies, Oklahoma State Cowboys. You can get your tickets right now for the Tax Act Texas Bowl at taxacttexasbowl.com. You got the Carbach kickoff concert presented by HEB the day before. Carbach Love Street Tex Fest outside the stadium the day of the game. The game is on December the 27th, and you can get there by getting your tickets at taxacttexasbowl.com.
Mokaram Law.
new roads.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, man, I wonder what Victor Caratini, the new backup catcher for the Astros, is walking into here. Based on the response on social media from some of the current Astros, you would think Martin Maldonado passed away or something like that when they signed Caratini, man. A lot of emotion out there for these Astros.
Yeah, they love him, man.
They love Martin.
They haven't necessarily been subjected to the onslaught of propaganda from bloggers and tweeters that have driven Dusty Baker, who somehow was way too online
at age 75
in his 70s to apparently handle the very unique situation of a Houston city where bloggers and tweeters are actively tweeting about their team.
Yep.
Yeah. It's if only he could have been in one of these other American cities where social media isn't quite so active.
Correct.
Yeah. That's all he needed was a place like New York where they treat their managers gently and delicately and with nothing but respect.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. So Martin Maldonado, the writing was already on the wall, I think, kind of, with Dana Brown coming in as the GM, and immediately one of the first things he did was install Yainer Diaz as his starting catcher. Like he did, literally, like first week of November, like, yep, Yainer's going to start. So Martin would have been in a backup position anyways.
Yeah, and it wasn't even an announcement. It was just kind of a matter-of-fact discussion about it.
Yeah.
Of course Yainer's going to be the guy.
Correct. So it was already going to be a diminished role if Martin Maldonado came back, but then the Astros signed Victor Caratini, who's kind of a journeyman backup catcher. For him in 8 years, they signed him to a 2-year, $12 million deal. So there's no more room for Martin Maldonado. So Martin Maldonado's teammates, who love him, flooded Instagram with messages of appreciation for the 37-year-old veteran. Let's read a few of these messages. Cue up the band, Ben. Astros third baseman Alex Bregman posted on his Instagram story, "Leader, made everyone around him better. Thank you at Machete Maldonado."
Mm-hmm.
Yainer Diaz, the very Yainer Diaz that we just spoke of, who stole Martin Maldonado's job. He posted this in Spanish. Quote, "A pleasure and honor to have shared the clubhouse and ideas with you. Blessings." End quote. They shared ideas with each other, Seth, presumably on the vocation of catching. They shared ideas. Brian Abreu posted a message in Spanish on Instagram, writing, quote, "Thank you, boss. Much success. Blessings." A lot of blessings going around.
I get the sense are you surprised by this though? Are they like Maldonado did a lot of good things for the team?
I'm just trying to appropriately recognize the recognition of Maldonado.
All right. I honestly didn't expect necessarily the level of sarcasm for all of that. They're saying like nice things about a guy that's been part of a championship run and a really good
It's
team.
emotional to watch him go, and I'm emoting through their emoting is all I'm doing.
Okay. All right.
Astros utility Dubon posted in Spanish as well, thanking Maldonado, quote, "for all the advice," end quote.
Yeah.
I would love to get advice from Martin Maldonado. I like Martin Maldonado a lot.
It's been honestly, if it had been handled differently, I think if Yainer Diaz had had a chance to really grow and thrive this year, I think Maldonado seemed ready, and the reports were that he would have been fine with taking a backup role this year in the offseason. Yeah, I think that things might have been different. I think Maldonado, for one, just as a guy at his age, catching as often as he had to do, was part of the problem. You probably would have gotten a much better version of Maldonado out of this year. But yeah, I think Astros fans got tired of being delivered this narrative that somehow there's no escaping the fact that Martin Maldonado calls such a great game that you're basically lost, that somehow Verlander was going to fall apart and be a wisp of a shell of what he is right now if he doesn't have his preferred catcher. Like, that's the part of it that just people got sick and tired of. It's unfortunate that Maldonado got kind of lumped into the feelings about that entire situation.
Last one. There are several. I'm not going to read all of them. The last one I found interesting in his Instagram story. Maldonado added a post Wednesday morning from Puerto Rico radio personality El Coyote, the show, that could be seen as related. The post read in Spanish, quote, "You know your worth, go and get what you deserve." Maldonado added, "Amen," to the post.
He'll probably get a good contract somewhere this year. Will it come back to bite the Astros? You know, what with his 143 batting average during the playoffs this offseason.
Dude, can you imagine if they face Maldonado in the playoffs and he gets a big hit in a game? Twitter's going to melt if that happens.
You know, it is. One thing Espada brought up is just having to do better dealing with the pitch clock this year as pitchers holding guys on base. The base running errors need to stop. Espada kind of delivered a message of back to basics in a lot of respects, getting the fundamentals more sound. The one thing about Maldonado that is really interesting is, in the era of the pitch clock, when pitchers don't have time to sit up there and deliberate over exactly which pitch you want to accept or, from the catcher, it's a big deal. And Yiner's not going to be as good at that part of it. It'll be hopefully he's a quick study, and that also just can make up for a lot of things offensively.
Yeah, you mentioned Espada. Brian McTaggart had some interesting stuff from Espada in his newsletter that he does, and I know you saw this. The hiring of Omar Lopez as the bench coach is very interesting. The issue of trust on the staff. Here was the quote from Espada. "I had some conversations with Dana Brown, and Omar Lopez, who, by the way, had been the first base coach for the last several, been on the staff together. And Omar Lopez was reportedly a candidate for the managerial position that eventually went to Espada. He was in the mix, but it went to Espada. Espada says, Omar obviously was on the top of my list to be bench coach. Just the incredible human that he is, his knowledge of the game, the way he's managed every player in that clubhouse. I think it was an easy choice when we came down with who are we going to name to be the bench coach. I need someone who I can trust, and I trust Omar."
Yeah.
Which is interesting coming from the former bench coach who's now the manager to me a little bit.
Yeah. I guess I had read this right after reading this story about the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah.
And the reason the trust part hit me was just that one of the problems apparently in Carolina is that Reich had this huge staff of a lot of guys that he didn't necessarily know all that well. And it seemed like there was a whole lot of all of a sudden tattletale going on and back channel conversations that Reich couldn't trust guys. So I thought it was notable just in that it is something you do have to be concerned about with Espada, that he wants guys around who he can trust. You don't want to end up with one of those situations. I don't know. I guess as far as reading into it anything more than that, I don't know. What do you mean? It might be that maybe he and Dusty didn't trust each other.
I think it's interesting. Yeah, I think look. A lot's been made about how Espada's hiring is going to be sort of a back to the future thing with the Astros. That they're going to lean on the analytics more. It's going to look a little more like the Luno era Astros. Feel a little bit more that way. I think that Espada may adhere to some of the credos of a more analytical approach than the Astros were using under Dusty, where at times, even you said yesterday, Seth, at times, it felt like some of the lineups were made out of spite to the media.
Well, it did, honestly. The fact that Chandler, he openly had issues with Chandler Rome, the writer for The Athletic at times. Yep. But he also, the fact that he cited criticism from bloggers and or social media as one of the reasons he retired, it does make more sense that, man, this is a guy who's operating like somebody who's online too much. That there was almost like a stubborn insistence on putting Maldonado out there at times and not giving Yiner a chance, or in withholding Chas McCormick for whatever reason. Just I could totally see him operating that way.
Yeah.
It's the problem you get. This is the problem with when old school meets new school. If you're going to be online in modern times, you better be like one of these psychotic Gen Z types that almost genuinely is immune to the criticism, or if anything, embraces it and loves it. But you can't be an old school guy where if, hey, you insult me to my face, we're going to fight. because that doesn't work anymore. The old, like, it used to be, if somebody insulted your mother, then you would challenge them to a duel and you'd go fight to the death over it. Nowadays, if somebody insults your mother and you show any reaction to it at all, you go, oh, you mad? Oh, you sensitive? Like, so Dusty is stuck in this world. He's got old school sentiments, and yet he's online consuming all this stuff. And yeah, I think he did. I think he was making decisions. He was in that worst place you can be, where you let your online world start to seep too much into your real world decisions.
No, your original point's a really good one, though. That I'm thinking about it, like Espada, as a first time manager, especially needing to make sure he's got his guys with him. And it's. Boy, it was so janky with the Panthers because football is just so much more system-oriented. Like that, you're bringing in you got a rookie quarterback and you're bringing in all these various systems and personalities that never worked with each other. It's already set up to fail from a backstabbing standpoint, and then you add in the system jankiness of the whole thing. It's a good point about Espada and the staff with the Astros. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Let's circle back to the matchup, Jets and the Texans. The three biggest issues the Texans have going into this game, DeMeco Ryans addressed all three of them yesterday. You'll hear from the Texans head coach next.
You've got concerns yourself this holiday.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I Payne and Pendergast with you. If I've got concerns about the game this weekend, or at least storylines that are concerning, Jets defense, Texans running game, weather. DeMeco Ryans addressed all three of those things yesterday. Let's start with the Jets defensively. What type of challenge does the Jets secondary present for C.J. Stroud?
Yeah, the challenges with their secondary is they're going to be exactly where they're supposed to be. They play smart, right? They know where they're supposed to be, and there's not many mistakes. And that's the thing that shows over them. Everything that we get offensively, we're going to have to earn it. It's going to be a grind. It's going to be a grimy game. It's going to be, nasty weather. It's going to be a physical battle. It's going to be a grimy game for both sides, right? Everything that anybody gets in this game is going to be earned.
Texans they haven't played a game like this one's going to be this year yet. Outside against sort of a mirror image of what's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I think the battle between Robert Saleh and DeMeco Ryans, where both of those guys probably has a pretty good feel of how the other one operates, how the other one's going to approach the game. They've both said that you don't want to overthink that part of it. And I think that's true. I mean, both DeMeco and Robert Saleh have a defensive philosophy of let's not make it more complex than it needs to be. So, let's go out and execute. So I don't think there's necessarily going to be a bunch of huge surprises on either side. Now, the difference is that DeMeco will be game planning against one Zach Wilson, where Robert Saleh is game planning against one C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
I feel like one guy has the upper hand. The other side of it too, Sean, if I were to go to the whole, which guy knows which guy better, like with Bill Belichick, you always feel like Belichick had the upper hand in his former proteges. You feel like, these guys are going to overthink it. It's the classic, he knows that I know that he knows that I know. That seems to work against former Bill Belichick proteges. Like, they overthink it. I don't think DeMeco is a guy, DeMeco talked on the coach's show, about specifically being aware of that, of not overthinking it. I know he knows what the challenge is there. And I think, if anything, he might have a little bit of an advantage because he operated under Saleh and watched Saleh, and now has been able to watch Saleh from afar for a couple of years, where Saleh doesn't have that much experience with DeMeco as a coordinator.
Saleh's been a little busy the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Trying to get janked.
Yeah. The other side of it, too, is that, man, I think the advantage, the sneaky, sly advantage the Texans have here is that whereas they've been flagged quite a bit for defensive holding and defensive pass interference, they are going against an opponent that, for whatever reason, really seems to get the benefit of the doubt when it comes to Sauce Gardner being allowed to grab, tug, pull, basically turn into a Greco-Roman wrestling match with every time he covers somebody. I think if it's going to be even officiating on both sides, the Texans should be able to get away with a little bit more grabbiness than usual. Because by comparison to what Sauce Gardner gets away with, they're nothing.
Right.
They're as pure as the driven snow.
Yep. Second concern, the Texans cannot run the football. If there's going to be weather, then running the football, they're going to need to run the football at some point in this game. How do the Texans get their rushing attack on track? Here was DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah, with our rushing attack, we can't overthink it. Right? We have to block it well up front, which I think our O-line is doing, and we have to run it better. Right? So all across the board, just everybody being on the details of their job. The run game, everybody wants to talk about the run game and how it's not working. We just can't overthink it. Right? It's a mindset. You get up, you run the ball, you got to displace guys up front, and we have to run the proper tracks at the running back position.
DeMeco said in that cut that he thinks they're blocking it well. Is he just being nice, Seth?
I think he's being nice.
Yeah.
I think there's times where is he just conceding that sometimes these guys physically aren't capable of getting the job done. I mean, there's times where some of these offensive linemen, when they're out trying to block on the second level, look like they're grasping for straws, they can't get to their spot. And the danger is always in that, you can try to simplify things as much as possible, but then you become predictable. And what exactly are we, are we going to be any better then in that moment? I don't know. I think there's times where you can blame it on the running backs, but the problem is I think the running backs are stuck in a bind where they're not consistently seeing a clean picture in front of them. So, yeah, they do second-guess their cuts and choices, but it's not without reason. It's not just happening randomly. There's a whole lot of ugliness everywhere in the rushing attack. I guess the one thing you could say about this week is, yes, the Jets are a really good defense, but they're not a particularly impressive rushing defense. So maybe they're not like an absolute dominant rushing defense. So there you go. Maybe you've got. It's not like you're going to get completely squelched. But I don't feel awesome about the matchup.
All right, last one, the weather. Weather's going to be a factor in this game potentially. Definitely be a colder game than the Texans are used to playing. They've pretty much played in warm weather or indoors all season long. Here is DeMeco Ryans on weather potentially being a factor on Sunday.
With the weather and understand it may be raining, it may be a grimy weather, how you prepare, to me, it's all about just your mindset, right? We always talk football, attacking the football. That's who we are, no matter what the weather is. And it's just about us going up with the proper mindset. We show up in New York. Really doesn't matter to me what the weather looks like. It's how we execute, how fast are we playing, how physical are we playing.
It's exactly what I would expect him to say, and I am concerned about the weather this weekend. Like this is, I do like the fact that the Texans have a quarterback who's played in elements before. It's been a while, but he played in Columbus, Ohio in the fall.
The biggest thing most quarterbacks would tell you is that rain isn't as much of a problem as wind.
Yeah.
And it doesn't look like it's going to be super, super windy, but in the high teens, at least that was the forecast as of yesterday. So you're going to get some gusts and not pristine conditions. And then I guess it comes down to, okay, is it a steady drizzle or is it a driving rain? The wintry mix is what I worry about the most in the Northeast, and it looks like it wouldn't be a wintry mix. Wintry mix is when it's like 32 degrees and it's a mixture of sleet and rain and ice and snow. You're not going to get that. You're just going to get rain and some wind.
Texter points out the temperature is supposed to be in the 60s for this game, so it is unseasonably warm up there. Text message, Pendy and Seth. Come on, guys. Do you really need this much baseball talk this time of year? We finally have a football team worth talking about. Fair point in your text. We talked about Martin Maldonado and the tributes to him in the previous segment. A little bit of Joe Espada talk. I don't think we went overboard with it. We did it in one of the shorter segments. The larger point is stop calling me Pendy. I put it on my list of things that I hate. Okay, that's some texter called me Pendy earlier. I hate being called Pendy. You want the rest of my list here, Seth? Of things that annoy me?
The things you annoy?
The things that annoy me. That I did a note on my phone of things that annoy me. I started this note back in early October. Phrases that I don't like, including Pendy. Meh or nah, when people go, oh, we going to talk about the Texans or nah?
Yeah,
I hate
both of those are very dismissive. Those are, yeah.
I hate my guy. People call you
my guy is a very passive-aggressive thing. Like,
my guy, yeah.
That's like that's how some people hear it when I say buddy.
Yes.
At times.
Yes.
Yeah. So you say my guy. I promise you, my guy. It doesn't always have to be about this or that.
Yep.
Yeah. That's very dismissive again.
I hate when people express a point on social media by using a period after each word to
the emphatic
make
periodization.
The point. Yes, I hate that. It looks stupid. Stop doing it.
Where does that rank next to once again for the people in the back? Is that I kind of like once again for the people in the back.
That's getting there. Yeah. Right. Once again for the people in the back. Yes. Calling a championship a chip.
Yeah, I don't like that at all.
That is stupid.
I don't like that one bit.
Yeah, a chip.
Ship I'll allow.
Yeah.
Kind of, but chip goes too far.
Yeah, chip.
Yeah.
The use of full stop to make a point. When you make a point, because that's you saying you think your point is really, really good.
Yeah, what are we in the Telegram era?
Full
here?
stop.
Where does full stop even come from?
Full stop is stupid, and I hate Pendy. Those are phraseologies that I hate. Would you like some other things? It's a fairly lengthy list. I don't like people, especially people who are in sports, who use 0 as part of a score, unless it's 0-0.
Okay.
I like when you say it's 3-0, like the Texans are winning 17-0. It's not 17-0, it's 17-0. It's 17-0, you sound like my Aunt Barbara, okay? I don't like that. I don't like 0. They won the game 27-0.
Ooh. All right, I think I disagree with you on this one.
That's fine.
I think sometimes it sounds more emphatic when you say 0.
Okay.
That's like the 0.0 in Animal House. So I allow 0.
Okay. Guys who intercept balls on 4th down way downfield and essentially apply like a 30-yard penalty to their team on the next possession. Just knock the ball down on 4th down.
On 4th down, not on 3rd down where you're like, okay, I'll take the ball. Yeah, but on 4th down.
On 4th down.
Where it would have been a turnover on downs.
Yes, and you would have gotten the ball 30 yards upfield.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, why would you do that? I mean, it's selfishness is the answer.
Absolutely. Yeah, you do it for your No, that is why they do it. You show up to your contract talks with 8 interceptions instead of 7.
A little quick codicil to that one, as we've been heaping praise on Derek Stingley, and understandably so. But can we all concede that Derek Stingley was burnt like toast early in the game last week?
Mims.
Caught up to Mims because Russell Wilson underthrew Mims. Yeah. And good job timing it and breaking up the play.
Yep.
But I don't think that was a moment where crossing your hands and pimp seconds warranted. I feel like that's acknowledge the fact that you got a little bit lucky there, that you'd gotten toasted, and that you caught up to him, and you broke it up, but not necessarily the time to pose like you're on an album cover.
That's a good codicil, and codicil is an awesome word. That will never make my list of things that annoy me. I love the word codicil. Speaking of Russell Wilson, NFL quarterbacks who go to press conferences still wearing their shoulder pads from the game.
Oh, does Russell Wilson do that a lot?
Yes, he did it. Yes, he does. Go look up Russell Wilson press conference on YouTube, and it's a slew of press conferences. He's still with the eye black on.
Oh, still with the eye black.
Still with the jersey on. Yeah.
He's a baller.
Go take a shower, bro. Be more like CJ. Yeah. People who post lacerations that they just sustained on social media, that's disgusting.
Like
I'm not even talking sports figures. I'm just talking in general. Like there's people, look what happened to me out in the yard chopping this wood, and it's this giant gash on their calf. Nobody wants to see that on social media. That happens.
I'm guilty of that. I did that when I got hit by a car about a decade ago. I went down hard, and my elbow was pretty bloody, and I put that on social media. I apologize.
Well, you're part of the problem.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't like the NBA in-season tournament at all. I'll be so glad when this freaking thing is over this weekend.
I like the colors on the floor.
I hate the colors on the floor.
Don't?
Yes, they're too distracting.
I like it. No, I need more of that. I like different floor colors. I think, there's one thing I like. One of my little secret pleasures in life are the way the NBA floors are painted, the way they do the NBA ice, the graphics under the NBA ice.
Yeah.
Excuse me. NHL ice, obviously, not the NBA. The NHL ice. Thanks. Thanks for completely not even understanding the
no, I was looking at.
You just rolled right through NBA ice.
Sorry, I have so many things on the list, and we only have a minute and a half left in the segment.
Yeah.
I'm trying to pick out which ones I should actually read on the air. Sorry. Analysts who predict games involving teams they used to play for because they never pick against their former team. Alex Rodriguez never picks against the Yankees. Big Papi never picks against the Red Sox. Everybody always picks. It's a useless thing to do. Stop wasting my time on these pregame shows.
Yeah.
Asking Alex Rodriguez who he thinks is going to win a Yankee game. Kirk Ferentz annoys the hell out of me. He's a disease. He deserves to. He has to go away.
How about the entire Ferentz clan?
Yes.
I feel like
hate
they
the
should
Ferentzes.
be banned from America.
I mean,
like the Ferentz family is like people just love falling in love with the Ferentz. Be like, here's a guy who's not actually all that good at anything, but he does it with a pasty ass attitude in a place that's boring.
Yep.
That's what America's all about.
Yep.
Mediocrity. Yes.
This one you'll agree with me on. This will be the last one I read because there's still several more. Are you ready to apologize to ... guy?
Yeah.
Like, are you ready? Are you ready to apologize to CJ Stroud that you wanted Bryce Young instead of him?
Yeah. There's usually
no, sir. I'm not ready to apologize because I don't think CJ Stroud cares.
He doesn't need an apology.
Yeah.
Right. The worst, though, is when he's playing poorly. You point it out, and then later when that person starts playing well, people feel that person's deserved an apology.
Right.
Like, no. He should apologize to us for playing poorly like he did. But no, you should never ever. Hey, I'm sorry that you were playing poorly earlier in the season. No, stop it with your soft ass Kirk Ferentz attitude.
So I would say you agree with me on like 85% of these. It sounds like there's a few that you disagree with me on. Now here come the text. Oh, they're winning 18-0. That's pretty good.
18-0.
Oh, this is a good one. It's a good one. The people that use this to show they agree with something, like they comment, tweet, and they just put this, to show.
I don't mind that. I kind of like it when people say this is the way also. I enjoy that. I feel like that's kind of sarcastically overly dramatic. I like that.
It's an homage to The Mandalorian, too. That's a big saying.
Oh, it is?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, I didn't
this
even know
this
that.
is the way is the credo. Right, Ben? That's the credo
yes, sir.
of The Mandalorian. This is the way, yeah. This one says, oh my, Sean, it may be time for a visit to the men's tea clinic because this list is feminine AF, LOL. It's my list. I don't care how you categorize it. It's my list. I hate these things. They annoy me, all right? All right, Payne and Pendergast.
I didn't think it was all that feminine.
No, I didn't either, but maybe I'm caught up in my own brain.
You and I just a couple of Sallys up in here talking about things that annoy us.
I guess so. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Hey, Will Anderson, he's a beast. You would never call him texter. He is an absolute beast. He was on with Zach Gelb and Jim Rome yesterday. I loved what he had to say about what D'Amico said to him and CJ right after the draft. I think this is part of what makes D'Amico such a great coach. And Will Anderson on his teammate CJ Stroud from the Jim Rome Show. We have that next. But first, Dr. Ben Salento.
By Pfizer.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, a lot of response to my list of things that annoy me. Some people, they're taken aback that I keep that list on my phone. I do. I keep this list on my phone on a note. Hey, Will Anderson, he's been making the rounds this week. He was on with Zach Gelb of CBS Sports Radio. This is Will Anderson talking about a conversation that he had with DeMeco Ryans right after he was drafted by the Houston Texans.
When I got here, man, and Coach Ryans, he did a phenomenal job with me and CJ. Like, when we first got here, like, it's like, of course, it's expectation, but he was like, we're not coming in here asking y'all to be Superman or anything like that. We brung y'all in here for the type of men that you are and the type of players that y'all are. Y'all are great men. Just be yourself. You don't have to go out there and try to do anything extra, anything like that. And I feel like when he told us that, me and CJ just like, it was like a burden kind of lifted off our shoulders. Like, damn, we can just really be ourselves, and just being ourselves worked out. You know, the guys in the locker room are amazing. The team is amazing. The staff is amazing. So it's beautiful to see, man. We're all in for the team, honestly. And this team, I couldn't be more proud of them.
That mirrors what DeMeco was saying in press conferences right after the draft, Seth, about expectations for Stroud and expectations for especially Will Anderson in light of the draft capital that they traded up to get him. That mirrors what DeMeco told the media, which is, you know, there are no expectations for these guys that we're putting out. Like, they would want them to come in and be themselves.
I like the alternate history in which they come in and DeMeco sits them down and says, listen, if you guys don't make it, we're all doomed.
We're dead.
I can't have you guys make a single slip up. God help us all if you do. Yeah, I feel like that would have been the wrong approach, given Will Anderson's response to that. I think that there is something. D'Amico talked about this when he was in San Francisco, when somebody asked him at a press conference in San Francisco about how does he get guys to be so physical and to practice so hard, because they practice with a lot of physicality. And I think D'Amico, without trying to, deflect attention away from himself or anything, I think he just genuinely believes this. He says when you have the right kinds of guys, you don't have to talk about it a lot. It's just there's a certain standard, and if you have the right kinds of guys, they want to live up to that standard. And I think that's one thing that D'Amico really, really understands when it comes down to the psychology of coaching. It's that I think a lot of times guys, because they've watched too many movies or because of whatever they feel about coaching, they think they have to do more than they actually need to do in terms of motivation. If you got the right kind of guys that are internally motivated, then a lot of times, if anything, it's more of like, hey, let's be sure they keep loose. Let's be sure I don't need to add any more stress to this guy who already puts a lot of stress on himself. And I think that's where, like how you and I were talking to Owen Daniels of the game last week. I think with guys like D'Amico, you end up getting the best version of a person because they don't feel like they need to be anybody other than who they are. And if you got the right kinds of guys, that ends up being a really good thing. Now, it's a case-by-case basis. There's going to be some guys that D'Amico maybe needs to spend a little extra time with and handle a little bit differently. But I think D'Amico's got a really good sense for that type of stuff.
I think there's a 0% chance that D'Amico didn't have expectations for these guys. I think there were expectations for C.J. Stroud, in D'Amico's mind, for C.J. Stroud and for Will Anderson. And I will say this. I'm guessing they've surpassed what those expectations are, both of them so far.
Well, I think, with Will especially, I understand, and I totally get it. It was a stretch how much they gave up to take a non-quarterback like that. And yet, I do think the value in having a top 5 pick, in theory, isn't necessarily that you're going to, you should never expect that you're going to get an all-pro player because it's still a crapshoot. But if you use it judiciously, that top 5 pick is a pretty good assurance that you're at least going to get a solid football player.
Yes.
The downside is less. And I think with Will Anderson, what they looked at was, all right, this guy is going to bust his butt. This guy he meets all the metrics when it comes to athletic ability and all that stuff. There's there's questions here, questions there, sure. But we feel like we're going to get a solid salt of the earth dude that's plenty athletic enough to be a good defensive end in the NFL. It's on top of his gravy, but you're buying that insurance more than anything.
Absolutely. Let's hit one more from Will Anderson. He was on with Jim Rome this week as well. Talked about his teammate C.J. Stroud.
Man, we was crying on the sideline. It was funny. We all had walked out there on the field to make sure nothing had happened, but everybody was cracking jokes after the game. I don't know, one of the O-line was like, CJ, you was finna get beat up out there, wasn't you? And we was all just laughing about it. But CJ's the type of person he don't stand for no crap. You know what I'm saying? He a man just like everybody else. Just because he play quarterback, you can be tough too, and that's what I think everybody respects so much about CJ.
I just think about the game this weekend when he's describing C.J. Stroud and how tough he is. I think C.J.'s a tough kid, no doubt about it. I'm picturing Zach Wilson doing the same thing C.J. Stroud did with Alex Singleton this past week, getting up in his face, and my brain breaks because I don't think that Zach Wilson would ever do something like that, get up in the face of an insane linebacker.
I could see Zach Wilson doing it, but almost in a Karen type of way. I feel like he'd be more looking towards the official. My barometer on there, my test for this is I'm thinking about various quarterbacks, and I'm like, which ones would go directly back at the dude and then immediately turn to the official oh. And now CJ did that a little bit with the official, but there is a certain amount of Karening that more would have than others.
Yeah.
I could see Brady. Brady turns around and goes right back at him.
Yeah.
I think Peyton does. I think Cam Newton and would intimidate the guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think Zach Wilson does it in exactly the same way.
He feels more like a strongly worded letter guy to me. I'm going to send a strongly worded letter to Alex Singleton.
I think Marcus Mariota goes down into the fetal position.
Oh, yeah.
And then and retires from football. Various Will Levis. What does Will Levis do?
Will Levis talks some trash and then grabs one of his offensive linemen and sticks them in between the two of them and then yells over the shoulder of the offensive lineman.
Which is the quarterback most likely to do the fake hold me back? Like, where you almost like you act like you're being held back even though nobody's actually holding you back.
Mahomes. You know what? Screw it. Mahomes. That's who would do it.
I think it's pretty obviously Mahomes.
It's what I do. I tell people to hold me back.
Getting a lot of responses here on the text page about stuff that I hate. We listed the things that annoy me in the previous segment. Person says, I hate when people say, I did a thing.
Oh, yeah.
And then they show like either a picture of like an engagement ring or like an
knocked up their wife
pregnancy
or
announcement.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I did a thing. That's a good one.
You got a Prince Henry or whatever that thing's called. Yeah.
Yes. That would be a thing for sure.
Is that what it's called?
If it's what I think I'm thinking of, yes.
Okay. That was one of the times that Brandy had to step in and intervene in a situation. It was wait, that's not what it's called. It's not called a Prince Henry. And no, it's not. It's not going where people think it's going. I got to get there.
This segment may not be going where people think it's going. I can't wait to hear
Prince Albert is what it's called.
That's what I thought you were talking about.
So
yeah.
Brandy and I were at this store once, and I was looking at something while Brandy was checking out, and I looked over, and these kids, like these 20-something kids, were talking to Brandy, and she looked kind of confused, and she kind of laughed, and then off they went. And so as we were walking out of the store, I was like, so what did those kids, what were you joking about with those kids? What did they say? You looked confused. And she's like, one of them asked if I'd ever had Prince Albert before, and I didn't know what he was talking about. I thought he was like, is that a kind of whiskey or something, or of liquor?
They were.
And she saw the look in my eyes, and I immediately, those kids were like over on the other side of the parking lot. And I had turned to walk, and she's like, Seth, wait, Seth, wait.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Ballsy
and she
move.
had said no, but I'm super interested.
Well, then that's a different story. Text message.
But she stepped in and kept me from pummeling those children.
From getting an assault charge.
In hindsight, I respect those kids for putting it out there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Feels a little disrespectful, but okay. Somebody says, I hate when people post and they say, that's it, that's the post.
Oh, yeah, that's it.
I'm guilty of that. I did that a couple weeks ago.
What'd you do that
I think
for?
It was probably about C.J. Stroud or something. It had to be something about the Texans. That's the thing I post. The Texans are by far the topic I post the most about, period. And this season, they're by far the topic that I post the most enthusiastic fashion. So it was a 95% chance it was something about the Texans.
That's it.
5% chance it was me actually accomplishing something around the house. Like showing me that I made the bed. And I'm like, look, I made the bed. That's it. That's the post. Because I do very little around the house. When I do something, I'm very proud of it. Text message, Pendy is definitely bitching right now. Stop calling me Pendy, all right? Just stop calling me Pendy. Somebody says they're tired of Vandy's rock and roll. Well, that ain't going anywhere, man. That's his gimmick. I like rock.
He does. I like Get Out. I
do too.
Get Out.
Get out.
Yo, the kind I'm trying to figure out how to classify this. He's done more of an emphatic kind of demands or instructions or setting boundaries, because he also did last week. The Texans say no. Yeah. I feel like he's setting boundaries with a toddler. I like this.
Yeah.
The Texans say get out. The Texans say no.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Texans say scram. I don't know.
Scram.
I don't know where you go next with this.
Scram. The Texans say go hither. Yes.
Go die. If he pulls a go die, he'll be a legend forever.
All right,
go die, everybody.
Can Vandy pull that off?
I don't think he can.
I don't think
they would get picked up. Yeah. They would get picked up by Mike Florio. At some point, there would be think pieces on whether Vandy went too far in saying go die.
Oh, there are. Our gold-clad Steeler fans leaving the building. Go die, everybody.
Vandy doesn't get the pass that I do because Vandy's respectable.
Right.
So, and you would probably, if you ever chose to do it, if he went out of a little bit, it would end up like that kid's, like that player's mother just died 2 days before or something.
Yeah.
It would have been, don't do that, Vandy.
LMAO, great segment listing your things that annoy you, Pendy. It wasn't meh. This is the way to a chip.
Yes.
And I love you and hate you at the same time, Texter. Why do you got to give me those conflicted feelings? All right, final.
I hate it when people text me and the text says, call me.
Oh.
Yes. It better be somebody just died.
Oh.
I don't need to. If you text me to call you, it better be that somebody died or you've got a venereal disease that you gave me, or whatever it might be. It better be important, damn it. What?
Just a strange list of conditions to say call me.
No,
I can't wait to text call me to you today. Told you I gave you the clap. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, there's a Thursday night game tonight. This might be, some people say this might be one of the worst Thursday night games. I contend this could be one of the most entertaining Thursday night games of all time. I'm going to give you a couple reasons to watch this Thursday night game tonight. By the way, a game you can hear right here on Sports Radio 610. That is next. But Suit Mart, I was just out at Suit Mart a couple days ago, hanging out.
Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
The blessings of a relevant football team we'll get to in just a second.
Does Vandy not have an iPhone?
He does not. He does not.
Oh,
he is.
I was trying to text him a compliment from my computer, but sorry about it, Vandy. No compliment for you.
Is he just not going to receive the compliment, or do you now feel differently about the compliment altogether because he doesn't have an iPhone?
I don't feel strongly enough about the compliment to type it with my thumbs instead of all 10 fingers.
You've been put on notice, Vandy.
It's so easy to text from my computer and get the whole thought out before my brain gets distracted.
Yep.
I can't do that with it. It takes too much concentration to thumb out an entire text.
And I'm not gonna. And Vandy, just so you know, if you're listening, Seth could easily text it to me, and then I could do the old hold a thumb on it, copy paste, and forward it to you. Not until you get an iPhone, dude. You too, Lopez, if you're listening. You're in the other room over there.
All compliments withheld, Vandy.
Ruin every group text. Ruin every single group text. You green box people.
I guess they're changing that, by the way. There's something, Lopez was acting like this is a big deal, that you're going to be able to do group text with between Androids and iPhones sometime soon.
Well, it's a big deal to him because the rest of his family has iPhones, and they're on him. Like, yeah, this is, he and Landry talked about this a few weeks ago. Lopez, their whole family is iPhones except for him. So now there's a whole text string for the family that doesn't include Lopez. They've got one with Lopez and one without Lopez. And I think the feeling for him is that there's a lot of things going on behind his back right now.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yep.
That's my mom's got an Android too, and she, as much as my brother's very blunt with my mom and has tried to explain to her how she ruins the group text, especially when you're trying to share photos and everything of the grandkids.
Yep.
But she just got a brand new Android my mom's very frugal. She had like a 10-year-old phone. She's got a brand new phone. Could have gone with the iPhone. Nope. New Android.
Yeah, that's the other thing is Lopez he's got grandkids now. He's got one. He's got one on the way, and so there's a lot of. You can't FaceTime on the Android with an iPhone and things like that. And, the older the grandkids get, even though they live right across town, you still want to FaceTime from time to time. So there you go. Thursday Night Football tonight. This game was getting roundly mocked on all the promotion during Thursday Night Football, in part because last week's Thursday night game was awesome. The Seahawks and the Cowboys was super exciting, a lot of offense. It was really good. Both teams really relevant. The game tonight, not so much. Steelers are relevant. Steelers are in the playoffs right now. If the season were to end today, somehow, they're doing it by losing the yardage battle in literally every game but one this year. They finally won the yardage battle a couple weeks ago. But they're playing the Patriots, who are the Patriots, I don't know.
They have an astoundingly good defense.
They do have a good defense, and that's what keeps them above the Panthers for me right now, is the Panthers are just a disaster. But the Patriots are the second worst disaster in the league. They lost 6-0. They've lost 3 straight games, having given up 10 points or less defensively. Can you imagine?
Yeah.
They've given up 26 points in 3 games, and they're 0-3 in those games.
It's one of the weirdest things when you think about Bill Belichick potentially being a head coach somewhere else next year.
Yeah.
Like, he hasn't lost his fastball when it comes to being a defensive mind, and obviously all throughout that era. I'm not trying to get into the debate about Belichick versus Brady's importance or anything like that, but part of the magic mix was that they had very, very good defenses despite varying talent levels, and because Belichick is a very good defensive mind, it's just a matter of, okay, how do you pair him with the right offensive coordinator and quarterback at this point if he goes to Carolina or something?
Yeah, he's got neither of those things in New England, right? He hired Bill O'Brien. It hasn't been good. A lot of talk. I saw some clear that when Ted Johnson was on the NBC Sportsnet up there, the former Comcast Sportsnet up there. He does some hits on there each week. He was on there with Felger, who's one of the hosts of the 98.5 morning show, Albert Breer. They do like a panel every week. And Ted was kind of making some excuses for O'Brien, saying that he felt like O'Brien kind of had his hands tied with the offense, that Belichick was still exerting a lot of influence on what O'Brien could and couldn't call play-wise. I don't know. I just know it's a bad look for O'Brien right now. And if you're looking for reasons to watch this game or listen to this game on Sports Radio 610 tonight, the 2 big ones for me, Seth, if you're a Texan fan, one, look, from a pure practicality standpoint, you're rooting for for the Patriots tonight. The Steelers are one of the teams that's tied with the Texans at 7-5 right now. So that's one. Two is if this game goes, and the game's in Pittsburgh, if this game goes the way it should on paper offensively for the Patriots, there are going to be a lot of shots of angry Bill O'Brien on the sidelines. There's going to be a lot of chatter about Bill O'Brien in the commentary on this game. Yeah. So those are your reasons to tune in on this game tonight.
Yeah, I wonder because they'll probably have a chance to talk to Bill O'Brien beforehand too.
Yep.
So they'll get his, O'Brien's like he's a very smart guy. He's smart enough not to just make a bunch of excuses or anything.
Yeah.
But when they talk to those broadcasters, they try to give a little bit more color to things. So that'll be interesting. Sean, I know that the stat about allowing the opponent to score 10 or fewer points 3 times in a row while still losing those games, that's pretty jarring. But if you think about it in this constantly, they're 0-3 over the last 3 games by a combined score of 26-13. Like that is
God.
In the last 3 games, that's a combined score. That is a lot of boring football right there, man.
Total on this game tonight. I gotta look. Because whatever it is,
this game was 6-0.
Whatever it is, I'm taking the total on this game. Okay, if you get a total of 35 on an NFL game, that's incredibly low. Like anything under 40 in the NFL, total points scored in a game in terms of betting on the game, anything with a 3 in front of it is low. The total on this game is 30. Not 30, 3, 30. That's it. That's the tweet. 30. Yeah.
That's the tweet. I'm looking at I just want to be sure I have this right by the game logs. In the last 3 games, there has been a total of 1 passing touchdown.
Oh, my God. Dude.
He's destroying football, Bill Belichick.
Well,
look, he's killing modern football.
And I look, and I love Ted Johnson, and Ted is way more plugged in up there in New England than we are. So he knows things. So if he's saying that he thinks that Belichick is kind of has O'Brien's hands tied or whatever the case may be, then so be it. That's probably the case. Like, you still got to find a way as an offensive coordinator to score more than 13 points in 3 games.
Yeah.
I don't care how tied your hands are.
No, it's a classic. I never, ever, ever will make an excuse for somebody being the worst in the league at anything.
Right.
There's a certain level of coaching involved in that. Yes. Out of 32 teams, if you're the worst, you're going to tell me you couldn't MacGyver your way up to 31st,
dude,
somehow.
13.
I don't care how low. Yeah, I don't know, and when you're that bad, it's never just the talent.
No,
not in the NFL.
No,
because they'll be O'Brien's the first to tell you. It's an 800. It's an 8-8 league.
Yeah,
it's a 500 league.
These games come down to 1 play, 2 plays, 3 plays a game. Yeah, absolutely. Text message. It's interesting in light of the fact we're talking about New England, to bring it back here locally. 4699. How much influence do you think Caserio had in New England without him being up there and no Tom Brady? It's gone to bleep up there.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that. Yes, Caserio obviously was a valuable part of that organization for a long time. They've lost a lot of smart people over the years, and it seems like in the last few years, some of the last holdouts of guys that really were probably pretty important all finally left the building, and I think it was enough of whatever the core nucleus was, the framework that made things work for a long time there. Yes, a lot of it was driven, obviously, by Bill Belichick and Tom Brady, but then it just really completely fell apart when all those people left. I think with Caserio, I wonder if maybe the moderating effect on the spending might have been part of it. Because it was after Caserio left that all of a sudden Belichick went hog wild in free agency.
That year, yeah.
Yeah. So I wonder if Caserio just tends to be more conservative on that side, on not making big free agency purchases. But I think it's overly simplified to say that it would be just Caserio. Yeah. I think he was certainly part of it, but there's a lot of smart people that have left.
Yeah, it definitely felt like Caserio was one of the big bricks to fall out of the wall. It feels like the very last ones, the last bricks to fall out of the wall of great football with New England, or at least competent football, were Josh McDaniels and Dave Ziegler going to Las Vegas. Ziegler, a pretty good personnel guy behind the scenes, and McDaniels, who has been a horrible head coach, but was a very good offensive coordinator and was very good for Mac Jones. It felt like those were the last couple. Like since those two left, it's been really, really bad.
I'll tell you the other thing, too, is just the guys that have been there forever. Ernie Adams, who was like his right-hand man, and, Dante Scarnecchia, the offensive line coach, he had been gone before for a while, but then came back. But then, like a guy who's really, really good at what he did, and he retired. I think there are a few guys like that retired and just roll. It was too much change. And then, obviously, the loss of Tom Brady is kind of a big deal.
Yeah, kind of a big deal, too. Payne and Pendergast with you. Can't wait for Football Friday tomorrow, man. This is a big one. Big one coming up against the Jets. Root for the Patriots tonight. As much as it may pain you to root for Bill O'Brien and Bill Belichick, Patriots win tonight would be big for the Houston Texans, them beating the Steelers. John Lopez jumps in here. John, we were just talking about you. Yeah. Are you any closer to switching over to an iPhone?
Okay, this is interesting. Like, I'm starting ostracized on my family text.
I told Seth that. Yeah, I'm a loophole, as you know, and I've heard you and Landry chop it up about that.
Like, they're sending videos of my granddaughter, and they'll say, "Well, we'll send it to the other thread." I'm like, "What the hell?" I'm being attacked.
Right. So what is your response to that going to be? Is it going to be to acquiesce and go ahead and get on the iPhone train, or are you going to battle?
As soon as my granddaughter is able, I'm going to buy her an Android so she and I can have our own.
I heard you say that. Now, that is just silly that you're going to give a little kid two phones.
At some point, Lopez, I think you're going to have to realize that you got to get with the times. You know, hey, having a bowl full of Werthers on the table isn't going to be the enticement for the grandchildren that you think it is. Yeah, you might have to just go ahead and go iPhone on this.
So it doesn't sound like you're any closer to flipping over.
You know that worldwide there are more Androids than iPhones.
Cool story, bro.
Yeah.
There's way more.
Tell me more about soccer also. How it's called football elsewhere, yeah.
Yeah, good point. Does Lopez not having an iPhone affect y'all's relationship, Landry, at all?
Sometimes, like, the pictures and stuff won't go through immediately, so he'll miss some text.
Not Android's fault. It's Apple's fault.
Oh, really?
For the record.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit. It's a bit.
No. They're talking.
At this point, it's just like
it's not.
Lopez is the type of guy where if everybody had Androids, he'd have an iPhone.
No,
it's a 100,000 million trillion Figgy. If everybody had Lopez have an iPhone. Am I not lying about this? 100%, 100,000%.
Hey,
on God and him, and I don't even know who and them is.
I don't want to eat into y'all's time. Yesterday was the angriest I've ever heard Figgy ever on this Kim Kardashian stuff. On Taylor Swift, Kim Kardashian, Kanye West.
And for the record, I'm not a beatnik. I'm not gonna get something just because other people have other things.
Figure, you okay today?
Oh yeah.
I feel like you cool off pretty quickly.
Yeah.
But you were angry yesterday.
He was okay, like right after the break.
That's what I feel like. I feel like Figgy cools off quick, but you were hot yesterday.
That's how we do it.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say high. I've been madder than that.
But by your standards, hot.
Yeah. No, I got you.
You're the happiest guy I know. I was like, man, I don't know if I like this version of
that
Figgy
segment.
Yeah, right. I'm like, this is what a heel Figgy would sound like. Amazing. All right, good stuff. This was Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Set antibodies to you.
Antibodies, and I look forward to our debate tomorrow on whether Linux is the best operating system.
Can't wait. All right, In the Loop starts now. Landry, John, Figgy. Go ahead, fellas.
Man,
I'm going to have to search that on Jeeves.
Hey, Payne and Pendergast debate tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Seth playing the role of Robert Kennedy Jr. with that voice right now. It actually might make sense right now.
I'm really worried about him. It's been over a week now.
He's grinding it, isn't he?
Dude.
He is grinding it. So we have a disagreement. We can get to this a little later on. Neither one of us is going to claim to always have 100% feel of how games are going to go.
Mm-hmm.
But you're feeling one type of way. I'm feeling a complete different type of way heading into this game in the Big Apple. We'll say this we'll do this in 30 minutes because I think there's two ways this goes, and I think it's one extreme or the other.
I think there's one way this game goes,
and I hope, and this is one time where I hope you are 100% correct.
Yeah,
100,000% correct on this. There's some crazy stuff going on right now, and the line has shifted significantly. Texans started as a 6.5-point favorite. Now they're a 3.5-point favorite. And the only thing I have to compare this to is, I think it was week 3, Jacksonville, correct? Jacksonville was week 3.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about
Jacksonville
that. Yeah.
started out a 6.5-point favorite. They went down to a 3.5-point favorite or 4-point favorite, and the Texans ended up just beating their ass in Jacksonville. No. And it was kind of the same feeling, same vibe, same movement, except the Texans ended up
They're trying to
winning.
suck you in, is what you're saying.
I don't know what they're trying to do. I just know that if we're going to compare this to anything, that is the one thing that I have to compare it to is that type of movement. And that makes me a little bit nervous. The other thing that I think makes me a little bit nervous about this game is, you touched on this yesterday, and C.J. Stroud spoke to it yesterday as well, as did D'Amico Ryans. The Jets are a really good pass defense. The Texans are a passing offense, depend on passing. They also lost Tank Dell.
Mm-hmm.
So you lose one of your best weapons in an area in which you're dependent, maybe overly dependent on.
Yeah.
You're going on the road for the first time in a month.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be pretty crappy weather. It just I've been accused of being worried a lot. I'm feeling it, man. I'm not feeling it.
Let's make this clear. It's not because Zach Wilson was named quarterback. I mean, the line did not move because Zach freaking Wilson was named quarterback. So it has to be something else, right? It has to be. Hell, the weather forecast has gotten a lot worse. I mean, the latest weather forecast for New York is, maybe this is it. Maybe it's as simple as this, is now like high 40s and constant rain on Sunday, starting at about noon Eastern, which would be 11 o'clock our time. Maybe weather, but it's not Zach Wilson. It might have something to do with Tank Dell and, all these other things combined, but it's very strange. You would have thought the number would go up, not down.
But it's not.
So
are you telling me you're going to bet on this?
I would say I have 2 bets for you. Definitely give the points. The Texans will win. And definitely the over, not the under. You think I'm crazy because of weather and the receiver situation, and as we mentioned, the Jets secondary, etc. I just have a feel, and we'll dig into this a little bit, as you mentioned at 11 o'clock, that things are going to completely unravel.
Yeah.
Completely unravel. And when they unravel, then you get the cheap points. Then you get guys that are just making business decisions for the Jets and stuff like that. Because, by the way, they're also out of the playoffs. Like 2 weeks ago, remember we were playing some audio of they still got a chance. No, they don't. And they don't. So they're 4-8. So they're done. So if this thing starts to unravel, it's going to unravel the whole 9 yards.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. What's your feel? Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. 281 says the movement is because of the weather. I don't understand that.
The weather the forecast has gotten where I got it right in front of me. Rain showers in the morning evolve into more steady rain in the afternoon.
So when did this happen?
I guess just in the last day or so. It's like an 80% chance of rain, yay, and winds 25 mile an hour. It could be miserable there. It could be miserable.
Yeah, and
yeah,
we'll be there.
We'll be there.
Yeah, on the sidelines.
I got my rain gear.
On the sidelines. That's dramatic, but okay.
Well, my raincoat. The one I talked about yesterday.
It's a little dramatic. The green one, yeah.
Well, it's kind of grayish.
You're rocking Jets colors. Good for you.
No, I'm not.
Good for you.
It's kind of a grayish.
Get your Jets gear going.
Grayish green.
Get your Jets gear going today.
Not Jets gear.
How was your drive in today?
Actually, they're a little construction, man. It usually takes me 10, 15 minutes, but they went down to one lane on one of them, so it took me a little longer. It's weird you ask, because all of a sudden these orange barrels popped up.
They're like kids with Legos around here, man.
Dude,
they just start a project and then just leave it on the damn floor, and then they just go. So that's what I like around here with the construction.
This was overnight. I'm like, where'd this come from?
Man, I felt like I had kind of a New York experience driving in.
What happened?
Man, like I felt like this guy was like going to pull his strap on me or something like that. It seemed like a pretty good dude. I mean, he was dressed up. He was going to work, had his sweater vest on or whatever, and it was just, I mean, what are we going to fight here?
You want to fight?
Well, I mean, what's up? I don't know. Like, what are we doing? Let's just get to work. You do your thing. I'll do mine. I don't want any problems. So
leave me alone.
That little intersection right there, Wesley, and I'm coming down, and there's 3 lanes. And one of the lane, when you're further back, like in the middle, when you're further back, the far lane can't get over. That's just kind of the way it is because you're back there because it's kind of bunched up.
Yeah.
So it's bunched up, and
he ramrodded
someone's in front of me.
Yeah.
Well, he's honking. He's like honking at me, and there's nothing I can do.
Like, what do you do?
Like, what do I do? I got to wait for the light. I got to wait for the light to turn green. I got to wait for this person to turn. Okay.
Yeah, palms up, man.
So I move up, and I'm just like, what are we doing here? Dude's slowing up, like turning on the light under the bridge, like sitting there, and I roll down my window. I'm like, what's up, dude? Like, what are we doing? I'm like, man, hey, I'm just moving at my own speed. Like, what are we accomplishing here, brother? And then he like all the way up to the movies, and then he turned right, I turned right, and I was like, man, is he gonna follow me to work or something? Like, what are we?
He knows what you drive.
What are we doing, sir?
He knows what
like,
you're driving.
I can't move. What do you want me to do? This isn't New York.
It is.
Chill out, bro.
Dude, this every day.
It's not. What are we doing? Like, you're slowing up. Just go about your business. You were in such a. The craziest thing about these jackasses who honk and stuff is you were in such a damn hurry a second ago to where you were honking at me,
trying to get in,
and then all of a sudden you want to sit there and hit the brakes under the bridge and talk. What happened to the hurry you were in? Were you just being a jackass?
No.
That's the question I have, because you were in this hurry. You got by me. Take your ass off and get to where you were in a hurry for. You want to sit there. For all he knows, I could be some sort of psycho.
Yeah.
He could be some sort of psycho.
Happens every day.
Like, what are we doing? Just move on.
Yeah.
We both got families to go home to. This isn't New York. This isn't the fake toughness of screaming and yelling at each other.
Something about getting
What are we doing, bro?
For a lot of people, something about getting behind that wheel and like.
A man sitting there trying to like give me a lecture. Dude, you were in a hurry. Go.
I do this. I'm not excluding myself, but somebody getting behind the wheel and you're like, well, I've got to get ahead of that car and I've got to beat this. You know, one thing I do all the time.
But you know what happens when that happens, when you see that person doing that in traffic?
You stop.
Some bitch is
100
yards right by you.
Yeah.
The guy who's swerving through all that. Hey, there he is. Oh, good effort there.
Go to the next light, right in front of you. Tell me if you do this, or like they say on Twitter, am I the only one that does this, or are you normal? Or do you do this, or whatever they say? So when I'm going on a longer drive,
I hate the honking in New York. By the way, that's what I'm dreading the most.
But it's friendly honking there. It's alerts. It's not bleep you. Okay. So no, they kind of alert you. Okay. So if I have a longer drive, I put it in Google Maps, right? And it's estimated arrival time. Let's say 11:58. Immediately, I get into competitive mode and I say, I bet you I can get there by 11:50. And I start. I try to start beating.
You try to lower the
estimated arrival time.
Yeah, that's what I did when I was driving to Florida.
Yeah, it says 11:58. I was like, all right, I'll get there at 11:50.
Yeah, you get a minute. You shave a minute off it. I guess I was getting the New York experience today. My man is honking at me when I can't move, and then all of a sudden he's not in a hurry. I don't know what we're accomplishing here. I was just like, what on earth are we doing?
Yeah.
I feel the pain of New York, though, tomorrow, because are on Sunday. They're going to have to watch a better version of Robert Saleh and D'Amico Ryans, a much better version of a number 2 overall pick QB in C.J. Stroud versus Zach Wilson. The thing that they held their hat on the most there was Sauce versus Stingley. Derek Stingley's the AFC Defensive Player of the Week, so you have that. They have a quarterback that's holding them hostage right now, and you don't even know how good he is at this point. He's 40 years old, and they're also, and this is relatable. I'm not putting my chin up to anything. We know bad football around here, so that's why I think it's so relatable. And also, they're victims to a very, very bad offensive scheme, which we were for a long time with O'Brien. They are with Nathaniel Hackett.
Yeah.
So this is, and the other thing is, and this is the icing on the cake. A win doesn't feel good. That's the worst as a fan. Like a win, there's probably some Jets fans who want to draft a quarterback.
Oh, sure.
And in this draft, it's not a matter of falling from 1 to 2 and having to settle for one or the other. It might be a matter of not getting a quarterback at all because you have a few guys that you like. And at this point, the Jets are to the point where one loss probably puts you out of range for that, or one win puts you out of range from that quarterback, or 2, whatever. So it sucks because all you want as a fan is you want to invest your 3 hours, and the diehards are going to invest the 3 hours no matter what. The ones who don't care are just going to walk away, and they're not going to lose any sleep. But we know how passionate Jets fans are.
Yeah.
Going out there and rooting for a win can be counterproductive.
Well, absolutely. We are familiar with that as well. And, people might say, well, see, you did that last year and you ended up getting with C.J. Stroud. That's not the way it usually works. And as you pointed out, for them to be able to get into the top 2 spots, they really need to lose. But we've been there as well. I mean, you're not a real fan if you're cheering for a loss. You're not cheering for a loss. You just kind of in the back of your mind would take it, so to speak. But right now, Bears, Patriots, and then you got a long way to go if you're the Jets to get up to where you can get a quarterback.
Well, I mean, they got Aaron Rodgers coming at 40 next year.
Yeah.
Would that excite you?
Yeah. No, I think they're obviously Aaron Rodgers, but I think they want a quarterback. Some Jets fans want a quarterback next year. Now, look, they might need a left tackle too. Their offensive line has been pretty bad. But they still should be cheering for the best draft position. The best they can. I mean, they're done. They're out of the playoffs. They're 4-8.
Well, some people say that's a loser mentality.
Yeah, they can say that all they want. It's the reality. It's how NFL teams get good. Man, I'm glad I'm out of that business.
The business of rooting for wins, losses?
You hate the play caller. You're in purgatory as a team. Your quarterback is garbage. There's more and more. You asked this question yesterday when I said, well, Saleh will be back for another year. There are more and more people in New York that are wondering what you're wondering. Is he? So Saleh's already getting a lot of...
just wait till 11 o'clock. It's going to get really, really interesting.
Saleh's going to get a lot of doubt. I am glad I'm out of that business, and we've done it all before. Then you got Aaron Rodgers.
So the Texans put out the depth chart yesterday, too.
Oh, man.
We're still doing the or thing. We got Dameon Pierce or Singletary. Pierce, I actually think Pierce might have a good game tomorrow.
Really?
Yeah.
Sunday,
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm getting ahead of myself. I think he might have a pretty decent ball game.
Based on what?
Really not a ton. But I think that they're going to have to run the rock. You're not going to pass. Now, it's a physical defense as well. The other thing is this, though, and this is something to look out for with Devin Singletary. The last time Devin Singletary was in like a familiar situation that he was accustomed to, he had 150 yards. Buffalo and Cincinnati, they've been going back and forth for a few years now. He goes to Cincinnati, he has 150 yards. He's the AFC Offensive Player of the Week. For 4 years, he played the Jets twice a season.
He's familiar.
So he's very familiar with this type of atmosphere. I wonder if maybe they lean on Singletary there. I just can't figure it out. I think it's really, really strange. Like, of all the things that are strange, there's much less now than there have been in the past when it comes to the Texans. But
this is really kind of the only thing.
This is weird.
Yeah, I called it Conjunction Thursday because we're going to have to see what the latest depth chart, because the depth chart that we have right now for this week came out on Monday. So things clearly might change. Like they had they had the or on there, which is not a good thing, but they didn't have a kicker listed. Well, we know that Fairbairn, at least to reports yesterday, is on injured reserve still, so it's going to be Amendola probably. But they had the kicking thing blank, so maybe they're going to update the thing and take the or out and make Devin Singletary the starter. But I doubt it. I really doubt it based on what they've been doing to this point.
And we can see what happens with the carry share.
That's the main thing.
Which will be strange. I just don't know what is going on with Dameon Pierce and why exactly Dameon Pierce is the guy. I don't know what's going on with the depth chart. But let's be honest, it could be a lot weirder. Perhaps the weirdest. I don't want to use this too loosely, but I think this is the weirdest thing that's happened in the NFL this year, and it's happening in New York. We'll get into it at 11 o'clock. Normally, B. Scott joins us in for Stoerner today on the drive on a Thirsty Thursday. So we'll get into something that I think is very, very strange. The strangest story that I've seen in the NFL in a long, long time. It's something that I think us as radio people can relate to. Fans can kind of relate to this. And it's just wild that in New York, this is going on. Very, very, very strange.
It is. It's very strange. It's almost borderline irresponsible.
How many jackets are you taking with you?
Just one.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It has a liner on the inside, so you can
It's what color?
It's a grayish green.
Oh, green. Okay. All right. Gotcha.
Grayish
I got
green.
you.
I'll take a picture today when we get to the airport.
I got you.
Yeah.
There you go. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, Chris Santiago holding it down for Fig here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, let's hear from the number 2 overall pick quarterback. C.J. Stroud speaks. He had some interesting things to say. Zach Wilson speaks, and he had even more interesting things to say. We'll talk about it next.
It's Texans game week. Can C.J. Stroud and company get one step closer to the playoffs with a win in New York against the Jets? Texans countdown gets going at 9. Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame as soon as the clock hits zeros.
Yeah! Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Northern Tool. Start solving your projects today at northerntool.com. We're made for this. The New York Yankees acquired Juan Soto in a blockbuster trade on Wednesday. On paper, this is a perfect fit, but I wouldn't pencil in a parade just yet. The Yankees don't get the benefit.
this guy. With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
All right, so let's hear from the number 2 overall pick quarterbacks. Let's start with the good version, C.J. Stroud. He's facing a Jets defense they've played 7 one-possession games. We'll hear from Zach Wilson in a second, man. He faced the media. Did he ever? I'll let you decide how he did. I have an opinion on that. But let's hear from C.J. talking about the Jets, the team in green and white. Here's C.J. talking about what he's up against with Robert Saleh's defense.
Yeah, the Jets have a great defense. It starts up front with Quinn Williams, he's a problem. He's a really good player. Then on the edge, Johnson is a great player, Jermaine Johnson. Of course, Sauce and Reed stick out. The safeties do a great job, and then of course the 2 linebackers are playing at a Pro Bowl level and playing really well. So definitely we got to be on our A game, execute at a high level. And there are some similarities. I know that Saleh and D'Amico work together, so our defense runs the same type of style, but some differences in some areas. So just got to be on our A game.
Yeah, you got to be on your A game. I don't know how this style thing works. I hear it all the time where or I've heard it this week all the time. Talk about drama.
Mm-hmm.
But I hear, well, you're familiar with this defense, so, what does that do for you? And C.J. Mosley, the Jets linebacker, said, yeah, you got to disguise it a little bit more and whatnot. I don't know how much that comes into play. My main focus for the Texans when it comes to, adjustments is more so not having Tank Dell. What does that mean for perhaps the most encouraging player on your team not named C.J. Stroud in Nico Collins? Because Nico Collins right now has 991 yards, but it's obvious that they're going to attack Nico Collins different than they have before, because at the very least, at the bare minimum, it was pick your poison with him and Tank Dell.
Yeah.
That's not a thing anymore. Now we've seen examples and we've seen small sample sizes of Tank not playing and Nico not playing and Noah Brown not playing. But for the final 5 games now, and coming off, by the way, where if Robert Saleh puts on the tape, that 12 is going to be the first thing they see. That's going to be the first thing they see is number 12, 190 yards, the touchdown, all that. So I do wonder, what is Nico Collins moving forward? What is he going to be moving forward, and how much different could things be for him given the fact that you don't have Tank Dell?
Yeah, I think that's the big question for this week and the last 5 games. How are they going to counterpunch? Because they're going to, that the Jets and Robert Saleh are going to make that some level of focus. Maybe not like he's freaking Randy Moss or something, but there's going to be more focus on Nico Collins.
He's the number 1. There's no debate. There's not. Who should we take away? Should it be the number 3 or should it be number 12? There's no doubt when it comes to the wide receiver core at this point. Yeah. Number 12 is who you need to take out.
So then it becomes a question of what is the counterpunch, and that's where all these guys that we've mentioned this week, from Mechie to Woods getting more to Xavier Hutchinson, that comes into play. But he's talking about C.J. Stroud. First of all, you could tell he's just on top of this already. I mean, he was very good on what to expect, and D'Amico and Saleh and all that stuff. The D'Amico Saleh connection is going to be important in this game because they know each other and they know how each other calls games. But keep in mind, Bobby Slowick was on an offensive staff that faced Robert Saleh every day. And kind of knows, how they approach his. So it's going to be not just. I think Bobby Slowick's a big part of this, because he knows how Robert Saleh and D'Amico like to play defense.
Here's C.J. Stroud talking about Nico Collins. We'll hear from Zach Wilson in a sec, but here's C.J. Stroud talking about Nico and what he expects from Nico down the stretch.
Yeah, it's been a blessing, man. Nico is not only a great person, but he's a hard worker. He's somebody who comes in with a worker's man mentality. He's gonna do the dirty work. One thing about him, I'm thinking, I don't know if it pops up on film. I know it does because we watch it, but he blocks his tail off. Like, he frees our backs up a lot. When other guys have the ball, he blocks it really well. And that's something I think they do as a whole in the receiver room. But that just shows you how unselfish it for a number one receiver to have to, like, do the dirty work, and a lot of places in the league you don't really see that, So Nico is a great route runner, great at the point of catch, and he's stepped into a role that I've challenged him on being a leader and things like that, and done a great job with that. So I'm excited to see his future and be there with him, and I'm really happy for him, and that's my brother, and I love him.
I just like that he sounds like he's a 7-year, 8-year veteran already. He's like, yeah, I've been trying to teach him that to get him to challenging him and all that. But he's not wrong. He's definitely not wrong about that.
Meanwhile, in Zach Wilson, we know the reports. Reports were that he didn't want to play. This was a very anticipated media availability with Zach Wilson. Let's just hear the best of. Let's hear Zach Wilson getting peppered on whether or not he wants to step on the field on Sunday. Here's C.J. Stroud's counterpart, Zach the MILF Hunter Wilson.
What was your reaction when Robert told you were going to start this week?
Yeah, excited, man. I think any opportunity you can get in this league is a good one, and the love and care I have for these guys, especially this year for some reason. It's been challenging. I think everyone's felt that, but extremely excited to get back on the field with these guys.
Will you have a different approach this time?
A different approach? I'm gonna have more fun.
When we spoke to Robert on Monday afternoon, he said he had just got done meeting with you. You came into his office and said you want the ball. Walk us through that, and why did you feel it necessary to go in and say that to him?
Yeah, I was already in there that morning. We were catching up on some other stuff, and the opportunity just kind of got brought up, and I told him I wanted the ball, and I appreciate him, and, I think any opportunity is a good opportunity to take advantage of it.
Zach, there was a report, I'm sure you're aware of, on Monday that said you had expressed some reluctance about becoming the starter again. Is there any truth to that?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I love the guys in this locker room, and I would do anything, and I think anytime you have an opportunity to step on this field, you need to take advantage of it.
Very angry that the report came out. Were you?
I think I was frustrated, obviously, but at the same time, this New York media, you understand that's part of it, and I can't say it's been the first time, we've dealt with it as a team and as a unit, and so it's definitely not a distraction for us going forward, and I think it's something we can put behind us, and I think the locker room is in a good. Everyone just wants to be good, and everyone wants to be great. Focus on this next week and see how we can get some wins here.
Is it possible you maybe in a conversation with someone in the building made an offhand comment that could have been construed as you being reluctant?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I believe, for whatever reason, that when things go bad like this. But I know this locker room and me have a great relationship, and I've never once said that to anybody in this locker room that I wouldn't want to play. And so that's why I think we have such a good backing is everybody knows I care about this team. Everyone knows I'm going to do everything I can for the guys in this locker room, no matter the situation.
All right, so there you go. I actually thought he handled himself well.
It's pretty convincing.
There's a really good conspiracy theory going on that we'll get into at 11. And there's a lot of conspiracy theories going on in New York. But I think this is a really good conspiracy theory on the leak and what happened in New York. Now, the big talking point, though, from like a stylistic standpoint, and I've listened to what they're saying in New York, and I listened to the majority of Zach Wilson's media availability, is at one point there was a attempt to make Zach Wilson play smarter. So in other words, don't try to risk things, don't try to force throws, etc.
Yeah.
And become more of a game manager. And it really didn't work out. But now there's a different approach where they're basically telling him, go out there and wing it, have a good time, do what you do, play kind of like you did at BYU.
Yeah.
And that's where he starts talking about the fun. So I don't know what that means. That could be for disaster. I know that's how you feel. We'll get into that in a second. But that's the main talking point, the style. Like the days of go out there and manage the game, let us win, I think those are over. I think they're just trying to wing it with Zach Wilson at this point, which was kind of his better style.
No, I totally agree. I was going to say the same thing about, I wrote it down right here, more fun. Those are the two words that would maybe give Texans fans a little bit of a worry. Because what if he just starts slinging it all over there like a Brett Favre or something?
Slinging it like Brett Favre?
Well, not that.
You're talking about the pictures and stuff?
I'm talking about passes.
Okay.
Well, that's still not good. Footballs. No, that would be the one thing that would be cause for some concern, but I'm not concerned. He did say like this locker room is really great. Everybody wants look that. Like, you can say what you want about what was true, what was not true. That locker room cannot be stable right now. Like it just can't with everything going on. There's chatter. They talk like we do. There's gossip in locker rooms just like there is in a sewing circle. I've said that the NFL is just one big sewing circle. And so that of all the things he said, then it was very convincing. He did a good job, and it's a little scary that he talked about more fun, meaning maybe they're just going to let him not take the safe pass all the time and all that stuff. Take some chances. The one thing that's not true though is that locker room. There is doubt in that locker room.
No doubt. There's also doubt here, and there's also strong confidence here. Coming up next, a disagreement over how things are going to go Sunday for the Houston Texans in a very, very important game in regards to the playoff race. In the Loop continues on a Friday Junior next.
Tagam Casario shared his thoughts on Tank Dell and his injury with Payne and Pendergast.
He's one of the toughest mentally and physically players we have on our football team. This is part of football. It's unfortunate. It just speaks to his willingness to do, whatever it takes to help the team.
Cue the full conversation now on the Odyssey app.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bell Furniture and the Bell Prices Traffic Center, this traffic report is brought to you by starofhopemission.org. Stop vehicles still sitting over on the West Loop northbound as you approach the Katy Freeway. That one's over to the right shoulder. Sunny this afternoon with a high of 70 and tonight cloudy with an overnight low of 60. That's traffic on Sports Radio 610.
I'm Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Jets are going Zach to the future. After being benched the past 2 games, Zach Wilson was named the Jets starting quarterback again Wednesday.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, what kind of game are we going to see on Sunday? There's a disagreement over this. John Lopez is overly confident, I will say. He is feeling it on Sunday.
Or is he just accurate?
I hope you are. Lay it out for me.
This is a blowout, man. This is going to be a blowout. Let me look. First of all, you haven't heard me say that all year. This is what, week 14?
Oh, God.
I haven't had that vibe. I haven't had that
oh, God.
Analysis, if you will.
Oh, no.
It's going to be a Texans blowout.
Oh, my.
Book it. Book it.
All right, book.
It has all the ingredients, and I'm going to get into them right now. In fact, I'm saying 34-10.
Okay.
I'll give you the score.
Okay.
Here's the reason, and this is a term that I occasionally use, so if you've heard it before, I apologize. I've read this book before. Coach scrambling for a life preserver, fans ready to pounce on the quarterback, team in disarray, quarterback stinks, offensive line stinks. Where have we read this book before? It doesn't end well when you're facing a hot team that has big-time players stepping up, which is happening right now, especially on the defensive side. And then there's the technical aspect of it, kind of the analysis aspect of it. Do you realize the Jets have allowed the third most sacks in the entire NFL? They've allowed 51 sacks. They're giving up 4.5 sacks a game. And Jonathan Grenard and Will Anderson are absolutely clicking right now. Oh, well, what about their offense? Well, we know about Zach Wilson. This blew me away. I knew it wasn't a lot, but this blew me away. Week 14, Jets offense has scored 7 touchdowns. 7. The offense has scored 7 touchdowns. Let me say that one more time.
That's not good.
7.
And they got one of the best wide receivers in the game. They got a very good young running back.
And then on top of that, you got the D'Amico Bobby Slowick. I know what you're thinking, Robert Saleh.
But doesn't Saleh know what they're thinking too?
Yeah, to a degree. But they're better. I mean, you're not necessarily saying as coaches. I'm saying they've got better to work with. Take the over. Give the stupid 3.5 points. This is going to unravel.
Stupid 3.5, huh?
It's a stupid 3.5 points.
Okay.
This is going to unravel. The weather's going to be sloppy, but you know what? That leads to more unraveling than anything. And we know guys can catch the football in rain. This is, like I said, I've read this book multiple times. I know how it ends. That's the only way I'll put it. I've read this book. I know how it ends. Texans blowout.
See, I think you could be right, but I think there's two possibilities here.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's either the Jets win a close game or the Texans. I don't think there's any in between. That is me right now. I think it's either the Jets win a close game or the Texans blow them out by a couple of touchdowns, because if the Jets are competing with the weather, with the way their pass defense is, the fact that the Texans have lost Tank Dell, I think that is my thing. I think you're either right or the Jets win a close game.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at. And again, we've been wrong. It's a tough league to predict, but I am a lot more nervous about this game than you are. And although I wasn't nervous about Denver last week.
See,
that was a close one.
I was anxious, but I didn't make any predictions because I just was reading the tea leaves there and looking at the teams, and it ended up being reason to be anxious. But that's neither here nor there. Dude, I've seen this for 22 years, here and elsewhere. I know how this is. And, you talk about, like, if they stay close, that's true. But if one bad thing goes against the Jets early, it's over. O-V-A-H. Over.
Now, are you nervous about Bobby Slowick, or do you trust Bobby Slowick in this situation?
I'm only nervous about one thing.
Do you think Bobby Slowick might have too much going through his head right now? Now that you don't have Tank Dell, you start to wonder, what am I going to do here? Do you think maybe he goes away from what's worked and they put too much into it? Because I think one thing Bobby Slowick has been guilty of, not often, but in certain times, has been overthinking. When you lose Tank Dell, I think the possibility of Bobby Slowick overthinking, I think it could possibly increase.
I don't worry about that so much as what the hell is going on at running back. I just keep going back to that, but that's the story with this offense. Like that is like the story of the 2023 season is what were they thinking at running back? I feel like if he stays with the way it was last week, things could get bad, especially against the really good Jets secondary, as we've talked about. But I don't think he's necessarily nervous or anxious about what to do about Tank Dell because he's got number 7. Like if we cut away all the garbage, I think every offensive coach over there in that building.
How the hell are they going to score 34 points, by the way? The Texans.
2 field goals.
The Texans are going to score 34 points.
Yeah.
Against this defense.
Yeah.
Man, you're on crack, brother.
Well, I'm not saying the offense is going to score them all.
You're on crack, sir.
I'm not saying the offense is going to score them all.
Okay. 34 points.
34 points.
Okay.
Little pick six, little scoop and score, a couple field goals, 3
34.
Touchdowns. Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. There's the recipe. A pick six or
34 points.
34 points. A pick six or a scoop and score. Couple field goals when drives stall against a pretty good defense, and 3 touchdowns. Bingo, bango, boingo.
Yeah, you make it sound so simple.
It is.
What is this, Madden?
Yeah.
34 points.
34. You want me to say it again? 34. Earl Campbell, Akeem Olajuwon, Nolan Ryan. 34. 34 to 10. I'll say this again, too. Bingo, bango, boingo. Because things unravel, man.
The total points right now for the Texans, the over-under is 20.5.
It's 33 overall, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you think they're going to hit the over by themselves?
Yeah.
You've lost your mind.
Mark this, Chris.
You've lost your mind.
Mark this, Chris.
You've lost your mind.
Remember when you thought I lost my mind when I said that there was going to be a bench clearing thing between the Astros and Rangers? Remember? That was good times.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you said I lost my mind.
Well, not as much as this.
That was not.
Text line 832. The things J-Lo are saying about the Jets are crazy, and they're the same things that we were saying about the Panthers. No guarantees.
The Panthers weren't this bad.
I don't think we were saying that the Panthers. Yeah. I was actually nervous about that, although I'm nervous about every game, so take that with a grain of salt. But 34 points the week after you lose out on Tank Dell, you miss Tank Dell. I don't know. 832. says Pierce took the damn ball from CJ on a play-action pass. We didn't talk about that. How about that RPO where Damian Pierce ripped it from CJ Stroud?
Yes, how about that?
Put the pipe down, Lopez. The wind is going to be brutal. There's another thing.
Yeah, I know. I am fully aware. I'm not just smoking crack over here. I understand. I study these things. I look at these things. By the way, the Jets gave up 34 points 2 weeks ago to the Dolphins.
Yeah, that's the Dolphins, though.
So Texans don't hand it.
No.
They don't?
No.
All right. 32 against the Bills. They struggle.
Dolphins, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dolphins put up 70 on the Broncos.
Haven't they only beat one winning team?
Dolphins, yeah, but they put up 70.
Yeah.
Let me remind you, the 713 Panthers 15, Texans 13.
That to me does not correlate. I first of all, as you said, I don't remember us saying that it was going to be some kind of blowout or anything.
I didn't,
and I don't think they're as bad as the Jets. To be honest, the Jets are a bleep show right now, man. They are David Culley-esque in terms of what you should expect from them.
And it might be even wilder than you think. Coming up, this is the most bizarre thing that has happened this NFL season. This is beyond insane what's going on with New York. Could a former, not even a current, a former radio host have caused Robert Saleh to go back to Zach Wilson? It sounds crazy. It might not sound crazy, though, once you hear the story and we lay it out for you in the next segment. That's next.
All right, let's talk about D&M.
Joe Beningo used to host there in New York. He has a weekly hit on the afternoon drive show at WFAN with his former co-host Evan Roberts and former NFL running back Tiki Barber. So this apparently sent the Jets into an uproar. This was during his weekly visit. Listen to this. Listen to what he said. I guess he put out like a post or something of a 6-part plan to fix the Jets. And then I'll just let you hear it yourself.
I can tell you right now he don't like Zach. He don't like Zach. He don't like Zach because I'll tell you this. So when I did this 6-part thing that I put out there today, okay, and one of them, I listed them too, like by number, okay? Number 2 was him getting involved in the play calling.
Right.
I did put that. Number 3, I said you got to go back to Zach. So he texts me back. And I mean, he might get mad at me for this, but I don't care. He texts me back and he says, Joe, about number 3, which was playing Wilson. Right. Are you kidding me? He might have said, "Are you serious?" It might have been, "Are you serious?" But it was something like that. I'm paraphrasing.
And meanwhile, he's gonna have to go back to him.
Something like that.
Yeah. All right, so he put that out there. Robert Saleh texted him and said, "Are you kidding me?" And then apparently they had a phone conversation. This was the follow-up with Joe B after this, and this was before they made the announcement that they were going to go back to Zach Wilson. So he puts out the thing. Robert Saleh texts him and says, "Are you kidding me?" And then there was a disagreement over what exactly that meant. Here's Joe B clarifying a day or two later on WFAN.
You know, I also told the coach that I would be back on today at 4 o'clock to straighten things out. So here I am. Look, the bottom line is this. I shouldn't have said what I said. I totally misunderstood where he was coming from. That I've been for weeks saying, okay, enough of Zach, bench him. So when now I'm telling the coach, hey, you've got to put him back in there, he's saying, well, what do you mean you got to put him back in there now? You know, I totally misread that. I shouldn't have come out and said that and make it look like the coach doesn't like Wilson, which obviously, is not the case.
Is he mad that you revealed the private text exchange? Was that a part of it?
What they were upset about is the foul. I basically said the coach didn't like Zach.
Gotcha.
It would be so easy to just pick up the phone, say, hey, Coach, you got 5 minutes? Let's have a conversation, right?
You know, look, I don't know where I stand right now in that regards, but
the big critique is it's not even about the Zach thing. It's that he revealed the private conversation. Do you feel bad about that? Is that something that Saleh texted that to you and it wasn't supposed to be said to us?
Look, I think I can say this. I mean, we spoke for about 25 minutes last night.
25 minutes.
Coach called me last night, and, we discussed a lot of different things. You know, I basically said that he didn't like Zach.
Gotcha.
And I don't think it was anything else but that.
Okay, so whether it got lost in translation or not, here's the thing to me that I think makes it, and Tiki Barber's going to take it to a whole different area, and there's other conspiracy theories going on with the Jets. We've talked to coaches, we've talked to people, like every once in a while, about what you say, but never in my life, and you've been in it longer than me, have you been in a situation where you put out like your 6 keys, the coach texts you, maybe it gets lost in translation, and then you're talking for 25 minutes? And then the other thing is, I can't believe he's going on and saying, just flat out saying that he talked to Saleh. Like, how does Robert Saleh have 25 minutes during this week in which there's all this drama in New York, you're preparing for a game, you're insisting that you're going to go out there and try to win the game? How does Robert Saleh have 25 minutes in his day to talk to a retired New York radio host about what he thinks should happen at the quarterback position?
I think first of all, if they're not friends, they're friendly.
Yeah, they got to be friends.
You know,
they got to be friends.
So that's part of it. But I think the bigger thing here is it's a coach that's in scramble mode. I've said that like 2 or 3 times now over the last couple of days. He's scrambling. He's trying to. There's a lot of leaks in the boat, and he's running out of fingers. You know, he's trying to get it all organized and back together. So that's one of the reasons he might do that. It's very unorthodox. It's not normal, but that might be one reason. The other reason they're friends. I have a bigger problem with what he did, like what Joe Beningo did. a lot of times this is pulling back the curtain, but I think a lot of people know this. We'll say something on the air, you or me or whomever, and we have talked to someone very high in one of the organizations here. We just don't mention that conversation, and we don't mention them by name. That's the problem. Like, he could have easily said everything he said without saying, I spoke to Robert Saleh for 25 minutes. He could have just come in and said,
I don't think he likes Zach.
Yeah, you know what? I think this, I think that, I think that.
But apparently Saleh, and this is understandable, apparently Saleh was just saying, you've been crapping on Zach all year, and now all of a sudden you want him back. Maybe that's what he was.
Well, but you can still, we've done it. You've done it.
Yeah.
I've done it. Like, I was, this isn't like, I'm not name dropping because I'm not going to mention a name. I was talking to a pretty high executive day before yesterday. I was talking
Look at you.
But you don't mention them by name. Because
you just kind of.
No, I didn't mention anybody. Because then I didn't even mention the sport. Because then you lose that trust, and I think it makes you look bad.
Yeah, but also you're talking about a retired guy who probably just wanted a little bit of attention, and he's getting it at an extreme level. Now, it's one thing to get attention, but could he be getting or making an impact on the decisions? This is Tiki Barber. Tiki Barber's saying this with a straight face. He's not even kidding around.
Yeah, I love this.
Here's Tiki Barber talking about this whole thing going on in New York with the Jets, the quarterback situation, 25-minute phone conversations, etc. Here's Tiki Barber of WFAN.
It's down to the fact that Robert Saleh is being forced to do something he doesn't want to do.
It feels like
it. It
feels like it's been that way for a while.
No,
in some ways, you might want to blame Joe Beningo. I'm not joking.
How is it Joe's fault?
He's on our air on Monday and says, "Oh, bro, I don't think Saleh even likes him." The Jets got in a tiff about that. You know they did.
Yeah.
And they needed to fix it.
Oh, don't tell me this.
I'm just telling you, dude.
You're saying that Joe Beningo, saying something that even he admitted was a little out of school, forced the Jets to start Zach?
I hate Zach Wilson narrative that's sitting out there. All Robert Saleh could do was do what he did yesterday or 2 days ago when he said, "No, Zach came in my office. He said he wants to play. He wants the ball. I'm deciding on the decision."
I like it. I don't know if it's true. I would be worried if it were true, but I like this whole concept of this. It's pretty bizarre. See, these people organizations, I think a lot of times people forget that they're just like us. Like they get swayed. They get worried. They're like, oh, what do I need to do to make myself look good? How many times did you hear me talking about Bill O'Brien kicking the can down the road? He made all those quarterback changes for his own good, not for them.
Yeah.
So they're humans. And so I could see where it's plausible. I don't think so, but I could see where it would be.
This is weird.
Yeah.
Now, this is not weird, though. Greg Giannetti out there with Boomer Esiason.
Mm-hmm.
He feels like he knows where these leaks were coming from with the Jets and what he believes happened. Diana Rossini reporting that Zach Wilson was reluctant to play. We've seen they went with Tim Boyle for 2 weeks. They released Tim Boyle in the middle of the week. They brought in someone else, and then they decided to go with Zach Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
Here's Gio's conspiracy theory that he throws to Boomer, and I actually think this one, I could see this being the case. Here's Gio's conspiracy theory as things are getting weird in New York a few days before the Texans take on the Jets.
I be a connect the dots guy? I'd love for you to be a connect the dots guy. So after this game, the rumblings are happening about going back to Zach. Zach says to Tim Boyle, "Man, I don't know if they ask me to play again. I mean, what if I go out there behind this offensive line and get killed?" So then Tim Boyle's like, "Okay, well, wait a second. I want to start still." And Tim Boyle goes to his agent. "I can't believe that. They're going to bet doesn't even play. Right. This is crazy. This is my shot. I wasn't that bad," which he was, but this is what he's telling his agent. The agent gives the story to Diana Rossini, who puts it out there, and then all of a sudden the thing blows up in their face and Tim Boyle is out because they trace this thing back to the agent, Diana Rossini, and the whole thing. Am I onto something? Yeah, you could be onto something.
He could be. In fact, I think we're all in agreement that it was definitely an agent that did this because someone.
Well, they released Boyle, which I think is interesting because they trusted him to start 2 games, and then they released him. Yeah, Brett Rippon.
Yeah.
So the guy got released. So that makes you kind of wonder.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it definitely was an agent, and that would seem to be the most logical one. He's like, this dude doesn't even want to play, man, and they're gonna. It's always fascinating. Like I said, people put these executives and these coaches and players on the pedestal. They're just like the rest of us, man. They can be just as petty. They can be just as conniving. They can be everything that is part of part of daily life for all of us. And I think that was definitely in play in this thing, and it's definitely in play, however it turned out, in why Robert Saleh went back to Zach Wilson. Robert Saleh's looking out for Robert Saleh right now. That's what happened. Oh, it's all about the team. It's all that. No. Trust me on that. I mean, yes, it's about the team. Yes, he wants to win. Yes, he wants to help guys. Yes, he wants to have the right quarterback on the field. But the undertone, the underlying impact here is he's protecting Robert. That's just the way it is.
Is he?
Yes, 100%. Why would he go back to Zach Wilson?
I think it's the best option at this point. I think it's proven. Why did the Texans go back to Davis Mills last year? I mean, the Texans, they had Davis Mills. He looked terrible.
At least that
we thought he was the worst
argument.
thing ever. We wondered about Kyle Allen.
Yeah.
Kyle Allen came in. Kyle Allen was worse than Davis Mills. Davis Mills came back in. I think it's the same guy, same draft class.
And what kind of team were the Texans last year?
They were trash.
That's what I'm saying.
But the Jets are trash too.
Yeah.
And you're going back to them.
So why?
So is Robert Saleh safe?
I said yesterday yes, and then I started reading some stuff, just sitting on my chair watching TV, and then this morning I'm like, man, there are a lot of people that think that he needs to be fired. I'm like, that's a surprise. That's a surprise to me, but I guess it's real because, I mean, it's not just like fans. It's people who cover this team, doing it as well.
That's a really, really crazy thing. If you could impact one decision right now with the Texans, I think we would both have the same one. Like if you could say something right now and you could get a phone call from the coaching staff, what would be the one thing you would want to impact? Since there's conspiracy theories that radio hosts are impacting coaching decisions.
I mean, I've said it multiple times. You've said it multiple times. Hope they're listening. Hope they go, maybe he's right. Singletary. Carries. That would be my one. You're talking about on the field, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's mine too.
Yeah. Give Singletary 2-to-1 ratio. However you play it, it's up to you. Pass the ball first, run the ball. 1 ratio carries.
I just couldn't imagine Robert Saleh calling and saying, hey, man, what are we thinking here?
What did he say? Are you kidding? Or something like that? I could see it. I just totally could see this happening. Exactly what they're talking about. You've gotten calls like that. Sometimes they're not pleasant. Drayton McClain called me once. For a nice Christian man, he was kind of hot.
How many cuss words do you think he said?
No, he didn't cuss, but he was just hot.
Oh, Christians can get hot.
He was hot. He was white hot. I don't even remember what it was about. But yeah, I had lunch with him and Jerry Hunsaker for about an hour and a half. It happens.
Remember you had your beef with Tom Herman.
That was his fault.
A little something there.
By the way, who was right on that? Oh, that's right. That's right, me.
I don't know who was right. I don't remember the base. It was something about Kyle Allen, right?
Yeah, it was how they met with him.
Something about Kyle Allen. And then Nick got all mad.
Yeah.
Nick Wright got back and forth with Tom Herman.
Mm-hmm. There's so many things about that people don't know. Like, I had about an hour-long, speaking of which, hour-long conversation with him sitting in my backyard.
Yeah, but that was before. Yeah, that was before the thing.
And then, and then that was going to be that.
Yeah.
And I said, Tom, Coach, what I said, I want to be fair to you. Do you want to come on the air and tell our listeners what you just told me? And he's like, I don't know. I'll get back to you. And then he did. So he wasn't even going to be on the air. I invited him on because I wanted to throw myself under the bus or at least give him a fair chance to state his case. And then it turned into craziness, and then I ended up being proven right. So there you go.
Betting line down to 3.5 right now, and that's kind of alarming. Week 14 begins today. You got Pittsburgh hosting New England. Pittsburgh, are the Patriots trying to win? That's my question.
No. Patriots are not trying to win. You want
right now they got the number 2 overall pick,
but which is
pretty damn good for them.
Oh, that's gold mine. That's a gold mine. You got 2 big time quarterbacks at least that are sure things, or at least as close as you can.
I mean, this is we've heard this.
Yeah,
and I mean it's a crapshoot.
Yeah,
but you have this is where you want to be in the top 2.
Yeah, this is absolutely where you want to. But
I don't know. Is Belichick a tanker? Like,
he knows how to do anything. Yeah, I mean he can tank without tanking. And I know Caserio came from that tree, et cetera, et cetera. Look, I think he absolutely could figure out how to make this a tank without making it look like a tank. But if you're a Texans fan, you're cheering for the Patriots.
Oh, for sure, big time.
Big time.
Yeah, because the Texans would be in the playoff picture if the Patriots won today.
Yeah. Yeah.
I heard Sean and Seth talking. Seth, I heard him
groveling
this morning. Yeah, whatever the hell he's doing.
Yeah.
And I think they anticipate Pittsburgh whooping up on them. I don't know, man. I could see New England fighting.
Yeah, this is going to be an ugly, bad game. I mean, Al Michaels is going to go back to being bored. He's going to be knitting in the press box.
Knitting.
But yeah, you definitely want you want the Patriots to win today, because then things get real interesting for Sunday.
Yeah, you get right in that playoff mix, which is where the Texans want to be. It is a Thirsty Thursday. Brandon Scott normally joins us in this hour. He's going to be with Ron Hughley. They're going to be on the road, so we'll go to them at 2 o'clock. Good old B. Scott, always good to hear from him. But coming up next, have we been looking in the wrong place for the young game wrecker? We've been talking about the young talent on this team for a while, but have we been looking in the wrong place? The OG says absolutely. That's next.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
All right, so are we looking in the wrong places when it comes to breakout performers? Lopez says yes, Texans, Jets. 3 days from now, we're hopping on a jet plane. We're going to Boston. We'll be live at Army-Navy Manana, and we'll be live on the field. Texans, Jets on Sunday, and then on your radio for Reaction Monday. Busy times around here, but are we focused in the wrong places? The OG John Lopez, he said a lot today. He said he thinks it's going to be a blowout on Sunday.
I'm saying things.
He's got plenty more to say. Go ahead there, bud.
Well, let me ask you this.
I just butted you.
At least you didn't say cowboy like I like to do. C.J. Stroud kind of got me thinking this way.
Okay.
I mean, we heard it yesterday when C.J. Stroud was talking about Derek Stingley. Called him
Said he's the most talented player on the team.
Regardless of position.
I would agree with that. Who's more talented?
Physically talented.
Yeah, just flat out talent. Who's more talented?
And he said he's a generational talent.
Okay.
So I started thinking, like,
I don't know about all that. I mean, he's a really good.
C.J. Stroud hadn't been wrong about a lot.
Well, I mean,
in terms of, saying.
I mean, generational talent. I feel like I see freakish corners like that every year, every other year.
Well, I think just the term more than anything. He's one of those guys. He's potentially a shutdown corner. So it got me thinking. Have we been looking the wrong place? Like
where are you looking?
Will Anderson. We've been looking at Will Anderson.
My look is as I have my eyes on Stingley and Will Anderson.
Well,
so maybe we've been talking about Will Anderson because Derek Stingley's been out.
Well,
but as soon as Derek Stingley has been here, like as far as like potential elite talent, I think you have three guys that are potentially elite on this team.
But even though he had
young players, Stingley,
he had a pick last
Stroud,
year, right?
Anderson.
Even though he played well, had a pick, we weren't saying like, "Wow, this guy could be."
No, he's elevated it.
Yeah, and that's what I'm. That's what.
But if we've been looking in the wrong places, just because he hadn't been on the field, which is the biggest question mark with him.
Yeah, but along with we haven't seen, we certainly didn't see what they saw in Sauce Gardner last year, but we're seeing it now. We are seeing that now. Just to kind of illustrate that. I mean, he's only played since week 10 this year, and he's in the top. He's number 6 overall in pass defense for cornerbacks. already. He has
PFF, right?
Yes, he has just as many interceptions as Deron Bland since Week 10 with 4. He's playing at that level. So, and this is, trust me, this is not a slight of Will Anderson, because just Monday on my passing thoughts, one of them was, if we get these two dudes, it changes the whole concept of how the Texans should be looked at. So I think Will Anderson's part of it. But we keep saying all the analytics and advanced stats and all that stuff, but we need to see sacks. We need to see sacks. Just like sacks, when you get picks and passes defense like Stingley has gotten since he's been back, that's what we've been looking for Will Anderson. That's what I'm saying. Is he going to be a game changer at cornerback? Like, not just really good, but like a guy that can just change a game plan, take out an entire quarter or third of the field. Like the old days.
I hope not.
Why?
I want him to keep throwing at him, man. I want him to keep throwing at him.
You want the numbers.
Yeah, I want them to keep throwing at Derek Stingley. I like the quarterbacks challenging him right now. But no, I mean, if we've been looking in the wrong place, I don't think it's because we've been sleeping on Derek Stingley. If you weren't sleeping on Derek Stingley 4 weeks ago, what were you doing? Because we didn't even know when he was going to come back. But yeah, as far as the elite talent right now, on this squad, I do think it's Will Anderson and Derek Stingley, as far as youth and all that. So yeah, look in the wrong place maybe, but I don't think it's because the talent's ever been questioned.
And the other part of this is a cornerback like that is every bit as valuable as a rush end that can sack the quarterback a lot.
Those are the two premium positions.
Yeah, every bit.
Those are the two premium positions.
If he's that guy.
Well, if he's that guy, it changes everything, because I think long term this is the big thing with Derek Stingley is, if you can't depend on Stingley, and I don't know how much you can depend on Stingley from beginning to end, but if let's say we were going into this offseason and you didn't feel good about Derek Stingley, corner would be by far the biggest need.
Absolutely, and wide receiver.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not even.
Maybe not even past that. I think we're past.
Well, I think they need a number one, but whatever.
I think we're to the point where CJ can make guys.
Yeah. But that's neither.
Where it's not
cornerback
urgent.
would absolutely be high on the list.
Yeah, cornerback would be up there, because all your guys have expiring contracts, and you don't know what's up with Stingley, to the point where even in the first round I would say, okay, maybe you need to look at a corner that's going to be on the field all the time. But I do think that the Stingley thing has changed things in the short and long term. It's almost checkers and chess. He is two game boards is what he is, because from a checker standpoint, week to week, if he's going to play like this, then that just adds a complete different element that we didn't know would be available. And from a chess move, if he only continues to get better, then the sky's the limit as well, because you got him 2 more years on his rookie deal. So
exactly.
I'm with you. The Stingley thing is one of all the things that have been encouraging. This is the most encouraging thing, is Derek Stingley playing like this, and I'm looking at him and Will, though.
Yeah, I am too. Like I said that Monday as one of my thoughts. But if he becomes Richard Sherman-like, and I'm mentioning Richard Sherman on purpose here, I'll tell you in a second. All of a sudden, you talk about a plot twist. That's for the better. All of a sudden, because this is why I mentioned Richard Sherman. This is what he said about, somebody asked him, what's a shutdown corner? And he said, a shutdown corner is a guy who makes big plays, a guy who gives his team a chance to win, a guy who needs to be game planned for, a guy who's always on the scouting report. If Derek can become that, we're in business here. We are big time in business, because it changes everything for opposing offenses.
Got to be very, very sweet for him to be able to go into New York as the AFC Defensive Player of the Week, and especially in a "what have you done for me lately" business. I'm sure he was tired of hearing the Sauce versus Stingley thing, and I'm sure the Jets still love their guy, and they should. Am I here to say that Derek Stingley has, surpassed Sauce Gardner? No. Sauce Gardner has a better body of work. Sauce Gardner has a more consistent body of work. He might not intercept passes as much, but right now you have to feel good about that. But you got to at least feel good about Stingley, and it's an element that we did not believe that we would have.
Yeah, and Stingley remarkably has just as many passes defensed, but part of that is because they're not throwing at Sauce. But nevertheless, he has just as many passes defensed in his short time on the field as Sauce has for the season.
Other side of the rock, it's going to be interesting to see how the Texans replace Tank Dell. John Mechie, I know he's been making the rounds, and John Mechie really hasn't done a lot this year. A lot of it's opportunity. A lot of it's just him and CJ haven't been able to connect when they've had opportunities. I wonder how much more we see John Mechie. I wonder how much more we see Hutchinson. I wonder how much we see Brevin Jordan with Dalton Schultz back, who, by the way, is back at practice. Mm-hmm. You're talking about young guys, Mechie, Hutchinson. Those are guys to keep an eye on as well.
Mechie, Hutchinson, probably the top two. Because they're going to include Woods, and, it's just a matter of how much and how differently they use them. But I've been on that. John Mechie, is going to brain for a few weeks now, and he's had glimpses. Well, it's about time to get it done, right? I mean, he's had hints. If you're going to do it now.
We'll talk to him live off the practice field tomorrow. We'll talk to him live from Army-Navy. We'll be there, and we'll talk to John Mechie tomorrow. I think we should just do it without even mentioning cancer.
Totally agree.
And that's what he said. He said he's ready to move past it. Like, let's just talk ball.
I don't even want to reference it.
Yeah, I don't even think I'll reference it. We'll jump right into it. They drafted him in the second round 2 years ago. It's time to look like a guy when Tank Dell is out that warranted that draft pick at this point. And he agrees with that. I actually think he would actually appreciate that.
Yeah. I'm with you because it's about football now, and it's about getting all that behind him. So let's get it behind us as well, and just talk about some of the things that it needs to do. That's not to say that we're not going to be fair in terms of what is it that's kind of limited you or kept you from breaking out, so to speak. But that's something we're going to ask him.
C.J. Stroud, man, he's used to that cold weather. I've been looking at guys like who's used to playing in the cold. C.J. played at Ohio State. He's used to it. Mm-hmm. Nico played at Michigan. He's used to it. Although one from Cali, one from Alabama, but they went up north to play some Big Ten ball, so they're used to it. Mechie, not so much. Dalton Schultz, not so much. Stanford and Dallas, not so much. Brevin Jordan, not so much. So the cold weather.
Didn't say even though he played there,
he doesn't love it.
He doesn't love
cold weather.
Yeah. I don't know anybody who would say they did.
Are we going to be able to see the breath on Sunday? Is that
No, it's not that cold.
It's not going to be a breath game?
It's just going to be miserable.
Okay, it's not a breath game.
Mid-40s, high 40s, rain. That stuff doesn't scare me, man. Like the way they treat the balls and all that stuff.
It does me.
Unless it's, remember that Patriots game like on a Sunday night or something where it was against Bills?
Yeah.
Unless it's something like that.
It scares me.
50-mile-an-hour winds and rain.
Man, when you're from the South and you got to deal with that cold weather.
No, I'm talking about like in terms of how the team is going to perform. It affects it, but it's not like all of a sudden it's a 3-2 game,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel that. Mm-hmm. I feel that. It'll be really interesting to see how they react. The line, 3.5. If you jumped on the Texans minus 6.5 early, you're regretting your decision because you got them at 3.5. Yeah. The money is going in the direction of the Jets. What the hell does that mean? Who knows? We just got to follow that moolah. Coming up, let's follow the hit. C.J. Stroud, another individual award. What does it mean to him? Plus, Week 14 begins tonight. We're going to be sacrificing our dignity with our rooting interest, and the Astros, they got some serious competition. It's a familiar face in a despised place. Next.
Derek Stingley Jr. is your AFC Defensive Player of the Week. The Texans.
Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
C.J. Stroud, second in Pro Bowl voting. Two was first. C.J. second. Christy Reekin of the Associated Press asked C.J. about this honor. Here's what the quarterback of your Houston Texans had to say.
That's cool. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool to get recognition from people on some of the special things that we've done as a team, and it's a blessing to hopefully, of course, that was a goal of mine, to be a Pro Bowler and to be at the top of my game at this point, and I just, like I always, 1 week to love you, 1 week to hate you. So, I just keep going and just stay steadfast, stay my head down, working, and that's what I plan to do. But it's super dope, and I appreciate that. And the biggest thing for me as a player is getting the respect on the other side of the field, on other teams. And for now, every game I get after the game, I always get a lot of good feedback and just advice and stuff, and a lot of respect. And I give a lot of respect back out on guys who play in this league. So it's been pretty cool. I appreciate that.
All right, Pro Bowl voting. It's got to mean a lot to him, so we'll see how that goes. He's going to be in the Pro Bowl.
Oh, he's second. He's in.
Yeah, he's in.
He's a real one.
Yeah, he'd be there no matter what.
No offense.
So he will be in the Pro Bowl. C.J. Stroud, second in voting. Maybe he closes the gap on Tua. Who knows? Week 14 begins tonight. Now, this is a report from Jerry Dulac of The Athletic. Steelers taking on the Patriots. He says that the Steelers were considering benching Pickett before the injury.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
I want to say we had heard some of this. We had heard, maybe it was just media.
What were they waiting for then?
Yeah, but I think maybe it was just media stuff, but I don't think it was any reports that they were considering, but it just sounded familiar. I don't know why they would, just write it out and figure it out. If they not, maybe they know or they feel like
they should have benched him, but I mean now it's after the fact.
Yeah. What's the use of that?
Pittsburgh is such their ceiling is so limited. Did you see JJ's and TJ? They think that offensive line with holds all the time on TJ Watt.
Yeah,
videos, all that type of stuff.
Yeah, that made the rounds a couple of days ago about how he feels like the officials are not calling the game right and all that stuff. Happens every game. I mean, we talk about it.
Sean Pendergast to the right is recording the Utopia podcast, which you can see on the Sports Radio 610.
Is that Sean Pendergast or Mini-Me?
My man is very low.
He's got the chair.
Right now. He's bald. He looks like Vern Troyer.
Yeah.
He's in there.
He's got the chair all the way down. The computer screens are higher than his head.
Yeah.
I would not be able to function.
What do you think him and McClain are talking about right now?
Now?
Yeah, what do you think's going on right now with the Utopia podcast? I'll tell you right now. I could recite.
I've got one.
I could recite this.
I've got one that I would bet on
podcast without even hearing it with him and.
All right, let's hear it because I got one too. Don't take mine.
Look at Sean. He's getting into it though.
Oh yeah.
He's passionate. This is what the Utopia with McClain right now. Because they're just talking about matchups and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Here's McClain. Robert Saleh worked under D'Amico Ryan, under Gary Kubiak back in the day. That's where he started his career. Then him and D'Amico, they worked together in San Francisco. D'Amico credits Robert Saleh for being one of his top mentors, and they're going to face each other this week. Also, you have Sauce Gardner, who is obviously selected number 4 overall in 2021 or 2022 over Derek Stingley, who is the AFC Defensive Player of the Week. And he has 4 interceptions in the last 3 weeks. Zach Wilson, he's back at quarterback. There were a lot of reports that Zach Wilson didn't want to play. Robert Saleh went to the podium. He denied those reports, and now they're going to go with Zach Wilson. C.J. Stroud, AFC Offensive Player of the Month.
Make it stop.
A week ago. This is what you get. And he's second right now in Pro Bowl voting.
All right.
Should be in the MVP
I'm going to have
conversation.
to stop you. I'm going to have to stop you on that one.
Why? Because that's not accurate?
It's good. I feel I know what they're talking about.
You know what Sean and McClain are talking about right now for the Utopia podcast?
I know what they're talking about right now.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
It's going to be bad weather, but C.J. Stroud's a big guy. Reminds me of Warren Moon. Warren Moon had some of his best games in the rain and the cold. I think it's not going to – it doesn't worry me. Who cares?
Guarantee I would almost
So
bet
you think
money.
the name Warren Moon will be mentioned in the Utopia podcast?
Not only Warren Moon, but Warren Moon in bad weather games. And that C.J. Stroud is built kind of like – I don't know why he would go there, but built kind of like Warren Moon. And he's going to – that the weather doesn't matter because he's just like Warren Moon. I'm going to listen. Now I'm going to listen to the – not that I don't check in, but I'm going to listen to every second of that thing.
If he mentions Warren Moon in cold weather games, I gotta buy you dinner in New York or Boston. But not because I think it probably happens.
It could well happen.
Why does he always do that from a sauna? Like, what is that wood background that McClain has on the Utopia podcast?
It does look like a hot sauna.
No, it looks like it's like old ass wood, and he's like sitting there, and he's like in a sauna, and it's like above him.
Yeah,
like it's strange.
I'm trying to get an image of it.
No,
right
get
now.
the image. Look, he's got that old ass sauna. Chris, you know what I'm talking about?
Look at
I know exactly. Like, what is that?
It looks like
I'm imagining him like with his hairy body under a top. Yes.
You know what it is?
I don't know what that is.
I can tell you. You probably don't even remember this, Chris. You probably don't even remember this either. That's 1970s wood paneling. He's got wood paneling in his house.
Brother, you are on all these shows. Can a dude get a better background? And look at the angle. Let me see that angle. He's like all the way back there. And look at Sean's angles. What is Sean doing? Like, what? Where's the background here? This is like Utopia podcast. What are we doing?
It's wood paneling, man. It's like straight out of that 70s show. Like it is. Like look at it. That's wood paneling.
All right. If you think you know what John McClain is talking about right now on the Utopia podcast, 713-572-4610. We'll give you 30 seconds to tell us what you think is going on with Sean and John on the Utopia podcast
it's
right
going
now.
to be rainy and cold, John. Who cares? Warren Moon had I saw him throw for 380 yards in the rain in Kansas City one year. He's built just like Warren Moon. Who cares about the rain?
Yeah, so what?
Text line 713. Swear to God. You don't have to swear to God. Why are you swearing to God on a damn text? We're just having some fun here. Swear to God, I had a dream last night that a shirtless John McClain had a boxing match in the street with Captain Insano, and I was the ref. And John effing dropped him. He got up on the 8 count. I added Sano, put his hands up, and he continued the round, but I woke up right then.
Dude, that's a hell of a dream. It's a wild dream.
Which one's Captain Insano?
Captain Insano was Adam Sandler, remember?
Oh,
Yeah.
Big Show. It's Big Show. Paul White, Big Show.
Captain, what movie was that?
Waterboy.
Waterboy?
Yeah, it's Captain Insano. He calls in, and then Big Show, Paul White makes fun of him.
Yeah.
One of those things.
Oh, that's right. It was like a visit the... No, it was a dream of his.
Yeah.
It was a dream of his, I think. Yeah.
And look at Sean. Sean's getting passionate about something in there.
Yeah.
You go in there. No,
It's
you
weather,
can't
man.
interrupt him.
It's that wind and rain.
Are they live?
I don't think so.
Hey, did they do this live, Santiago, or are they recording it?
I think they recorded.
Yeah.
They're recording? Okay, we're live on YouTube.
God, I hope so.
Shout out to y'all. Yeah, so they're not doing it live. I wanted to ease on it. I wanted to check it out.
Yeah.
What's Sean saying? Why is he so low?
It's kids' table stuff. Like, it's absolute kids' table stuff.
McClain's not behind.
Could you do a podcast like that? I could not. I would have to be sitting higher.
Low ride? No.
Yeah.
McClain's not behind the wood, though. Or he's not in front of the wood.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's in front of the wood.
Man, wood paneling. Even McClain has to know that it's time to change the wood paneling.
I thought you were about to say something else.
To change the wood paneling.
Slime ball?
Mm-hmm.
Man, I don't know. I just, of all the backgrounds, there's got to be something a little bit better than that.
I'm just saying, change your...
How many old-ass antiques do you think McClain has in his house? Have you been there?
I've been there. I haven't been inside.
Is there just like a bunch of like freaking blue and white marble plates? I imagine they have like blue and white plates. It seems like every old-ass house and every antique shop has those effing blue and white plates. You know the ones I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like with the design?
They're kind of cool.
And they probably put them in like a glass, like old-ass wood chest right there where the plates are just sitting there and they never use them.
I'm picturing a lot of porcelain sculptures of birds eating out of a bird bath. Something like that. You know what I'm talking about.
A cat house.
How many of these do they have in his house?
Oh, God.
Those porcelain.
Oh, my God.
Renaissance type porcelain figurines.
Over under 45 nutcrackers in the house right now for Christmas.
That's a good number.
Over under 45 nutcrackers in the crib.
They've been married a long time. I'm going to say slightly. No, I'll say slightly under.
Under 45. Okay.
Yeah. Precious Moments, Yadro, all those porcelain figures. They're all over on a shelf, guaranteed. Why are we making fun of John?
What do you mean? Breaking it down. Utopia Podcast.
Yeah.
Odyssey. Check it out. Go where you get your podcast. John McClain and Sean Pendergast.
Now he's got me looking at porcelain figurines. Never thought I would do that today.
Sean's sitting there. What is Sean saying?
I think he's talking about the rain, man.
He's just talking about the rain?
Yeah. Weather. Oh, they're going to talk about Derek Stingley and Will Anderson, too. 100%.
Sean's on Zach Wilson. He's connecting Zach and CJ, I would say.
Yeah.
The Yankees made a trade for Juan Soto. We hate Juan Soto around here. At least it seemed like a lot of people did. 2019, 21 years old, I think he was. Joe Buck said it 55 times a game.
Yeah.
He's now going to be a Yankee.
This one's different, right?
This is a big one, man.
Yeah,
this is a big move.
This one feels different because normally you think, oh, the Yankees are going to spend a lot of money on someone.
Padres receive right-handed pitchers Michael King, Drew Thorpe, Randy Vasquez, another right-handed pitcher, and then they got a catcher.
Yeah, I can't tell you about all those prospects, but I can tell you that most people who follow this game on an hourly basis think that that they were going to have to give up more than that.
Okay.
So there's that. So the Yankees got a good deal. But normally, Yankees sign big-ticket free agent. I'm thinking, yeah, that's not going to work out long-term. This one's different to me. This one, I think this is a scary proposition. He's 25 years old. You know, he's a hell of a player. He's going to be in the same outfield as Aaron Judge.
Oh, he's a hell of a player.
Well,
thanks,
this
John.
just in. Like I said, I don't think this is going to be bust bad money. You know, I think this is going to be good money.
I think it's necessary. They need to be aggressive.
Yeah.
And Ohtani's being crazy.
What is the? I guess it's down.
I feel like there's like an agreement where if you say that you met with him, you get shot. Because it's been like super secretive. Like, and I do think that that's like kind of the thing where you cannot say it.
Mm-hmm.
Like this dude knows how to create a mystique.
But it's Dodgers, Angels, I guess,
Blue Jays,
Cubs, Blue Jays. Yeah. So the Juan Soto thing has to be a concern for a lot of teams in the AL.
Well, yeah, he's a good ball player.
Yeah.
According to John Lopez, said he's a good player.
Good player.
There you go.
Good player.
Rockets top Oklahoma City last night, 110-101. Dylan Brooks with 23. Alfie Şengün with 21. They got Denver tomorrow night. Denver coming off a loss to the Clips. So Rockets, very good at home, very bad on road. Very good at home, very bad on road.
Running the offense through Alperin has been really a big thing for this
Man,
team.
they tried to get Brook Lopez, too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the whole thing. Like last year, they were putting that Fernando guy in because they wanted Kevin Porter option.
Yeah.
And now this year, even with how good Alfie looks, they try to get Brook Lopez.
And they're running it through him.
Got
perfect.
lucky about
That's why what's his name? Aaron Holiday.
Yeah, he's playing ball too.
Had a big game yesterday.
Yeah, some good ball. Shout out to the
Because of
Holiday
Şengün.
brothers. I love when Craig Ackerman says holiday season. Makes me want to bump some Gucci. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, Chris Santiago holding it down for him. Coming up next, I'm going to try to figure out what Sean was talking about. He's packing up right now. But coming up next, it's getting weird in New York, and we got different opinions on it. Lunchtime next.
GM Nick Caserio on the new Texans Standard, exclusively on Payne and Pendergast.
It's going to be about being a good teammate, being selfless, having a right mindset, working your ass.
Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Life is better when you have a good quarterback. Life sucks when you don't have a good quarterback. That's really the life of the football fan. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Chris Santiago in for Figgy Fig here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. You feel good about your quarterback. You feel good about a lot of things. And that's how we felt for a couple of months now with C.J. Stroud. We felt lost for a few years in New York. They're feeling a little bit lost because they're going back to Zach Wilson, which is relatable. I mean, we had this same, it's borderline identical, although we didn't have high expectations and we didn't have Aaron Rodgers go down 4 weeks in. We did have Deshaun Watson holding the franchise hostage for a while, and then you ended up trading him. But last year, it was Davis Mills, then it was Davis Mills stinks, then it was Kyle Allen, and it was Kyle Allen stinks more than Davis Mills, and it was Davis Mills is back in. That's what they're doing in New York right now with Zach Wilson, which is a helpless feeling, but it is one that we can relate to. And I feel for him, man. Yeah. I feel for you. And the worst part about it is, as a sports fan, you want to root for your team to win. You want to feel good when they win. This is not one of those situations. Yeah, this is not one of those situations. Like, if you win, what are you going to say?
No, we've been there too. We're like, well, all right, cool, I guess. It's a lot like what we've experienced here, and that's why I think it's going to unravel even more. Like, they actually were fancying thoughts of playoffs a couple of weeks ago. They literally thought, well, if you get a little, they have played a lot of one-score games, and if things go different, that whole 9 yards. That I don't know, where have we heard that before? Here. Yeah, right here. You're fooling yourself. And now there comes a point where you can't fool yourself anymore. You're 4-8. You're not going anywhere. So I think it's going to get even worse.
I want to play a game with you in the spirit of the Jets quarterback options. They got rid of Tim Boyle. They got Trevor Siemian on standby, and they got Zach Wilson. We're going to play the game that is sweeping the nation called What's the Worst Option? I'm going to give you some crappy things, some crappy options. And I want you to, Santiago, play along as well. Loophole 713-572-4610. You tell me which crappy option is the better option. You ready?
Kind of a dark would you rather.
It's a which would you not rather the least.
Yeah.
That's pretty much where we're at. All right, really cold or really hot weather? Which one is worse?
Really cold.
Really cold for me. Santiago?
Yeah. Really hot.
Look at this guy.
Yeah.
This summer,
out of Texas.
But here's the deal. This summer threw a wrench into that whole thing because we were used to hot, but we weren't used to hot like what we had.
Well, go hang out in 5 degrees.
No. I have.
That.
It ain't great.
Tell me how you like that. Go try fishing in that.
I'm going to stay with really cold.
All right, Bill O'Brien or David Culley?
I think Bill O'Brien's worse because he puts you in a purgatory and makes you think like you can get over a hump. And you
so
can't.
Bill O'Brien's worse than David Culley?
Yeah, because David Culley, he's awful. And you're going to move on. Bill O'Brien was a tease,
We're playing a game of sucky options, having to decide. I would rather have David Culley. Yeah, I'd rather have David Culley. He will. If you hire the right assistants, you can figure it out. Stub toe or jam finger? Which one's worse? Stub toe, jam finger?
Stub toe. It's the worst feeling, especially at night. Right?
Yeah.
Oh. Also depends on which finger, see?
For me, it's toes because my toes are so long.
I broke a toe stubbing it.
Yeah.
It was
my
that bad.
feet look like E.T.'s hands. So for me, it's a stub toe. Santiago?
Stub toe for sure.
All right, there we go. That was easy. Martin Maldonado. I would rather have Rex Burkhead 100 times more than Martin Maldonado. It's not even really close for me.
There's kind of a same...
I'll take Rex Burkhead. You got to use him the right way, but Martin Maldonado, no thanks.
It's kind of the same theory for me as Bill O'Brien and David Culley. Martin Maldonado is just a tease. Oh, he handles pitchers so well.
He's a bit.
Yeah, whereas at least with Burkhead, you knew when it was gone, it was gone. So I'm going to say I'd rather have Burkhead.
All right, would you rather take a swig of olive juice or apple cider vinegar?
Olive juice.
You'd rather take the olive juice?
Not that bad.
I think apple cider vinegar, you feel like you've accomplished something.
Yeah,
though.
but it's awful.
But you feel like you've accomplished something.
It takes you like 5
olive
minutes.
Juice, what are you accomplishing?
You have that flavor in your back of your throat forever. I'm going to say olive juice.
All right. Santiago, are you an apple cider vinegar drinker?
No, but I'd rather take a shot of that.
Yeah, you're not an olive guy either?
I hate olives.
Yeah, me too.
Olive isn't bad,
Olives
man.
are trash,
It's
man.
not- I put them all on salads.
My girlfriend tries. She's like, try them. I'm like, no. I'm fine.
They're awful.
Get a blue cheese stuffed olive and a martini. Hell yeah.
All right, we're talking about bad options in the spirit of the Jets' dire quarterback situation. Bad fries. So soggy fries or soggy hard tacos?
Oh, this is a good one.
Yeah, so you get the soggy French fries or you get the soggy hard taco.
Oh, this is a good one. I'm going to say fries. They're miserable when they're cold and I don't even want to eat them. Whereas at least you could eat the meat out of a taco.
Yeah, you can eat the meat out of the taco, but it's like... See, when I think about this, I'm thinking about Taco Bell, and it's just like, man, I need that crunch, and you got the sour cream all in there and stuff like that. I'm gonna agree with you. There's nothing better than fresh French fries. There's nothing worse than crappy French fries, and that's why Cody Stutes, when he was at his fattest, this was one of his best ideas. I mean, this was just a fat genius. Where you ask for
he was
fries.
a fat genius.
Fat genius.
Yeah.
You can shout out to Stutes. You ask for
is that
fries,
where no salt?
He asked for fries without salt, and then would ask for salt packets.
Yeah, so they'd be fresh.
Yeah, because they already put the salt in there.
That is one fat genius. That is one fat genius.
Chris, you going with the fries or the tacos?
Oh, fries, man.
They're awful.
All right, we're really gonna have to think about this one, and I want you to keep a straight face because this is a serious exercise. Okay, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
I buddied you twice today.
It's okay.
This is a serious exercise, so I want you to take it serious.
Yeah,
Okay?
I have been.
It's a serious sports show. We got a serious game.
Well, it's not that serious.
So keep a straight face when I ask you this.
Okay, so I think I know where this is going. Go ahead.
All right. Which one would you rather spend the day with?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you have to spend the day with one of these people. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
R. Kelly, O.J. Simpson, or Bill Cosby?
You have to pick one.
You have to pick one, and let's pretend that R. Kelly or Bill Cosby get out of jail for a day. Because obviously, I think Bill Cosby's on house arrest and R. Kelly's in jail. Obviously, you don't want to go to jail. OJ's free. He's doing his thing. Would you rather spend the day with R. Kelly, O.J. Simpson, or Bill Cosby? If you had to think about this. Because the Jets, they had to say, we don't want Boyle.
Yeah.
Which one would you rather spend the day with?
Well,
R. Kelly, OJ, or Bill Cosby?
So OJ killed two people. And the
Allegedly.
So OJ killed two people.
Allegedly.
So OJ killed two people. And the other two are despicable.
Well, R. Kelly's the
despicable human beings.
For sure. Scumbag, low
He's last.
Pervs. OJ's last?
No. R. Kelly's last.
Okay, R. Kelly's last.
Yeah.
Okay.
As much as he's a murderer, I might have to spend the day with OJ. I think Cosby would be uncomfortable.
He's old, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's really old. And I don't know that I never thought he was that funny, dude. I know that's a hot take.
Bill Cosby?
I thought the show was good. I thought there was like some funny, but I never thought like Bill Cosby. I never looked at him like I did like say Eddie Murphy or Richard Pryor or some of the other comedians of his time. I never thought Bill Cosby was that funny. And I know that on the text line, you should see his old stand up. I did. It sucked.
Yeah.
Wasn't as big of a fan of it.
He was hit and miss. Some of his stand up was really good, very relatable. His dentist routine. Look up his stand up on the dentist.
Yeah, Bill Cosby's last for me.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Bill Cosby's last.
Congratulations, R. Kelly.
Yeah, well, it's R. Kelly or OJ. It's R. Kelly or OJ. Like if you have to. And again, this is not encouraging. Like we don't want to spend time with any of these guys. We're had to do this week. We're picking the lesser of the suckiest, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So don't sit here and act like we're encouraging you to want to hang out with these guys. OJ's getting a lot of love on the text line. I'm going to say, man, OJ. R. Kelly's an awful human being.
Horrible. He's last.
He's awful, but I mean, if we're just talking about like a one-day experience.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to have to go with OJ because we can just talk football and stuff.
Yeah.
Like, he's just going to talk football
and I don't think we would
politics, all his crap.
Yeah, I don't think it would trigger
I got to go with OJ. I got to. Santiago, you're going with R. Kelly, right?
Absolutely not, man.
Hey, Twitter world.
O.J. Simpson, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. So he's going with OJ.
The worm has turned on OJ, man. He's a popular guy now.
He's on that. It is what it is. He just like
Hey, X World.
Hey, X World. Doing his thing.
I still can't call it X.
Hey, Twitter world.
You still call it Twitter?
Yeah, of course I do.
Oh, here's a good one. The 0061. Someone says McLean or Easterby, and they say Easterby all day.
Hang out with?
Yeah.
Oh, McLean. I Easterby. Hell no. First of all, the way he stares at you when he looks at you in the eyes like way too deeply is disturbing. No, McLean is a blast. Like McLean, out and about, you've been out with him. He's a lot of fun, man. It's always
fun.
Good. It's good fun.
I mean, it's cool, but fun.
Yeah, it's fun.
Fun.
He always has a lot of stories. Some you've heard before, some you've heard several times, but they're still fun.
I think fun, enjoyable.
Okay.
There's a difference between fun and enjoyable. I'd say, I don't know if I would go fun.
Yeah, okay. Well, somewhere in between there, fun and enjoyable.
I feel like you could be an honorary member of the posse.
Me?
Yeah.
Hell, I'm too young. I don't have the age requirement. They'd have to card me.
So you're feeling blowout in this game. Texans, the spread is going down. John Lopez's confidence is going up. By the way, Dalton Schultz not at practice.
Okay, see?
So
we're going to get the updated depth chart.
We'll get the update on that. But Dalton Schultz currently, for the moment, not at practice. Robert Woods is practicing. Jimmy Ward is practicing. George Fant is practicing, but no Dalton Schultz at the moment.
Yeah, so rather big development there, depending on how it plays out. He might end up being in treatment like last week, and come out late to practice or whatever. But we'll find out, and we'll know for sure tomorrow how that plays out. But yes, I'm feeling like I'm very confident. Like I'm very confident that this is going to be a blowout in the Texans' favor, and the reason is we've been talking about obviously Bill O'Brien. Dude, we have lived this, what the Jets are going through, like almost literally, step for step. We've lived what the Jets are going through right now. We know how it's going to end, and it's going to unravel, and it might be, in fact, probably will be this week. Their coach is totally scrambling for a life preserver, totally in chaos management mode. Their fans are just ready to pounce on Zach Wilson. They're all ticked off. The team is in complete disarray, no matter what Zach Wilson says about, hey, that locker room is good. No. And then Zach Wilson stinks. They benched him and then probably didn't want him back. Offensive line stinks. They've given up 51 sacks, the third most in the NFL. The Jets have allowed 4.5 sacks a game, so Grenard and Will Anderson could absolutely feast. Yes, their defense is good. Yes, their secondary scares me. But when these things start to unravel, if the Texans get up early, it's going to be 34-10. It's going to be
Do you think they're
city.
capable of getting up early?
Yeah, why not? 'Cause some of the chances they're going to get from the Jets, whether they're just bad or make big mistakes. Take the over and give the stupid 3.5 points. No, I really feel strongly about it. Well, look, predictions are not worth anything, ultimately. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing, and I think it's pretty obvious.
I hope you're right, man.
Yeah.
No, I feel like it's either going to go your way or it's going to be a close Jets win.
Mm-hmm.
This feels weird to me. This game feels very weird to me.
Mm-hmm.
Very weird to me.
This whole thing with New York, and especially the spotlight that they have, and the whole drama between. I mean, Salah's having 25-minute conversations with retired radio guys and trying to scramble to make the right decision, and everybody's saying the same things about Zach Wilson, and then that story didn't get out, for no reason. It's a mess.
So no George Fant at practice.
No George Fant.
No George Fant.
I saw the Robert Woods is practicing and Jimmy Ward is practicing.
So no George Fant.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel?
Not well. Not good. How's it going to play out? Like if he can't go?
I mean, it's not going to be Titus Howard. I don't know what they're going to do.
Mm-hmm. Charlie Heck time?
Oh, my God. His first game is going to be against the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, why not? Sure.
Come on,
CJ Stroud's one with worse offensive linemen.
Come on, CJ.
Yeah, so no George Fant right now, no Dalton Schultz. So the offensive line and the blocking as a whole might be worse.
Yeah.
Lopez still feeling the blowout.
I am.
All right. Well, keep an eye on that. I like your confidence. I'm just not as much feeling it, to say the very least.
We'll see. I feel strongly that's just what I'm looking at. They're going to have a hard time against the secondary occasionally, but it always comes back to how much. Sure, do it.
Now, there is this, and Santiago just sent this to me. Breece Hall and John Franklin Myers, they're not practicing for the Jets. So this could be Dalvin Cook week. So if Breece Hall doesn't play, that's big.
And they've had a hard time getting the ball to Garrett Wilson no matter who's the quarterback.
Dalvin Cook.
What does he have left?
Nothing. What is he going to do? Go out there and give it his all? He doesn't want to play.
See, this is business decisions. Like if this were an elimination game, Breece Hall would be playing, right? Because I don't even know. I didn't even
know it's a possibility he didn't play.
Yeah. So I'm feeling that makes me feel better about it.
Yeah, that's huge. Because Breece Hall is really the key for them. He's the straw that stirs the drink.
Yeah.
The ghost of Dalvin Cook. Ain't going to beat you.
Yeah.
Mark that. That could come back to bite me, but I don't believe in that. Coming
Ankle
up,
issue for Breece Hall.
Lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. It is time to confess next.
Watch this. These are my confessions. Let me go.
Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Live from Big City Wings in Pearland on Attacker's Fire. In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I realized this morning that I'm cheering for C.J. Stroud to break to break Andrew Luck's rookie passing record, kind of like Mickey Mantle and Roger Maris. I want him to do it in the next 4 games, not the next 5 games, because I don't want any asterisk.
How is that Mickey Mantle and Roger Maris?
Because remember, they put an asterisk on Roger Maris because he did it in more games. Because they went from 157 or whatever it was, 159 to 162, and that's why they said he had to have. I think it was 157. I should know that. And they said they had to put an asterisk on it.
You were in high school.
It was the year I was
Remember
born.
my high school things.
I think it was the year I was born. But they put an asterisk because he didn't do it in the same number of games as Mickey Mantle. I don't want any of that garbage. I mean, I think he will. He needs like 209 yards passing a game in the next 4 games. So I think he'll do that. But if he doesn't do it in the next 4 games, I don't want any of that asterisk stuff and all that. But I am cheering for it that way. I realized that this morning. I was like, what if he does it in 17 games? Then all the nonsense will come out.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I've seen like on my timeline, there's a lot of talk about Florida State and Florida State, should they have got in or anything like that. My confession is Florida State is a big nothing for me. Like I don't care. Like it's not even worth hearing. Like I see Danny Cannell's all over the place. All this. I've moved on from Florida State. Like the second that they weren't in the college football playoff, I did not even care about them. I was actually just relieved that the playoff committee got it right, in my opinion. And it does nothing for me. Like nothing they say about Florida State. Like there's just been some headline. Like I don't care about Florida State at all.
You should see what Spencer Tillman has to say about all this.
I don't want to, and I saw it, and it was very weird.
Dude.
Yeah, I saw it. It was weird.
He dropped more analogies and metaphors in like a minute and a half.
He's not good at analogies, by the way. They're always so extreme and out of place. They're really bad.
They're like he mixes them like different topics.
He'll take like a current event and put it in. It's a mess.
I listened to it.
You sent it to me and I saw it and I was like, that was weird.
To me, it was funny. It was hilarious. Now
I honestly, I imagine Kenan Thompson doing it as an SNL skit. and if he would have done it, I would have thought it was hilarious. If you just had like SNL do that as like a skit for Florida State, I think it would be hilarious. But it was like serious.
At first, I clicked on it, like, let's see what Spencer says, and then he's all about Florida State and the integrity of the game and all that stuff. And I'm like, well, I don't agree with that. Whatever, people think that. But then I was like, he went from analogy to metaphor to metaphor to analogy.
Yeah, and he tried to act like it was about money. I don't think it was about money at all.
Yeah.
I didn't think
Florida State is a brand.
Yeah, I didn't think it was about that at all.
Yeah, no, but it did make me laugh.
It was rough.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This is about a 55-year-old confession here. So today is the 59th anniversary of the premiere of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. It came out 59 years ago today. I never liked that thing. It always gave me nightmares. Like the way the characters moved and I guess the animation and the characters and Yukon Cornelius and the abominable snowman. I've never liked Rudolph. I like the song. I like the story. But watching it on TV gave me nightmares. It's freakish.
Did you see what happened with Speaking of Christmas? Yeah, I don't like that movie either. It was weird.
I like the song. I like the story. It was weird. I just don't have to watch it.
Gumby's just a weird vibe.
Very much the same vibe.
Yeah,
like the way they kind of moved herky-jerky and all that
Maybe
stuff.
if you do some shrooms or something and watch it, it's all right. But Gumby's a weird vibe. So did you see this girl, you know who Brenda Lee is?
Singer?
The singer who sang Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree. Rockin' Around
She's old.
Christmas
Well, she's
tree.
dead now, I think.
Well, no, she's alive.
She's alive?
And it's the #1 hit on the Billboard right now. 65 years.
Brenda Lee?
65 years after it came out, it's the #1 hit on the Billboard.
Yeah, she's 78.
So she was 13 when this came out.
Mm-hmm.
Like the original, she's 13 years old singing that song.
She does not sound 13 years old on that song. Rocking
She
around.
doesn't. Yeah,
the
no, I know
Christmas
which
tree.
one
She
you're
sounds
talking-
old as hell.
Yeah.
Because they said that it was 65 years later. I was like, what is this lady, like 100?
Yeah.
No, they said she was 13 years old. Like that song that you hear, Rocking Around the Christmas
I thought
Tree.
she was older. I'll put it that
She's
way.
13.
Yeah.
And then 65 years later, it's number one. So she's the first one to, like, 6.5 decades later have. She's the first person to have a song on the Billboard for over a 65-year stretch. It's the same song, and she went
It's a
from
hell of a
13
good
to
song, too.
78.
That's one of our
No,
go-tos.
it's a classic,
Yeah,
but I
it's-
can't believe she's 13. I'm not going to be able to listen to it the same. It's just weird.
Why is that weird?
No, because it's a good. I mean, it's such a. That's all I'm going to be thinking about is how is a 13-year-old singing like this instead of just.
Is it going to be in your head?
Yeah, I mean, I can't appreciate like what she's saying. Rocking around the Christmas tree is cool.
Yeah.
You go back, you drink your eggnog, you do whatever the hell you want to do. But now all I'm going to be thinking about is, damn, this girl was 13 when she sang this song, and she sounds like she's
grown-ass adult.
30.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So you know how I feel about this weekend and the Texans, and I think they're gonna handle it pretty straightforward. I will confess, I've seen a lot of stuff about Will Anderson. We've talked a lot about Will Anderson and Derek Stingley and their breakout. And I think the guy that's going to benefit the most from all this that's happening on the defensive side of the ball is Jaylen Pitre. I think he's going to have more freedom to maybe play the way that he's normally playing and not have to worry about coverage as much. Remember, we can explain that, how he covered that pass on Stingley's interception, however you want. I think Jaylen Pitre is probably going to benefit it the most and might even make a couple of plays, because Derek Stingley is doing what he's doing, I think this could be a blessing for him.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to have to worry about getting burned.
Right.
Like Zach Wilson. But Zach Wilson can fling it. Garrett Wilson can go out, but you got an opportunity. I actually think cold weather, that seems like the type of ball that Jaylen Pitre might want to play. Although the tackling is concerning. Even Nick Caserio, his biggest fan, mentioned, the tackle's been a little bit of a struggle.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I am kind of worried about Zach Wilson this Sunday.
Like his mental health?
No, I'm worried about Zach Wilson perhaps having a decent game.
Oh.
Don't know why.
Yeah.
I think they're going to let him play more his style. Now, what is a decent game for Zach Wilson? I could see the Jets putting up 17, 20.
Yeah. Maybe not.
Well, I mean, you think there's going to be a blowout.
I think it's going to be.
You think it's going to be a dumpster fire.
Yeah, I think the Texans are going to work him.
I got to confess, I listened to his media availability, and I was actually kind of impressed with Zach Wilson. I walked away somewhat impressed.
No,
Zach Wilson handled himself.
As far as that's concerned, I thought it was going to be really awkward. He was good. Like, he handled it well, and he's very convincing, but he's just not a good player. I mean, it ultimately will come back to that.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
These Rockets are interesting me more now than maybe in 5 or 6 years, to be honest. Even the end of the Harden years, I was like, I wasn't really that interested, wasn't really that confident in this team. They got a really good thing going with
They're playing the right way.
Yeah, they got a good thing going with Şengün, and I think Dylan Brooks, definitely good. Their inside-out game working.
It's too bad Jalen Green ain't him now.
No, that's going to be a problem. But working the ball through Alfie is very beneficial. I'm like,
he's fun to watch.
I'm catching myself going, well, man, I got to watch Rockets.
He's fun to watch.
Last time you said that,
3 years ago.
Yeah,
maybe it's been a while.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm a little worried about you wearing a green jacket on Sunday. I know that you're just. I don't know what the message is here, but we're going to the game on Sunday. I kind of feel like you're just doing this because I don't believe that you have just one jacket. I kind of believe that you're scared to walk in the New York stands without just kind of blending in. I kind of think you're a chicken bleep.
No, you are wrong, you chicken bleep. I got a lot of jackets, but this is my cold.
Just happens to be green.
No. It's. I'm gonna take a picture. I'm gonna take a picture today, and you're gonna say.
I have to take a picture. We're getting on the same plane.
No, I mean for anybody listening, it's kind of grayish green. It's kind of hard to explain. It's not Jets green, and the reason I'm taking this jacket is because it's the warmest wet weather jacket I have, and it's gonna be rainy and cold. I got lighter rain jackets that aren't this color. I've got obviously, regular old jackets. No, this is, you're going to eat your words. And it's my fishing jacket. It's like when it's cold and rainy out on the water. So just the one, but I did wash it, by the way, in case you're wondering. I washed it.
Good for you.
It smells great.
That's great.
Yeah.
It's Lunchtime Confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, we'll give you the news involving the Texans. Some good, some bad. You might be a little bit concerned about C.J. Stroud when we tell you what we're going to tell you coming up next. First, I want to tell you about Orchard, the win-win program. It's the best. It's there for you when you need.
Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, we got two absences worth making note of at Texans practice. Dalton Schultz, tight end, and right tackle George Fant. Do those not impact your confidence level?
I mean, they're going to have an effect on it. There's no question, but not really. Not really.
I mean, who's starting at right tackle?
It's a good question. That's a really good question.
If George Fant doesn't go.
I mean, Charlie Heck? Right? Did Josh Jones play left tackle or right tackle? He played left tackle.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Right now on the depth chart, the backup right tackle is Charlie Heck. So you would have Charlie Heck starting at right tackle in New York against the Jets.
Mm-hmm. Let's go.
Okay. I feel like you're taking next man up a little bit too far.
Yeah, no, look, you can't, as well as George Fant has played, you can't say this is going to be a big factor. It is, but I mean, and it's bad that he's missing Thursday's practice. That's a big one. That's one of the big game plan, full pad type practices usually. So what are your options here? Charlie Heck.
That's all I see.
Josh Jones?
I see Charlie Heck. That's all I see.
Yeah.
Hadn't played in a while. It's been a while. Didn't even partake in camp. Just got back.
Yeah, he couldn't. Yeah. He looked bad for a while.
I mean, they've liked him for a while, though. I mean,
yeah.
One of Casario's guys.
What about the Dalton Schultz?
The Dalton Schultz thing's interesting, so that means more Brevin Jordan? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, good for him. He looked good the other day. It's going to be a little bit cold. He's kind of a West Coast guy. Doesn't strike me as a guy who's dying for cold weather.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we're at. That's the card that the Texans have been dealt. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Chris Santiago holding it down for Figgy. Derek Stingley's getting a lot of love. C.J. Stroud called him the most talented player on the team.
Mm-hmm. Generational talent.
Sauce Gardner, we've heard a lot about that. Derek Stingley versus Sauce Gardner.
Mm-hmm.
This is a game that I think Derek Stingley has had marked on his calendar for a while.
Both of them have, I think. And it is interesting. Look, he is having another good year. There's no question about that. You know, he really is a Sauce Gardner. But because they're not throwing him at him as much, he's not making as many plays. He's got just as many passes defense for the entire season as Derek Stingley does since he came back. 8. But there's a number of reasons for that.
I mean, I don't think the Texans are going to avoid Sauce.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think that he's part of the game plan. You're focusing on him, but because they have so many different wide receivers that can do different things and are always in different pick a day, and you might have a different leading receiver. I think they're just going to throw their guy. I think Mechie's going to be big, if he can be. And we'll
talk to him tomorrow.
Yeah, and we'll see about Xavier Hutchinson, how that plays out.
Let's hear from Zach Wilson. There's been a lot of drama in New York surrounding the quarterback. Here was what Zach Wilson said when he faced the New York media type fire yesterday.
What was your reaction when Robert told you were going to start this week?
Yeah, excited, man. I think any opportunity you can get in this league is a good one, and the love and care I have for these guys, especially this year for some reason, it's been challenging. I think everyone's felt that, but extremely excited to get back on the field with these guys.
Will you have a different approach this time?
A different approach. I'm gonna have more fun.
Well, we spoke to Robert on Monday afternoon. He said he had just got done meeting with you. You came into his office and said you want the ball. Walk us through that, and why did you feel it necessary to go in and say that to him?
Yeah, I was already in there that morning. We were catching up on some other stuff, and the opportunity just kind of got brought up, and I told him I wanted the ball, and I appreciate him, and, I think any opportunity is a good opportunity to take advantage of it.
Zach, there was a report, I'm sure you're aware of, on Monday that said you had expressed some reluctance about becoming the starter again. Is there any truth to that?
Absolutely not. I love the guys in this locker room, and I would do anything, and I think anytime you have an opportunity to step on this field, you need to take advantage of it.
Very angry that the report came out. Were you?
I think I was frustrated, obviously, but at the same time, this New York media, you understand that's part of it, and I can't say it's been the first time, we've dealt with it as a team and as a unit, and so it's definitely not a distraction for us going forward. And I think it's something we can put behind us. And I think the locker room is in a good spot. And everyone just wants to be good, and everyone wants to be great. Focus on this next week and see how we can get some wins here.
Is it possible you maybe in a conversation with someone in the building made an offhand comment that could have been construed as you being reluctant?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I believe, for whatever reason, that when things go bad like this. But I know this locker room and me have a great relationship, and I've never once said that to anybody in this locker room that I wouldn't want to play. And so that's why I think we have such a good backing is everybody knows I care about this team. Everyone knows I'm going to do everything I can for the guys in this locker room, no matter the situation.
All right, there you go.
He handled it well.
Handled it fine.
Yeah, he did. I don't know how much of a difference it's going to make that, he thinks the locker room's fine, because it's not.
What if he would have come out and said, yeah, I don't want to play? What would they have done? First of all, he'd probably never be in the NFL again,
Robert
right?
Saleh made me do this. Yeah.
Do you think the conspiracy theory that he told Tim Boyle and then Tim Boyle leaked it out and then that's why Tim Boyle got released, do you think there's any validity to that conspiracy theory that's being thrown out there?
I think he said something, maybe either to or that Tim Boyle heard. Because
he got released right after. They released Tim Boyle. He's in the quarterback room. He talks to guys.
And listen, it's not a lot of people in that room.
And it could be as easy as or as simple as, like, let's say Tim Boyle's getting his ass kicked, he's getting booed, everybody thinks he sucks and all that, and Zach Wilson just nicely says, man, I feel for you, man. I wouldn't want to go back out there on this. I think it's starting to make sense. Like, I wouldn't want to go back there.
Or even kidding around. Like if I'm Zach Wilson and you're Tim Boyle and you're coming off the field all beat up, I'd say something smart ass like, "Hey man, don't get hurt. I don't want to play."
Yeah,
something like that.
Like because if I don't know Zach Wilson, I don't know what he's about or anything like that. He seems like a pretty decent young man from what I've listened, what I've gathered there, and I mean, God, he's been like completely jumped on like a trampoline out there.
Yeah,
I don't think there's anyone stupid enough, and especially the caliber of player of Zach Wilson, which isn't that great, and the situation that the Jets are in, that's just going to be openly going around talking to anybody that will listen, saying, I want no part of this. I don't want to play.
I don't think he did anything.
I think the Tim Boyle theory is 100% possible.
It's absolutely possible. I don't think he did anything as silly as, like, say it out loud in the locker room, Robert Saleh or any other coach. I think it has to be either something like what you're talking about with Tim Boyle or just told his agent, man, and then
why would his agent say that? His agent would tell the Jets?
I don't know. Rossini found out. I mean, so just somehow it's like.
So Tim Boyle tells his agent, and then the agent tells Rossini.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At what point do you think, is this worth putting out there? Because sometimes I do think, and like in the world, there's some people who don't trust the media. I think it's overgeneralized because I think it's an individual thing. I don't think I think generalizations are silly and dumb.
Mm-hmm.
But at what point do you, like, if an agent of the backup quarterback who sucks is telling you something, sometimes I do think reporters, like maybe Diana Rossini, if this theory is true, they benefit from being vague. Like, how many times do you hear? How many times do you hear some like broadcaster come on and they go, "Well, I talked to a scout." It's like, oh, okay, the single A scout for so-and-so said that this guy sucks. Like, like someone close to the situation. I heard, I think it was Mark Jones on ESPN talking about James Harden. It's like, I heard people close to the situation say that James Harden was putting in cardio. Oh, so the guys that are his agents basically told you this.
Yeah.
Like, sometimes I do think vagueness kind of magnifies the delivery of what is being said. And it's selective. Like, at what point do you turn it down? You're a journalist.
I think the easiest fix here, that we would all be talking about this differently, is if she just picked up the phone, called somebody with the Jets, and said, hey, because you, as a reporter.
I'm sure she probably did.
I don't know. I would have put that in the story, and generally you do. The Jets are not commenting on that. But rather than say.
Well, they commented.
After the fact. But what I'm saying is, when you're doing the story, you know it's going to be a big story. Like you're not dumb. Saying that a quarterback saying he doesn't want to play is going to be a big story. Pick up the phone, Jets, and say, hey, I got this about Zach Wilson. Yay or nay? And then you write or whatever, you say that they don't want to comment. Because if she just did that, and I'm not preaching here, but I think most people, and you learned this, just make the call. Just make the call. Rather than just saying, oh, my gosh, look at the story I have. without knowing that there's another side, or at least giving them the opportunity to ask, was a little bit sketchy.
The most discouraging thing for me, and this might be me turning into old man, get off my lawn, and I've heard it on talk shows, I see it on the internet, is I think that social media is getting mistaken for media.
Yes.
To where people are saying, oh, well, I got this reaction on Twitter, or Twitter is this, so this is like media, and it's a separate thing because social media is anyone and everyone. So it magnifies. A lot of times I hear like the media is reacting like this. Well, no, it's
a tweet.
It's at 95557, and there's all these reactions because of that.
Yeah.
It's at NeedleDong255
at JetsGuy474.
Yeah, like I got this reaction, so I should bring it to the media. It's not connected.
Yeah.
And it's gotten to a point where I'm listening to talk show hosts. And I'm watching credible reporters, and I'm watching guys who have jobs that people go to school for and stuff like that. And they're acting like David Carr, who, you know how I feel about David Carr. I hate David Carr.
Yeah.
I thought David Carr was lazy. I think he's overrated. I don't like David Carr as a football player, and I don't think he was like destined to be great, whether he got the crap beat out of him or not. The guy clearly said that it's clear. Like I said, David Carr said, Jalen Hurts is not 100% right now. He cannot run right now. Philadelphia's offense needs someone that can run right now. So it might be in their best interest to play Marcus Mariota right now instead of Jalen Hurts so that Jalen Hurts can get healthy and they can run the offense and not have to eliminate an important element of their offense.
Yes.
That's what he said.
Yes.
Social media has jumped on it. And it's almost like even media types that should know better have gotten so dumb that they are presenting this as if he said that Jalen Hurts should be benched for Marcus Mariota, and in an ideal world, not that he should rest him. It's weird.
The line is blurred big time.
But why?
There are people that have credentials that really – look, I'm not saying that Twitter and social media is not a great avenue to a great media job these days. We have examples all over the place. We see one every day.
Yeah.
In Pat McAfee and Barstool. Those were just tweeters and social media guys that are not necessarily.
And I think that's good.
That it's a great avenue.
Know what it is, but you know what it is.
It's a great avenue to today's media. But just because you get some followers and say things about a particular team or a particular topic doesn't mean you deserve a credential. It doesn't mean that you deserve to get into the locker room. It just means that you're starting to really be a fan or whatever.
I think it's a good balance, and I think it's good. I think it's good that it's going this way, but it's almost like people are being selectively dumb.
Yeah.
And selectively
they don't know
vague.
what they're doing.
But you're also benefited. Like there's been a lot of people who benefit from stupidity. Like the reading comprehension, like the reactions, like they go up, and it's like, okay, well, this is what you're supposed to think on this. This is what you're supposed to think on that. Where you're not even clicking on the video and seeing, okay, this is clearly what David Carr is saying.
Yeah, he's not. All of a sudden it's like bench him.
And you know how I am. If David Carr said something dumb, I would love to talk bad about David Carr.
I would love for him to have said Jalen Hurts stinks and they need to play Mariota, but he didn't say that. He said to protect him and for the best interest of the team,
so that they can
maybe
do
you
what they
rest
want to
him.
do.
Yeah.
It would be like example here. If I'm just pulling back the curtain, and we like to be transparent. If I sat there and I said, okay, Adam Spillane should be in for Seth Payne right now so he can get his voice ready. I think Adam Spillane is a better co-host for Sean Pendergast right now because Seth Payne sounds like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. right now on the air. Like if I said that,
he's gurgling,
and then I said so that Seth is ready for Reaction Monday and he's ready to go down the football stretch and doesn't lose his voice. I did not just say that Adam Spillane is a better host than Seth Payne. I said Seth Payne needs to get his voice right so that on Monday he's good to go. That's what I said.
Yeah.
It's very clear.
Yeah.
But with social media, and it's like, oh, well, they reacted to that on social media. Okay, that doesn't mean it belongs on the radio.
Right.
That doesn't mean it belongs on TV. It's
Yeah.
not the same thing.
It's not even
the
close.
same thing.
And that's kind of soapboxy, but I think it does why some of these guys are being treated unfairly. And when they, generally speaking, when they say, well, the media this, well, you shouldn't generalize. But if you are generalizing and you say the media does this, there's more of this because it's, quote, hot takes or they don't really follow through with the real information.
Let's go around the NFL. There is something going on with the Jets that I think we need to keep our eyes on very, very closely. Now, does this mean that Derek Stingley could be moving around? Who knows, but it's definitely something that deserves our attention. We'll talk about that next. But first, I want to talk about the
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, so Garrett Wilson out of the Ohio State University, a teammate of C.J. Stroud. There's been an interesting development with Garrett Wilson lately that I think might require our attention.
Mm-hmm.
So last week, Wilson, he moved into the slots, and he was in the slot significantly, and he's been in the slot 43% of his routes last week. He was in the slot almost half the time, which was his second highest rate of the season. Now, does this mean that Tavierre Thomas or Des King is going to guard Garrett Wilson, or does this mean that Derek Stingley and Steven Nelson or Jimmy Ward or something like that might come inside? I'm being serious.
No, I know, because I was thinking Tavierre Thomas too.
I'm being 100% serious. Like, what are we? Even Desmond King, if he's going to be in the slot damn near 50% of the time, and we saw Des, we've seen him make plays, but I don't think anyone here wants Des King on Garrett Wilson for half the ball game. What is this? What are we doing here?
No way they're going to do that. Like zero.
What do you mean no way?
No way. Like he might get on him some. Same thing with Tavierre Thomas. I don't even know how much Tavierre Thomas is going to play, to be honest. But Desmond King,
he's out of the rotation for now.
Yeah. So, but Desmond King, he'll get on him some, but there's no way. I mean, look at who we're talking about. Like D'Amico Ryans is a defensive guy. He's seen these things before. He's seen receivers drop down into the slot before, and he knows how to play it. I'm guessing they'll be doing a lot of kind of like what we saw on the Derek Stingley interception, like Pitre or King, follow him to a certain level and then to a cornerback, something like that. We'll be seeing a lot of that stuff, but no way, hell no. I mean, even Garrett Wilson is frustrated not getting touches, so I'm sure that has something to do with him moving into the slot. But there's no way that he's going to make Desmond King do that, or really Pitre that much either.
Biggest news of the day for the Jets: Breece Hall not practicing. If there's no Breece Hall, that means it's Dalvin Cook. Dalvin Cook's already made a business decision, signing with the Jets. He's not getting a lot of love. I just don't imagine that Dalvin Cook's going to be out there foaming at the mouth to run all over the Texans.
Yeah, I don't either. He was talking about he needs more touches, I guess, a couple of weeks ago. So he's going to get them. But I don't know how invested he is right now in going that extra yard, literally and figuratively.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. We're gonna be out at Army Navy tomorrow, and we are going to. We're going to bring you some good stuff live out there. Also be out in New York on Sunday. We'll be on the sidelines. John Lopez will be rocking his green, so he's ready to go. He's got his voice saved to scream Jets, 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 Jets. So
yeah, none of that is true.
Got that covered. Odell Beckham had some things to say about Sean McVay and the Rams.
Yeah?
Where do you think this is going?
I think he likes McVay.
Okay.
What do you think?
He kind of made fun of the Hardo approach, and then Odell got a little mushy. I enjoy this. This was Odell Beckham.
I don't feel like anything. Nah, it's a special bond that I have with those guys over there, Coop, Stafford. I still could hit a little group chat and talk some trash to him this week, and just it's just all love and respect. McVay's he kind of was the person who. But the whole situation and organization kind of brought me back to loving and having joy for football and understanding true professionalism and being prepared. And it was just a great experience for me, alongside of, winning the Super Bowl. But just overall, it was one of the best things that's happened in my life.
Well, I could see that coming. I think McVay, obviously he's had his ups and downs here, but I think that was the apex. And getting Odell Beckham Jr. after everything he went through, yeah, I think he was very appreciative.
Yeah, and that was kind of sad for him because he was balling out. I don't know if he would have been Super Bowl MVP or anything, but ended up being cut. But he was doing his thing. He tore his ACL, ended up sitting out the whole season. I like how he starts out with the Hardo, it's just another week type of
talking
thing.
Trash.
Where you would have those types of things going on. A.J. Brown. So the 49ers completely embarrassed the Philadelphia Eagles. Here was A.J. Brown talking about his mindset moving forward and where he's at as the Eagles look to rebound against their hated rival, the Dallas Cowboys.
After the game, that you didn't think you guys played with the same kind of energy as 49ers. If that's the case, was that addressed sometime this week?
I'm gonna keep what was said in the locker room, but you're gonna see Sunday.
Yeah, we'll see about that, but that was a humiliation. I was looking at something though with A.J. Brown. Man, that trade with the Titans. That's going to end up being mentioned as one of the all-time worst, just like all the other ones that get.
Well, Mike Vrabel was immediately pissed.
Oh, in the room, like yeah, on TV, national television, but it looks worse now than ever. So I wouldn't worry about A.J. Brown, but maybe they need to worry about getting past the Niners. That's for damn sure.
Who knows where Jalen Hurts is without A.J. Brown? Like without that trade, what is Jalen Hurts doing right now?
Yeah, that was god-awful.
So this was interesting drama. Chris Godwin's wife, she went to social media. Never a good thing when the wife goes to social media. She apparently wanted to call out Todd Bowles because Todd Bowles tried to explain why Chris Godwin's usage has gone down, and this is what Chris Godwin's wife had to say about it. You know where this is going. Quote, "I'm not sure why we are just blatantly lying here. Regardless of how banged up Chris is, he continues to work his ass off. Hasn't missed a game, continues to run great routes and get open. I don't know why things are the way they are. This isn't my team to coach. But this lying on Chris and implying negativity on his work ethic is infuriating." Close quotes.
I wouldn't mind it if I was Godwin.
You would not want your wife going on there and
normally, generally. Yes, like don't do that, you know. And same thing, wives and husbands. If it's on the other foot, don't do that. I got this. But I like the way she was just pretty direct about what was upset. They're lying. You know, I would. You know, if they're lying, she called them.
But what if they're not?
If they're not, it's a big problem. But if they're lying, I can't help but think, I'd be glad that she did that for me. I wouldn't want it generally speaking. But if they're flat out lying and she calls them out on a lie, you know what?
You don't want your wife coming out and calling out someone on social media.
I said that. I don't. Generally speaking, I don't. But she was very specific about something here. Like, no, they're lying.
What does she know about what routes he's running?
Well, that, I wasn't talking about that.
I mean, come on. Which one did you like? You like the hitch?
Does he run it better than so-and-so or so-and-so? No, I just like the fact that she's like lying on Chris and implying negativity in his work ethic is infuriating. Okay, I get that.
I don't think Todd Bowles came out and said Chris Godwin doesn't work hard. I think he said that he's hurt.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe that's the lie.
But she said he continues to work his ass off, blah, blah, blah. That's wild. When's the last time we had wife drama here? Have we had wife drama? I guess Carlos Correa and Daniela indirectly. The rib thing.
The rib thing.
The rib thing where she felt the need to say anything. Have we had any wife drama? We haven't really had any. Oh. Have we?
Your boy.
Who's my boy?
The Rockets general manager.
Oh, Stone?
Yeah.
His wife liking fire Steven Silas stuff. And then calling out Kevin Porter Jr. the second that he got in trouble.
See, that's the kind of stuff you don't want. Where it's just like willy-nilly, just kind of opinions that are going to be polarizing, as opposed to this woman saying they lied about him, and I'm going to tell you they lied about him. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I think it would be Rafe Stone would be the latest spouse drama that there's been.
But it wasn't that bad, was it?
No, but it was obvious. It was obvious what she was implying or trying to do. And I think he didn't like it very much either. I don't see how he could have.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't see how he could have.
It just doesn't seem like something that would happen. Steelers were reportedly considering benching Pickett before the injury. They face the Patriots today. I am looking at this game, and it seems like they really want you to take the Steelers -6.
I don't have a feel for this one.
They really want you to take the Steelers -6. Like they're almost begging, please take the Steelers -6.
I don't have a good feel for this one at all.
because I think it's very much on the table that either team just bleeps the bed here. So I would stay away from it personally, but I'm cheering for the Patriots, which is really bizarre because I never really do. But you need that. If they can beat the Steelers, Texans go into Sunday knowing exactly what they need to do. They'd be in the playoffs.
Robbie Gould has announced that he is, from the NFL, 10th all-time leading scorer in NFL history.
And probably the most accurate postseason, right, kicker? I don't think
probably.
I don't think he missed an extra
You
point.
looked that up, right?
I'm looking it up right now. I don't think he's missed an extra point and very many field goals in the postseason. No, he's legit.
So amid criticism on social media, Jamal Adams, who posted the picture of a reporter's wife after he said yikes when Jamal Adams was in coverage. Jamal Adams posted a picture of his wife. He was asked about it, if he felt that he had crossed the line. And this is what Jamal Adams had to say. He said that he would not change a thing. He said, quote, "It's always the athlete that crossed the line when he responds. But at the end of the day, disrespect is disrespect, however you want to take it. So I responded. I knew when I did hit that tweet, I wasn't in it to win it. At the end of the day, it was to get him to understand to leave me the hell alone." Adams said he and the reporter have previous history and they, quote, "don't like each other." He's been going on saying a couple things since the trade, and obviously it's been happening before that, and I just got fed up with it. Whether it was uncalled for or not, my ultimate goal was to get him to not respond to me anymore. That was the key, and that's what I hope it was, Adams said. Adams also fired back on X on the locker room on Wednesday to another New York reporter who weighed in by calling a bad person. Quote, "He's another one. Do not like. At the end of the day, hey, you responded to something that was not part of y'all's team, and you obviously had something personal versus me. So, hey, when others go low, I go lower." Close quotes.
That's not. I don't think that's how it goes. But he crossed the line. He's just owning it. Like I don't think he's denying that he. You brought someone's spouse in. I mean, that's an absolute.
It's weird.
Yeah, don't do. Bad look. You're gonna be criticized. I think he's just good with that. I think he's just like, yeah, I did.
But I don't agree with him that it's always, and this is the thing that I'm getting with that I get kind of amused by with today's athlete, is they are very quick to generalize. Like it is unbelievable how much athletes, some of them, not all of them, some of them, because I'm not going to talk about generalizations by generalizing, but some athletes, I've seen Micah Parsons. I'll use specific names. I've seen Micah Parsons do it. I've seen Titus Howard do it. I've seen Jamal Adams do it.
Yeah.
I've seen LeBron James do it. Which of those does not belong, by the way? But it's very quick to generalize. And when Jamal Adams says it's always the athlete, I disagree.
No,
I think it's very much. I think the athlete gets the benefit of the doubt now. Undeservedly,
because fans come to their defense like crazy because they're fans and they're like, oh yeah, you tell them, even though they might be completely off on what they're thinking or whatever. But yeah, no, it's totally. I think it's as simple as, yes, I brought his wife into it, and I'm good with everything, all the heat that I get for it. Like he just doesn't care anymore. He just doesn't like this guy, apparently another guy, and he's going to just go in.
Like the generalizations media, like, could you imagine, like, and I'm sure there's some people who might do this, but every time an athlete gets in trouble, oh, that's just the typical thing. It's stupid.
Yeah.
It's a large percent.
It
like
goes both ways.
individualize, don't generalize on that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But Jamal Adams, do what you want to do. I don't know what y'all's history is. I don't know what's going on. I don't think that, I don't know that benefited you. I don't know what the payoff is.
No, it didn't benefit him.
But he might have. The crazy thing about it, and this is like the weird world we live in, is that he might have actually done the reporter a favor. That's what's crazy about it, is that he might have actually done the reporter a favor, because now all of a sudden he's like a sympathetic figure to some, and he's getting all this attention. And so I don't even know like what the right thing is. I don't know what the payoff is for all this. It's just weird.
I think he's just mad, and he was willing to go there. I think it's as simple as that. I'm gonna talk about your wife. It's like a yo mama joke, you know. Do it. But
are your mama jokes still in?
Yeah, hell yes.
Absolutely. Yeah, he's good with it. That's all.
And you're good with it too.
No, I'm not. I like I said, I think they're going like it's a bad look.
Maybe you should get you a Jamal Adams Jets throwback with that green jacket you're going to be rocking.
No, what I'm saying is it's a bad look. You're going to get criticized. You shouldn't do it. I just think he weighed all that and said, I don't care. Because he knew what was going to happen when he tweeted that. You know? He said it right there. You just heard it.
He said, I'm trying to go lower than you.
Yeah.
Mission accomplished.
She's like, okay.
You did your thing.
Okay, we did.
There you go, Jamal. Congratulations on it.
Yeah.
Like if Jaylen Pitre, like if someone said yikes on his coverage, I don't think Jaylen Pitre would do that. He's a good dude. Jaylen Petre's a good dude.
No, he is.
He's going to be fine. I'm rooting for Jaylen Pitre to make a big play this week. Come on. Let's go.
I think he's going to have a shot.
Give us one.
Yeah.
Give us
use
one.
it.
Yeah.
We could use one.
Give us one. We need you, Jaylen.
Mm-hmm.
Don't need you for much. Need you for that. Go make it happen. Jimmy Ward, by the way, on the practice field. Dalton Schultz, not on the practice field. George Fant, not on the practice field either. That's around the NFL. Week 14 begins tonight right here on Sports Radio 610. Patriots versus Steelers. Coming up, the internet is going nuts, and so are we next.
Let we go. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. J.J. Watt, he was on Pat McAfee's show. He was talking about the balance of youth and coaching. Here was what J.J. had to say to Pat McAfee.
Certainly have had success with their draft picks. I think they have got some guys who are special. In this league, if you get put in a good situation with a good coaching staff who has the right mindset, who has the right knowledge base, and who can get that information across to you properly and get you to understand it and implement it, that's when you're successful. And this coaching staff, D'Amico, starts with him and then it trickles down to his whole staff. These guys have the ability to take their knowledge, to take their wisdom and pass it to the players in a way that they understand it, and then also give them confidence. And these players are just building that confidence week after week. And it really, really helps in the National Football League when you got a quarterback who plays at the level CJ's playing so early on and also has the confidence and the leadership ability to do the things he's doing. Not everybody has that. He is a special cat.
It feels like this is going to turn into, if the Texans get good, it's going to turn into like a Texans infomercial with JJ going in there on Pat, because Pat always has to ask about him, and JJ always has nice things. I almost think at this point, D'Amico Ryans is underrated. And we're talking about a guy who could very well win Coach of the Year, but yeah. I know it's about the players. I know the players do their thing, but I just think D'Amico's a special coach. And yes, he has good players, but I don't want to call him an afterthought. It's just I don't think he's getting enough credit. And you know what? I don't think he gives a damn. I don't think he wants credit.
No, I mean, like I always say, everybody has an ego, but I don't think he's like.
I don't.
Some
think
people's
D'Amico
egos
has an ego.
I think some people's egos are definitely in check.
You think D'Amico has an ego?
Everyone does.
I don't know.
No, everyone on the planet.
So. I don't think D'Amico has an ego.
Mother Teresa had an ego. I mean,
well, no kidding. She was a sociopath.
What?
Come on.
That's a topic
twist. I mean, come on.
That's a new
twist.
Of
course Mother Teresa had an ego. You kidding me?
But like a lot of people that are don't have bigger egos than others. That's my point. I think D'Amico is like, whatever. You know, if he didn't have an ego, he wouldn't be a competitor. You know, you want to win. That's part of the ego. You know.
But I don't think he gives a damn about attention.
Yeah, the attention. That's where a lot of people just don't really put a lot of stock.
He didn't give a damn about it at all.
I got the internet going nuts.
This was not going to be one of my internet going nuts entries. It's a late entry as of about 2 hours ago. I honestly don't know quite what to make of this. Did you see McDonald's is opening a new chain of restaurants? McDonald's is opening.
Didn't they used to own Chipotle?
No. Like based on their McDonald's menu. It's called Cosmic. COSMC. It's going to be a direct competitor to Starbucks. Like it's going to be.
Oh, they're going to kill them.
I don't know. I don't know how I feel. How do you feel about this? 713-572.
People are addicted to Starbucks, and that's fine. But McDonald's, like their coffee's underrated, and I bet it's going to.
I've always said that. I've said it on this show.
And the one thing that Starbucks is awful at is they're not efficient with the drive-through. McDonald's knows how to be efficient with the drive-through.
See,
they own a lot of real estate. They're going to dominate them. If you approach it with an open mind, they're going to dominate.
Chris,
I'm torn. You're also going to probably save like $2.53 a cup.
I'm torn because I see that, and
they're going to dominate.
And I'm like, if anybody,
it's going to be an assing.
If anybody can do this, McDonald's.
I'll be a customer because I don't mess with those Starbucks drive-thrus.
You've heard me say it on the show. I think McDonald's coffee is awesome. They're going to have like a menu of like
and look at the
snacks.
Food. Those people who walked out of there with the Starbucks food. What are y'all doing?
Yeah, that food
is awful.
I'm not a big fan.
Hey man,
they microwave it in front of you,
brother. That is the worst. You're eating Starbucks food.
Bold.
That is trash.
That's when you know.
No, that's when you know you have a problem.
No, that's when you know you're a badass. Here, we're gonna microwave this little plastic bag of crap. Right in front of your face, and you're not going to.
Some people go get that protein pack with the damn deviled egg in it, and I'm like, dude, you are nasty.
Yes.
Why don't you just take your ass to HEB and walk down like the Lunchable aisle? Yeah, Lunchable's like gourmet for Starbucks.
Yeah, no, but
these people are so addicted to like Starbucks, I almost feel like they're addicted to the damn logo.
Chris, how do you feel about this? Because I'm torn.
Isn't Chris a Starbucks drinker?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking for.
I like Starbucks, but I will say I do agree the McDonald's coffee is really good.
It is. I can see what Landry is saying, but this is freaking Starbucks. So Cosmic Restaurant.
No, it's freaking Starbucks. I get it, but Starbucks is like who competes with Starbucks?
Nobody can.
Yeah, but nobody's tried. Who's tried?
McDonald's is
It's always the mom and pop coffee shop, but they can't handle. McDonald's can handle.
Let me go through this menu.
McDonald's can handle their business.
They've got the system. They've got the store. They're going to open.
They've got the brand.
They're going to open 10 Cosmics, 9 of them in Texas next year.
Okay.
In 2024.
I'll be a customer. I might become a coffee drinker.
They're going to have
just to spice Starbucks. Yeah, I'm in on this.
They're going to have small sandwiches and snacks. Like they're going to have the Egg McMuffin.
Yeah, dominant.
And the sausage McMuffin.
Dominant.
Creamy avocado tomatillo sandwich.
Whatever the hell that is.
Spicy queso sandwich.
Spicy what?
Queso.
Okay, thank you.
And then they're gonna have like little pretzel bites and stuff, like better snacks than Starbucks,
no doubt.
But then they're gonna have cold brew, iced coffee, Kai tea, like lattes.
It's over.
They're gonna have the whole thing.
It's over for you, Starbucks.
You gotta look at this thing. They even have like one arch.
That menu's even sick.
Instead of two arches,
they got soft serve too.
Yeah.
Woo.
Instead of two arches, they're gonna have one on their logo.
So when are they going to be open? So that means
it's early 2024 coming up.
Here's the other game changer. What are the hours? Do they have hours up?
I don't see it.
Because that means you can go get you an Egg McMuffin or sausage McMuffin during the day.
Yeah.
Because that's one of those things. There's not a lot of like breakfast options during the day. You don't want to go Jack in the Box and get breakfast options. You don't know what you're going to get there.
So I think you're kind of convincing me because at first I was like,
it's a good look.
If anybody could do it, McDonald's.
If some jamoke just said they were going to do it, but McDonald's can do it.
Can do it. But it is going to be new stores. They're not going to do it in the existing. It's going to be a separate standalone store.
And the other thing is McDonald's right now, like McDonald's ain't going anywhere. Now, they haven't really had to, and this speaks to the brand. Like it's one of the great American brands. They haven't had to push themselves.
Oh, no.
Like for what? For all the like fast food talk, McDonald's is still there.
They've been cruise
like it's at every exit. It's the one thing that if you're on the drive, you can eat McDonald's with your hands. Like you can eat it without having to worry about spilling it and stuff. And that was the whole goal. So McDonald's, with all their resources, with all their dominance, with the brand, all that, they haven't had to push themselves. They're going to go in on this. This is the first time that they've had something where they are going to go in. It's not just to open a McDonald's and it speaks for itself. This is going to be big.
Here's a little quote. This is from one of the CNBC on this link. McDonald's specifically set out to create a brand that could sell customizable drinks and coffee popular in the afternoon segment. And then he said, quote, "This is a $100 billion category, growing faster than the rest of the market,
and they'll be in it quickly.
We are in
the biggest challenge."
He's pointing directly at Starbucks.
There are places that like you can't figure out the drive-through and like the line and all that. They already got that. This is a breeze for them. Like this is basically like a nicer version with less items and like a more like it is going to be quick, smooth, all that. Unless you're just stubbornly committed to the Starbucks brand, this is going to be beast mode.
Yeah. No, that's why I was like, I don't know. I think you're right. I am leaning that
What's that logo look like? Is it going to be the McDonald's logo?
It's one arch. Look at that.
Man,
that's pretty sick.
That's nasty, dude.
That's pretty sick.
That's nasty right there. Now, I do think there's probably going to be some confusion that they're going to have to avoid where there's going to be some jamoke. Well, there's going to be some jamoke driving, and he's going to go in there and try to order a quarter pounder or something.
And it might be
because he got the McDonald's logo down there.
Look at the video. It might be fully automated.
Now we're just being slime balls.
Fully automated cosmic competitor with Starbucks.
They ain't got no shot there. I think it's going to be incredible. I think it's going to be real good.
9 stores in Texas.
It's going to be sick.
Mm-hmm.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Luka, you brought this up. Luka yesterday, he effed around and got a triple-double, a hefty triple-double. This was coming off his team losing 2 straight home games.
Did he have a triple-double at halftime?
Yeah, he was balling. Here was Luka after the game. He was with Jeff Skin Wade. And Luka, not only did you have a potty mouth, you made it even worse with your apology, bud.
A couple of best days in my life, so I'm just happy.
I imagine it's pretty important to come out here and get this win and get it resounding fashion.
Yeah, the point I said before the game, we just kept around and we just,
It's okay.
I'm sorry, but we came out with great energy, on the offensive end.
He literally said, sorry about that F-bomb. I'll throw an S-bomb your way.
Text line, on the text line, talking about Donaldson, quote, I partly agree with you, but McDonald's breakfast sandwiches are nasty.
Oh, no.
That's a lie.
No.
That's a damn lie.
The Starbucks thing is fascinating.
Crazy
like,
as
they
hell.
have such
the breakfast sandwiches are not nasty.
But Starbucks has such a hold over their coffee consumers that they can literally zap old sandwiches in front of you and make it sound good. like it's fascinating.
Dude, I see people walking out of there with like lunch boxes. I'm like, dude, you couldn't have just like driven through somewhere else.
Get a burrito at 7-Eleven and it's better.
Dude, I see people like walking out at Starbucks and it's like, what are we doing?
Just get a drink. Oh man, I'm excited. It's going to be interesting to see the competition.
They're not going to have competition.
Yeah, it's Starbucks.
It's not going to.
It's
not gonna be
Starbucks.
competition.
I got the internet going nuts.
So a Jags employee stole $22 million from the team.
How?
Well, Amit Patel alleged to have stolen $22 million for the team over the past 5 years, exploiting the organization's virtual credit card program. He used the stolen money to buy 2 cars, a condominium, a designer watch worth $95,000, cryptocurrency, and he placed bets online with full gambling sites. The virtual credit card program. Is it bad that I tried to find like what his equal is in the Texans organization?
Still $20 million from
I don't-
man.
$22 million. This was a guy that had a big problem, obviously. Clearly a gambler, right? I bet he was just like an addicted gambler and just
No, I think he probably just had enough disposable income through his hustle to where he decided he wanted to gamble.
Yeah. I wonder how.
Maybe in a crazy way, if he lost, it would clear his conscience. Because he'd be like, I stole it, I lost it.
That's very psychological of you. I like that theory. That's very Psych 201, not 101 of you. But I always wonder.
By the way, you know what McDonald's needs to do also if they want to get the upper hand on Starbucks? And this is really simple. And I could be speaking ignorantly because I don't know Starbucks that well. What are the sizes at Starbucks?
Venti.
All right. Small, medium, large.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
Small, medium, large, McDonald's.
Yes.
When you open this coffee shop, small, medium, large. Get rid of that crap that has been normalized by those hipsters from Seattle and bringing that crap here. Small, medium, large. You ever go there and try to order a large coffee at Starbucks? They correct you.
If you say large.
It's worse than going to a hole-in-the-wall Mexican restaurant and I say chili relleno or something like that and I get the tongue rolled at me.
Yes.
You say small, medium, you mean blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean.
Yeah, you know
the one in the middle, that's
yeah.
a medium.
You know, you
All
want
right, the small is the one on the left.
I totally. You want some Starbucks
Just
trivia?
small, medium, large will go a long way.
This is going to make you even more mad. You know, you want some Starbucks trivia about the or little known fact?
Someone says Jack in the Box breakfast better McDonald's. You're full.
No.
That is insane.
So they're tall, grande, and venti.
Okay.
Right?
What's tall about a small?
You know what's weird about that?
What's tall about a small?
It's 3 different languages.
It's so dumb.
3 sizes, 3 different languages.
Small, medium, large.
Tall, grande, venti. Yes, I'm with you. Small, medium, large is the way to go.
You're straight.
Yeah.
Venti. What was even the point of that? Let me get a venti.
It's cool. It sounded cool.
It's not cool. It's stupid.
No.
It's been normalized. It's stupidity
For
normalized.
them.
Let me get a venti.
For Starbucks. You know what? It worked. Whatever it was, it worked.
No, coffee worked. Having coffee worked.
Yeah, that's true.
That extra stuff did not work.
But I'm sure they thought it was hipster and cool. And beatnik. I used the word beatnik this morning.
Yeah, what's with you? People don't even know what you're talking about.
That's old school, man.
Nobody knows what that means.
That's a hipster. Back in the day, they would call them
means.
beatniks.
I don't think they were hipsters.
Oh,
I
trust
thought
me.
beatniks would just like did their own thing and like lived in a field or something.
No. Beatniks were hippies before hippies. That's what they called hippies. And now they call them hipsters. Trust me on
Hipsters aren't necessarily hippies.
No, but
hippies are hippies still.
they're like
Hipsters-
subculture.
Hipsters are basically like just
a subculture, like a too cool for school kind of.
I don't know. I don't know that there's like a group.
It's gone.
Of hipsters.
It's gone. Beatniks to hippies to hipster. Although hipsters aren't necessarily hippies. You learn something every day.
I feel like you're just making stuff up today.
Look it up. I always say that.
I feel like you're just making stuff up.
Look
today.
it up.
That's
Feel free to check my word and say.
All right. Yeah, I'll do that.
I got the internet going nuts.
So the Taylor Swift, Kim Kardashian thing is kind of taking on a life of its own.
Where's Figgy's?
Oh God, Lord, yeah. Don't say anything bad about Kim Kardashian too.
Just keep this talk low.
Be careful. He's walking the halls.
Crap, he's looking at it.
Yeah. Oh God, Lord, get him in here.
He's gonna be busting in the door.
Be protecting Kim Kardashian. Figgy will. Seemed like TMZ kind of had her back.
Oh, yeah?
Seemed like TMZ kind of had her back. I watched TMZ yesterday. Now, TMZ is very Kardashian. You can tell that...
they know who pays the bills.
You can tell that. But but the big news from that, we're talking about crazy chicks from this day and age. Did you hear the news about Britney Spears?
Maybe. There's always something. What are you talking about?
Apparently, her and her dad might reconcile pretty soon.
No, I didn't hear that.
And the reason is she wrote that book 6 months ago. I think she's looking at it as I got it all off my chest because her mom came and visited her this weekend, and her dad apparently and her could be close to reconciling because he actually had to have his leg cut off.
Oh, wow.
I think he's sick, is what they're saying on TMZ.
That'll do it.
So... all that beef and all that free Britney and stuff, and he still kind of feels that he was treated unfairly. But apparently Britney Spears could be making up with her father.
Well,
all it took was him getting his leg chopped off. How about that?
Chop off your leg.
What would you chop off your leg for?
No reason whatsoever.
What about to save your kid's life?
Well, sure.
Which one? You were thinking. You're thinking middle son only right there. I saw that. You were thinking which one? You were thinking which one right there?
No, I was not.
I'm on to you. That's the internet going nuts. Coming up, conspiracies in New York and overconfidence in Houston. Next.
Right now, let's talk about ability trees.
Locker.
All right, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. He's here. He's working the halls. I feel like Figgy's like
What's
the
he been
feds
doing?
right now. I don't know. We'll figure it out in a sec. Let's get into this New York conspiracy, though. Joe B used to host there. Apparently, Robert Saleh had some time this week. There wasn't enough going on, having to decide a quarterback, put together a game plan for the quarterback that's second in Pro Bowl voting.
He's going to check on his peeps.
This was Joe B. He's on with Tiki and Evan. This was his initial, I guess you can call this dry snitching on Robert Saleh. He put out a list of 6 things the Jets need to do, and this came out over the WFAN airwaves.
I can tell you right now he don't like Zach. He don't like Zach because I'll tell you this. So when I did this 6-part thing that I put out there today, okay, and one of them, I listed them too, like by number, okay? And one of number 2 was him getting involved in the play calling.
Right.
I did put that. Number 3, I said you got to go back to Zach. So he texts me back. And I mean, he might get mad at me for this, but I don't care. He texts me back, and he says, Joe, about number 3, which was playing Wilson. Right. Are you kidding me? He might have said, "Are you serious?" It might have been, "Are you serious?" But it was something like that. I'm paraphrasing.
And meanwhile, he's going to have to go back to him
like that.
Yeah. So that came out over the air, and then there was some clarity a day or two later. This was Joe B talking about where this got even weirder. So he said that Robert Saleh texted him. I guess his interpretation might have been different than what Robert Saleh at least wanted to admit, at least publicly. But here was Joe B talking about his conversation with Robert Saleh after his conversation with Robert Saleh.
You know, I also told the coach that I would be back on today at 4:00 to straighten things out. So here I am. Look, the bottom line is this: I shouldn't have said what I said. I totally misunderstood where he was coming from. That I've been for weeks saying, okay, enough of Zach Bencham. So when now I'm telling the coach, hey, you've got to put him back in there, he's saying, well, what do you mean you got to put him back in there now? You know, I totally misread that. I shouldn't have come out and said that and make it look like the coach doesn't like Wilson, which obviously, is not the case.
Is he mad that you revealed the private text exchange? Was that a part of it?
What they were upset about is the fact that, I basically said the coach didn't like Zach.
Gotcha.
It would be so easy to just pick up the phone, say, hey, coach, you got 5 minutes? Let's have a conversation, right?
Look, I don't know where I stand right now in that regards, but
the big critique is it's not even about the Zach thing. It's that he revealed the private conversation. Do you feel bad about that? Is that something that Saleh texted that to you and it wasn't supposed to be said to us?
Say this. We spoke for about 25 minutes last night.
Oh, wow.
Coach called me last night, and, we discussed a lot of different things. I basically said that he didn't like Zach.
Gotcha.
And I don't think it was anything else but that.
Tiki Barber genuinely thinks that perhaps this is why he went back to Zach Wilson.
Fair assessment.
Like, legitimately thinks that. Listen to Tiki Barber, WFAN.
It's down to the fact that Robert Saleh is being forced to do something he doesn't want to do.
It feels like it.
You think today...
It feels like it's been that way for a while.
No,
in some ways, you might want to blame Joe Beningo. I'm not joking.
How is it Joe's fault?
He's on our air on Monday and says, "Oh, bro, I don't think Saleh even likes him." The Jets got in a tiff about that. They did.
Yeah.
And they needed to fix it.
Oh, don't tell me this.
I'm just telling you, dude.
You're saying that Joe Beningo, saying something that even he admitted was a little out of school, forced the Jets to start Zach?
I hate Zach Wilson narrative that's sitting out there. All Robert Saleh could do was do what he did yesterday or 2 days ago, when he said, "No, Zach came in my office. He said he wants to play. He wants the ball. I'm deciding on the decision."
All right. Well,
that's very plausible.
It's very plausible. That's sad if Robert Saleh is thinking like that, though, because to me, the deeper thing here is I think Tiki was halfway joking, maybe. Did it seem like he was serious?
It's hard to say.
All right, if a head coach is doing that, then you got a problem at head coach.
And I've been saying that all day. I think he's scrambling. I think he's really sort of like, oh my gosh, maybe I will get fired. I got to fix all this. I got to put this. There's like so many holes in the boat, and he only has 10 fingers. So that's where he is right now. So he's trying anything.
Now, you're a pretty straight edge guy. You're not really into conspiracy theories or anything.
I like a good conspiracy
I know,
theory.
John.
Yeah.
You think I was serious?
Yeah.
You're the biggest conspiracy theory guy in the world.
I like him.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
You kidding?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, man. Don't get him started on the JFK assassination.
That's not even one that I like.
You want to? No, I'm just kidding. So this is one of the most logical conspiracy theories that I think I've ever heard. I think it makes almost too much sense. This is Greg Giannetti, morning show out there at WFAN. So we know the timeline of things. Tim Boyle starts 2 games. Tim Boyle gets benched for Zach Wilson and gets cut.
Yeah.
So a guy that you trusted to start 2 games gets cut for Brett Rippon, who's not even a quality NFL starter. This is Giannetti on his theory as to where these New York leaks came from. And I don't even consider this a conspiracy. I consider this just flat-out logic.
I'd be a connect the dots guy.
I'd love for you to be a connect the dots guy.
So after this game, the rumblings are happening about going back to Zach. Zach says to Tim Boyle, man, I don't know if they asked me to play again. I mean, what if I go out there behind this offensive line and get killed? So then Tim Boyle's like, okay, well, wait a second. I want to start still. And Tim Boyle goes to his agent. I can't believe, they're going to bench me. Zach doesn't even want to play.
Right.
This is crazy. This is my shot. I wasn't that bad, which he was, but this is what he's telling his agent. The agent gives the story to Diana Rossini, who puts it out there, and then all of a sudden the thing blows up in their face and Tim Boyle is out because they trace this thing back to the agent, Diana Rossini, and the whole thing. Am I on to something?
Yeah, you could be on to something.
I think that's just that makes too much sense because I don't think Zach Wilson's going around the locker room saying, hey, I don't want to play.
It also
you're sitting there with your quarterback. You talk to him all the time. You say something, and then all of a sudden that happens. And he got cut, man. Like, they didn't even keep him around. He got cut.
Right.
They literally cut a guy that they started the last 2 weeks. Not kept around. They cut his ass.
I think it also makes sense because of how it came out. Like, that's the most logical way that Rossini could have done.
And Aaron Rodgers was like, we need to find where the leaks are. This guy got cut.
Yeah. And his agent or whomever. But, yeah, I think it makes the most sense.
We got the feds in the building, Figgy Fig, walking up and down.
By the way, it was the sewer for the third shot in Kennedy assassination.
The what?
Came out of the sewer.
You think the third shot came out of the sewer?
Yeah.
Is there even a sewer there?
Yeah, I've been there. I looked at it.
Oh, you have? I've been there a few times.
Manhole cover.
Yeah.
The shot came.
It's just sitting there. There's like there's the line right there where he got shot.
Yeah, he made the turn, and Lee Harvey was behind him. But when he went back, the only logical place would have been out of the sewer.
This guy.
Yeah. Well, you asked.
This guy. I mean, but the speed at which the car was going, you ain't getting a clean shot out of the sewer.
You wouldn't have thought you had a clean shot from a 3-story, 5-story building while the car's moving. Sewer is coming right at you.
Did you hear?
And his head went back.
Did you hear Texans PR on the PA after that? JFK questionable to return, just like Tank Dell was the other day.
Concussion.
He's gone to the tents.
Oh, that's awful.
Shout out to JFK. Figgy, what are you doing, man? I see you kind of like what's going on here, man? I know we're about to get on a plane. We're going to Boston, then we're going to New York. You seem like you're up to something, man.
I'm kind of amped up to go, man. I'm super excited, man. Yeah.
What are you up to, though?
What's going on?
Like up here or just in general?
Something's going on with you right now.
Nah, ain't nothing going on.
What are you doing?
I'm good. I'm in a good mood, man. I'm ready to
Don't ruin it.
Take off.
Don't.
Yeah, the vibes is up, man. I'm ready to go.
I think tomorrow I'm going to go, after the show, I'm going to go to one place, and then I'm going to go to a place.
Oh, yeah, me too. I'm going to do that, too.
Okay.
After the show, I'm going to go to one place.
Okay, you can go that place with me if you'd like.
Oh, that place?
Yeah, that place. You can go that place with me if you'd like.
Yeah, I kind of want to, but
that's cool.
I know how it's going to end.
It's cool. It's all cool.
It won't end well.
No, it'll end great.
Yeah,
it'll end great. I got you set up.
Okay.
But then I'm gonna go try the this restaurant that is the only place in the history of Barstool Pizza reviews that got a 10. I'm going.
Okay.
I'm going to try the pizza, man. It's a 10. It's the only 10 that they've ever given. I'm going.
You all about that pizza, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just kind of like, hey, why not?
I feel like the last
but you know, I like Pizza Hut. So, I mean, low bar.
But you're all about that East Coast pizza, man, because you was all about the pizza. When
Vegas
we
pizza.
Well, that was an Italian restaurant.
No, when we went to the
don't call me some sort of pizza snob.
No, I feel like you're a pizza guy, man.
He is a pizza guy.
No, I don't think.
Where's this coming from?
No,
you're a pizza guy.
I don't think you're a
fast
pizza
food
snob.
Pizza, yeah.
You're not a pizza snob, but that East Coast pizza, man.
No.
Halftime pizza?
What's halftime pizza?
That's one they reviewed. It got a 9.2.
Oh, well, maybe I can check that one out. I don't know. Yeah. I'm gonna have to get me some pizza, but not Neapolitan. Is it Neapolitan? Is that how you say it?
Yeah.
That stuff stinks, man. Just putting that seems like something you would like.
Not a big
Neapolitan
Neapolitan
pizza
guy.
seems like you.
Not a big.
What is it? What
It's
is
the
that?
higher quality cheese. You
Yeah.
know, it's just spread out.
What is that? I never heard of
It's
that.
like you might like it. It's like how do you explain it?
It's less sauce, isn't it? More cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something like
okay.
that. Yeah.
I do like the white sauce.
Yeah.
White
Alfredo?
sauce pizza, yeah.
Okay.
It's
So when I go to my pizza, I used to get white sauce.
Oh wow, that's a wasted pie right there.
Oh, here it is, right here. It's from Naples. That's why they call it Neapolitan. Mozzarella cheese and tomatoes.
Oh, that's right up your alley, brother.
Is right. I mean, I was thinking of something else. I might like this.
Let's talk to Ron Hughley, Brandon Scott, Thirsty Thursday, fellas. Where y'all at?
Oh, we're right off I-45 and Richie out here at Buffalo Wild Wings on this beautiful Thursday. It's gonna be a good time, man. As we always kick it on a little Thirsty Thursday. Go enjoy ourselves, fellas. A lot to get to. A big game coming up on Sunday.
Big game, weird game. It's a really weird game. The line has dropped down to 3.5. So it started out at 6.5. It's gone to 3.5. Last time we saw such movement was Week 3 when the Texans took on the Jags. The Jags started 1.5-point favorite. They dropped to a 3.5, and we saw the Texans completely thrash them. Not saying that that's going to be the same, but that's the last time we saw such a thing.
What's that about, though? I wonder. Well, what do they know? What is that about? What kind of change has occurred that has dropped at a full 3 points?
I'm not sure. There's a couple of things like maybe the fact that they have a good passing defense, and the Texans officially announced that Tank Dell was out for the season. The passing offense that they're so dependent on dropped off. Maybe the fact that Garrett Wilson's now lining up in the slot half the time. I don't know how the Texans. I have no idea. Breece Hall being out though is big though. That was pleasant news if you're looking for the Texans to perhaps have an easier route. Lopez thinks it's going to be a blowout, though.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a blowout. I think the weather might have something to do with it. The weather doesn't bother me, and I don't think bothers a lot of players. But for some reason, gamblers think weather is going to affect games, and New York gamblers are abundant. So I think it could be something as simple as that.
I feel like I've already hit that Boston shop. I'm watching VJ Singh play golf up here.
Y'all tell me if y'all think I'm oversimplifying this. This is it's basically two football teams who can't run the ball, and one of them has a quarterback and the other one doesn't.
That's fair.
It's going to be a weather game where both teams probably really need to run the football. Neither of them is really good at it, and one team has a quarterback and the other one doesn't.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's what it comes down to for me. And that might be oversimplifying it, but that's how I view it.
That's all good. Man, you know what? You know what I'm feeling right now?
What are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling urgency. There's urgency and bass in Brandon Scott's voice. He understands the magnitude. Always understands the magnitude. And you know what? What better time to say the drive is live?
That's right, fellas. The drive is live, and I'm trying to see is my guy Tyler in the building. I'm sure he is. Tyler's in the building. As Clint is out. Clint is out. As you know, he just had his baby girl, so he is in. The wife is taking care of business, hopefully getting some sleep. But Brandon Scott is in the building, as he has been most of this week. A lot to get to. Hey, we are here.
And I do want to add as well, Ron, that all the great people out there are listening to KLT and KLT HD2 and Odyssey Station.
That is true. Good job. Way to step up,
What
Tyler.
a pro. What a pro.
I'm glad you did that.
What number producer is he outside of New York?
2. Okay. Now, if he tries to screw me over again by trying to get me off balance, he might drop. He might drop. I mean, 2 days in a row, as we know the challenge I'm trying to deal with. And Tyler yesterday tried to invite me to lunch to go eat, and he knows I'm in a bad place. By the way, today's going to be a test.
Oh, wait a minute. Does that mean I'm going to be drinking by myself today?
Oh yeah, today's going to be a test because they're Buffalo Wild Wings, and you know, boy, they got all the wings, all the flavors you want. They got that blazing bourbon flavor I done had 6 or 7 consecutive weeks. It is fantastic. Of course, the beer, the drinks, that Henny drink, that Henny Hustle drink. Ooh, that's a special one for me. So get on out here. You enjoy it. You come on out here. I know Scott's going to enjoy it.
Would you say that
again? Yeah, you come on out for a Thirsty Thursday because, as always, we've got prizes for you to win, your chance to win. Multiple gift cards, $25 Visa gift cards. We will hand out a couple of those today. All you got to do is, if you're in the building, write your name down, sign right there. We got a table right there. Sign your name there, put it in the raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win multiple prizes as we're here until 6 o'clock. So come on out and have a good time with us, fellas. Tyler, listen, I want to first say, and this may not come as a surprise to many, but I want to say that I'm glad you had that. Because, Tyler, I don't have that. Not that may come as a surprise to Benny.
I got your back, bro.
But I'm going to have that typed in. We might need to type that in on the rundown for just in case purposes.
It's at the very top of the rundown.
Figured it was. I have just not run into it.
Literally, it is the fourth line on the rundown.
That's right, guys, because you are listening to KILT HD2.
He's a pro.
An Odyssey station.
He is a professional.
I'm glad you had
put that on the rundown.
I'm sorry. There's probably. Damn, that's just right. Probably should put that on the rundown. Yes, sitting right there, Jack.
Highlighted in green.
Highlighted in green, right there. I probably should have it memorized, but I don't.
Well, it makes Phil better. I didn't have it memorized. I had to get the rundown up, and I read it off there.
You just read it off the top, the rundown, too?
Yes, sir.
Damn.
I'm going to be honest, whenever I have to say it, it is a bit of a tongue twister for me.
It was for me, too. That's why I put it on there.
I don't like it. I don't like doing it. So better you than me, Tyler. I'm glad you remembered, and I wasn't even, charged with having to.
I was about to run through all of us to try to say it from memory right now. See if you can pull it right now. That's all right.
Oh, no, you're listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station.
There you go.
The drive
coming in.
Is live.
He's coming in.
Drive is live.
I've had to practice this in the mirror a time or two, baby. Come on now.
I have not. I've not practiced it. This may be like the third time I've ever said it. So that's where we are. No, but join in. Come on out and hang out with us. I-45 right off Ritchie. And come hang out with us and have a good time as we always do here. Big show here on the drive today. All right, fellas, this is where I want to start. As I said, 713-572-4610. You can jump in. Our friends on YouTube and Twitch. You maybe have a chance to get in that way as well to be a part of the show. Listen, can we all agree here, all three of us and everybody listening now? I'm sure everybody won't agree. But can we, the three of us, can we get to a point where we can agree that the Houston Texans, they are, at the very least, they're contenders, right?
Yes.
Right? They're like, I think the Broncos, to me, especially with their loss last week, I feel like more pretenders, right? The Texans sitting here 7-5,
especially after last week.
Yeah, especially after last week, and even the way they felt, the way they were feeling.
Fair.
You get a 4-game stretch where you get plus 13 in the turnover category. That it feels a little rough, but I think we can all look at this and say that the Texans are contenders. What kind of contender are the Houston Texans? Like think that. What type of contender are the Houston Texans? Right. Like if I were to say the 49ers and the Eagles are Super Bowl to win the Super Bowl type of contenders, if that is where they are, where would you say the Texans are? What type of a contender are the Texans? 713-572-4610. What type of contender are the Texans as we enter this game against the Jets? For me, I think they are definitely a contender, especially for the playoffs. They feel like, to me, as it is right now, it looks like – now, we'll see what happens with Jacksonville, but as it is right now, it looks like they're going to have to go on the road.
Yeah.
To me, they feel like a team that most definitely would have a chance to beat. You could see it, could beat one of the teams they would face in the first round in the wild card weekend. They feel like a team that's more of a contender to get to the playoffs, get into the playoffs, and maybe this year is not the step in which they would win one, to win a game. Now, I'm not saying they're not capable of it, and depending on the matchup, right, like you look at it, it's pretty tight up there. I think they would play Jacksonville right now. So, I mean, you obviously know they've proven they can beat them. Get them as a team that's a contender to get into the playoffs, and maybe the step this year may not be to win, but to play well, but may not to win in the playoff. I think they're a make the playoff contender.
Yeah, so this this befuddles me a little bit because they're obviously that, Ron. Like, yeah, they're a contender to get into the playoffs. They're right here in the thick of it. To make, yeah, they are. So you're telling me
I'm just gauging it off of like if the
Texans
Niners
are in the hunt.
No,
that's as far as you're willing to go on this.
Hunt. I got a minute. Yeah, they're a playoff team. They're a playoff team that I'm.
That's
not,
what in the hunt is.
A
team that can make the playoffs.
I think to me they're a playoff team that I'm not ready to say they'll win a game.
Okay,
they'll win a game, right? I think they're like I said. If the Niners and Eagles are, bam, this is Super Bowl contenders. To me, they are make the playoffs. Bam. That's where they are. I'm not ready for them to win a game. I'm not saying they can't.
Okay, but let's differentiate here because Niners and Eagles and on the AFC side, I'll just throw Baltimore in that mix. That's another team that I think is somewhere along the lines of elite, a team that you feel like could win a Super Bowl. Depends on how you feel.
Better. I see it on the text line. Wild card game contenders.
But what I'm saying, but there's a middle ground of, hey, they can't win a game versus, hey, they can win the Super Bowl. See, I think, and so that's where I think they are.
Yeah.
I'm willing to go just a little bit further than you are.
Divisional round.
I think they're more of a divisional round type of team, and a team, if they do win in a divisional round, they are not a team that you want to see. They're not a team that you want to see divisional round. Is how I should put it. Like, I don't think that any of these big-time contenders, the Baltimores and the Miami Dolphins of the world, are afraid of the Texans. But I also view the Texans as a team that, while being a cut below those teams, would you be surprised if they beat any of them? I think the best teams in the AFC right now are the Baltimore Ravens, in whatever order you want to put them. The Baltimore Ravens, the Miami Dolphins, and then the Kansas City Chiefs just get the sort of benefit of the doubt, even though I don't think that they're necessarily playing better football than the Texans. But those are the only three teams that I'm willing to say with my chest and definitively say are better than the Texans. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Texans on any given day, any given Sunday, whatever day they play, beat any of those teams.
Yeah,
I get that they lost to Baltimore.
All those teams have had tough losses.
Right. So they are a cut below, but I think being just a cut below makes you a team that can win certainly a divisional game, the divisional round, and perhaps even compete to play in the AFC Championship game. I think that this is a team that could go all the way to the AFC Championship game.
Oh, really?
Absolutely.
Oh, so hold on. Let me.
And it's not like I'm picking it
because you said
no, absolutely.
You're saying
I said they could win double-digit games earlier in the year. I think they could go to the AFC Championship game.
I just want to kind of get this right because I'm saying wild card weekend.
The Houston Texans can go to the AFC Championship game.
Can go, but
they are capable and good enough to go to the AFC Championship game.
Tyler, because I'm just saying, Tyler Brandon, you changed it because at first you said.
What did I say?
At first you open, you're like round. It's like divisional round.
Yeah.
So now you're
that's what I'm saying. They can win in the divisional round. So maybe I didn't speak it properly. I think they could win in the divisional round. I think they could go to the AFC Championship game.
Text line coming through with a little luck. AFC Championship game. Wild card playoff contenders. I think that's where I am. Divisional round contender, depending on the wild card opponent. Yeah. Like right now, the way it's shaped up, because the four teams that are division leaders are Baltimore, Miami, Baltimore, Kansas City, and Jacksonville. So they would play one of those teams.
Yes.
And for me right now, could they beat those teams? Yes. We saw them play against a Joe Burrow Cincinnati Bengal team. That was the game, I think, that kind of really opened up people's eyes. Do I believe they can win against one of those teams? Sure. Yeah. I think they can. Am I ready to say that they're ready to do that in the playoffs on the road against those teams? For me, no. I think that's where they are.
But I mean, if they're not ready, then they can't do it. Can they or can they? Or can they or can they not? They're not ready?
No, they're capable.
They're capable. So let me change my verbiage then to match your conversation here. Not just capable, but ready to do it. Able, capable, ready. Yes, can do it. Absolutely. I think they are just good enough to beat a team in that environment with the talent that they have, with the coaching that they have. Does that mean that I'm picking them to go to the AFC Championship game?
No,
right
you're
now.
saying
No,
they're legit AFC
because I don't
championship game contenders.
And let me differentiate it this way. I don't think everybody that's in the mix for this is that way. I don't think the Pittsburgh Steelers are like that. I don't really feel like the Indianapolis Colts are like that. You mentioned the Denver Broncos, right? I don't think that they're like that. Now, a team that is interesting that doesn't have as good of a record as the Texans are the Buffalo Bills. That's another team that doesn't have a great record. But, yeah, I think that they're capable of beating a Baltimore or a Kansas City or somebody if it came down to it. I think the Texans are like that. Absolutely.
Yeah,
a tier below, but capable.
Text line and quarterback always gives you a puncher's chance. Yes, and I think that's a big thing of what's happening. Ronnie, do you even know what you're saying? Yes, I do know what I'm saying.
I got you.
I know exactly what I'm saying. I think they're a team that is a legit team that will make the playoffs.
Yeah.
I don't see them going past the wild card weekend. That's to me where I have them. That's as far as I think they're playoff contenders, and I would say playing in the wild card weekend, I don't see them as divisional round contenders or AFC.
So you don't
now, I
think?
wouldn't be shocked if they got there, but no, I don't.
Well, hold on a second.
Right now.
So you don't even think that in the wild card weekend where the top seed gets a bye. All right, so let's say right now is that Miami. I guess it's either Miami or whoever it is, Miami or Baltimore.
Yeah, I think right now it's Miami.
So you already eliminate either Miami or Baltimore, which for me only leaves whichever one is left over and Kansas City as the teams that I think are definitive, and I think they could beat those teams. I mean, if I'm looking at Jacksonville, Kansas City, heck, Baltimore and Miami as well. I don't see an opponent that I am fearful of where I'm like, man, they're just not ready to take this step. This isn't the Kansas City Chiefs that won the Super Bowl last year or some of our previous Kansas City teams, anything like that. I'm not looking at a team, even the Buffalo team from a couple of years ago. Yeah, I'm not looking at teams like that where I'm like, you know what, they're not ready to get it done against those guys.
Yeah, I would disagree with that one. Like I could get you with Jacksonville.
Yeah, for sure.
I could get you with Jacksonville, but I don't think they're ready to roll into Baltimore and Kansas City. And
it would be a shocker.
I don't think
it
like
would be
this
a
group right now. And I know people are going to say, "Oh, there's Ron's a homer" and all this. No, I don't.
Oh, they can say the same thing about me.
I don't.
Yeah, I mean,
I
cool.
don't think that for me, because that's what I'm thinking in my head is: are they ready to roll it? Even Miami, are they ready to roll into those places in the playoffs? All of those teams who were in the playoffs, I believe, last year. Every one of those teams were in the playoffs last year with experience. Are they ready to roll in on the road in the playoffs? I think Miami and Jacksonville would be the better spots. Baltimore and Kansas City, with what those teams have in their experience, I can't see that.
Yeah, I think they got to be clear favorite just based off of pedigree and. At least for Baltimore, I think, for what they've shown. You watch Kansas City as much as anybody. The kind of football that they're playing, I know it could not shock you any if the Texans were able to beat them in the playoff. I know they are not playing great football. They got a really good defense. But, yeah, man, I don't have the team where I'm like, they just can't do. I think it would shock the world for the most part if they did that, if they were to go into Baltimore, go at Arrowhead and do it. But it would not shock me.
Yeah,
it would not shock me. It would be an upset, but it would not shock me based off of the football that we watched.
And we know those, and that's the thing. We know, especially those teams are going to take it to another level when the playoffs comes, and they just have experience. So I just wouldn't go there. Tyler, where are you? What kind of contender do you think the Texans are? We obviously believe they're contenders. They're not pretenders like some of these others. Like for you named some. Like I think the Steelers are pretenders, whether they get in or not.
100%.
I think hell, the Bengals are sitting here at 6-6 with Jake Browning. I think they're pretenders. The Colts, I think you could probably almost put them in that category. I think the Texans are contenders. How big of contenders do you see them as, Tom?
Oh, I think they're big-time contenders, especially when you look at how this NFL season has gone, all the injuries to the big-name quarterbacks and others out there. The AFC, man, is more wide open than you could have imagined at this point in the season, and I'm right there with Brandon. I think it's very possible, if not even a touch likely, that you could make a serious run in these playoffs with a rookie quarterback named C.J. Stroud.
I would point out, too, Ron, you mentioned earlier San Francisco and Philadelphia. How about how it's flipped now? Because those feel like the more dominant teams. Like the NFC feels a little bit more definitive than the AFC does. And if the Texans were in the NFC, I might be talking differently because I don't like them going up there to Philadelphia and beating Philadelphia. No, not as much. I don't like them as much beating the San Francisco 49ers the way that they're playing football. Yeah, absolutely. The way those teams are playing football versus what I'm watching in the AFC outside of, I would say, again, Baltimore. Yeah, man, if this was the NFC, I might feel a little bit differently based off of those two teams.
See, to me, like if you feel that good about the Texans over like the Chiefs and the Ravens.
Well, because I don't feel great about the Chiefs. Right. I will put the Ravens in the category with the other two that I mentioned in the NFC.
If you would put them against the Chiefs, and I think it's based off how they've played, right? Not necessarily their record, but how they've played.
Yes.
Like when you watch the Eagles, I would think they wouldn't scare you.
No, that is a monster physical football team. They don't play as clean as they probably would like to.
But they haven't been playing like that though. Like to me, for me, I think CJ would eat their secondary and would eat.
I could see
like offensive. Like to me, if the Eagles they have played weaker than we've noticed to them.
Fair
they've
enough.
had that. If you look at the wins they've had,
I heard Bill Romanowski on radio in San Francisco call the Eagles soft, like out loud, for the radio public to hear. He called it. This was before the San Francisco game. Called them soft.
Their defense is extremely vulnerable, and they've had some. I'm just interested to see where people are.
Well, hell with it then. Okay, well, fine.
I'm just saying.
All the more to my point.
If you feel that confident about the Chiefs, I would think you would feel. I mean, you saw the Chiefs and the Eagles play, had to have for the Eagles to win that game. I would think you would feel that confident about them. I just to go on the road, I think in the playoffs against teams that have experience, I think is a lot to ask. All right, we can continue. I see the text line rolling through in big time. I'm curious. I think they are contenders. What type of contenders are they coming up in this game in particular? In this game in particular for the Texans, there should be one enormous advantage in this game, and it needs to be executed because if it is, they should win this game running away. We'll discuss that next on The Drive.
All right, everybody out there, get your holiday shopping done at Academy Sports and Outdoors, y'all. These deals are, we good. I'm telling you, man. We're talking about
wherever you get your podcasts. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings at I-45 and Ritchie Road, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. As it is a Thirsty Thursday, and we are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings. And make your way on out here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, right off I-45 and Ritchie Road. Come on out and hang with us. Once again, if you are in the building or you're on your way, you got a chance to win several prizes today, including a couple of $25 Visa gift cards. All you got to do, sign your name right there. Don't need your address. Don't need all that. All you got to do is sign your name, put it in a raffle box. And coming up around 3 o'clock will be the first chance you will have to win a prize right here on The Drive. As we are here live on a little Thirsty Thursday, having a good time. And I love the emotion and the people here on the text line. And listen, I'm gonna be honest and give you my thoughts. And some people might have some issues with it, right? Like my man Scott Hill. I love Ron. I love you too, Scotty. But he needs to shut the hell up about our boys. Oh, shoot, this y'all.
Scott?
I think at this point they could destroy Kansas City. Okay, sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's
hey, man. Feel yourself. Feel yourself.
I mean, see, I was trying to be reasonable. I was trying to be reasonable about the whole thing. I think it's a good football team that can compete with Kansas City and absolutely on any given Sunday could beat Kansas City. This destroy business. I mean, I'm speaking with my chest, but God dog.
And I need to speak with my chest. As someone texted in, B. Scott, once again, Ron is showing his nervous, scary, and always pessimistic courage.
Pessimism is good. I like pessimism. I like that about you.
With his disbelief. I don't even think it's that. I think it's honest, just how I honestly feel in the Texans winning in the playoffs. Does Ron believe they could win a playoff game or not? Ron, you were so wishy-washy. Damn. I'm sorry. Maybe I did not make it clear in that first one. I thought I did. I don't think they can go on the road and win a playoff game. Right? I thought I said that.
Yeah, no,
and I thought I was clear, and I want to make it clear. I think they can compete. I think they're absolutely capable of it.
Yeah, even though they beat the Bengals on the road with Joe Burrow. They beat Trevor Lawrence's Jacksonville Jaguars on the road, and that's a playoff caliber team. They're not the same team that lost to Baltimore in the season opener, even though Baltimore is the AFC juggernaut right now, if you had to call one. Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying.
The arrow's pointed up.
They've done some things. I hear you. But you are, I feel, because I know you a little bit, you are a naturally inclined skeptic. I do think that you are kind of a skeptical person, which is fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You need, I feel like, more unless it's
I'm an evidence person.
Unless it's David Johnson or Dameon Pierce. Unless it's a running back.
I really believed in them. Well, they gave me evidence. Damn it. They gave me some evidence. We had some David Johnson evidence, and it looked like he was back.
Unless it's those cats, you are a naturally inclined skeptical person. Let me tell you this, though,
and
Ron.
Damian gave us 900 yards. That was the evidence that led me to get.
This is where it flipped for me. You'll remember this.
I really don't appreciate that.
That was kind of a little drive-by on you, wasn't it?
I was ready, though. I was ready to come back. I had my reasoning.
Hey, but peep this, though. You will remember this. What week was it that the Chiefs played the Eagles on Monday Night Football? That was just a few weeks ago, right?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago.
That was just a few weeks ago. That was the game for me, Ron. 3 weeks ago, because I hosted the next morning, or the next day at least. Show team was the best team still in the NFL. I looked at those two teams play, and I did not see a team that I felt the Texans were incapable of beating. I can concede that they're not as well built. Their coaches haven't done as much. I know Sirianni's still a young coach, but he just went to a Super Bowl. I get that. But I did not see a team when I watched those two teams that the Texans were incapable of beating. So ever since that moment, that was the day or the night that it flipped for me, Ron, when I started to think, hey, the Texans are capable and ready and capable of beating anybody under any circumstance.
Yes, they are.
That's how I feel.
They are capable. Yeah, capable, and I'm not disputed that. They are capable of beating anybody.
Capable and ready, because you said not ready.
Now ready.
I'm going to go capable and ready.
Like for me, like another one in a higher spot in the AFC. Like I don't believe the Dolphins are ready to walk in to Kansas City and Baltimore.
And see, I think they might be. I don't think they're as good I don't. I think they're a little bit more gimmicky, but I think that they are capable and ready. They got the head. They've got the coach. They've got the quarterback. They've got the weapons. I think that they're capable and ready.
Yeah,
I wouldn't pick them, but I think they're capable and ready.
So I mean, it's just the Texans, I think, are going to be one of the AFC powers in the next couple of years.
We agree on that.
And I see the steps coming, but I think this is, and they're further along. But I mean, you know, you're losing Tank in this thing, and you've lost, and like we've got to see what it looks like without Tank Dell. You've lost. Yeah. You're losing Titus Howard. However you feel it, he's one of your best 5 linemen, despite they don't want to play him where he should be played. I'm just saying, and I know that these veteran teams take their game up another level. That the way that Philly and Kansas City played Monday night 3 weeks ago is going to be up to another level than the Texans have played at in the playoffs at home. So I think they're capable of getting anybody. I do want to get here on for Sunday's game against the Jets, which is a very, very important game. Also, by the way, NRG is not just a place to be for Texans game, it's also the place to be for Houston's biggest annual college football event as it returns to primetime at NRG. Wednesday, December 27th, the Texas A&M Aggies will take on the Oklahoma State Cowboys. Tickets are sold now. Check out TaxActTexasBowl.com to find the best seats, suites as well. There'll be a ton of free bowl week events that you can go check out. Once again, to get those tickets, go to TaxActTexasBowl.com. I will say this, though. I think they have – it is a weird-feeling game, but to me – and I think we can agree on this, and I think the listeners can – if the Texans' defense goes out Sunday and does what they should do, we expect them to do, and they need to do, they should not have a problem at least holding their own. I want to go so far and say they should not have a problem of winning the game. I think the Texans did enough against the defense, did enough against the Panthers, and somehow they end up losing that damn game. But if they do their part, they should put the Texans in such put them at such an advantage in this game because their offensive line sucks. I mean, it's awful. One of the worst. It doesn't matter who's the quarterback back there to go against this D-line that seems to be catching its stride. And, I mean, outside of Garrett Wilson, I mean, they just don't have anybody that really, really scares you. So in this game, the Texans defense does what they should do and what we believe they can do. They ought to put themselves in a position where it may be a blowout, like Lopez is saying.
It's such a huge opportunity in my eyes because – this is the worst team that the Texans have faced, and certainly the worst offense that they faced. But I would just say overall the worst team that the Texans have faced since they played the Panthers. And obviously they lost that game to the point that you just made. So, you know, I know that they're not thinking on it on those terms or thinking about it along those terms.
Yeah, I can't be mad at the defense.
But how do you –
12 points with
that's what I'm
3
saying.
seconds left.
So, like, how can you avenge a loss that really shouldn't have been a loss in the first place, a loss in which your defense put you in a position to win the game and you yourself as an offense weren't able to capitalize? This is a very similar type of game where your defense should be able to keep the Jets' offense to somewhere around 13 points, you know, somewhere in that area, 13, 17. I'd be shocked if the Jets scored 20 points on this Texans defense. As a matter of fact, be a figure on the defense's part. So if this,
unless they got help from special teams,
right? Yeah, no, I'm talking about I'm thinking in terms of offensive scoring, offensive touchdowns, field goals, whatever it may be. So in my mind, you should be able to go in there against again a Jets offense that is, in a lot of ways, historically bad. I was reading up on them in ESPN, and there was an article that called them an offensively challenged team lost in the quarterback abyss and fighting the perception of dysfunction. They allow a sack every 10 dropbacks. Come on, Will Anderson. Come on, Jonathan Grenard. Come on, Sheldon Rankins' revenge game. Like, this is an opportunity for that defense to really go out there and shine.
No, it is, and they should, man. They have a huge advantage in this game, and they will give them a huge lift to try to win this game. Coming up, moves in the American League. The American League is getting stronger at the top. What does that mean for the Astros. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
I got a message for those Yankee turds.
GM Nick Caserio on the new Texans Standard, exclusively on Payne and Pendergast.
It's going to be about being a good teammate, being selfless, having a
Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings and I-45 and Ritchie Road, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh, excuse me. Welcome back into The Drive as we are live. A little Thirsty Thursday action. We're at Buffalo Wild Wings, the right off I-45 and right off Ritchie Road. You get on out there, get on off the highway and make it almost right immediately into the parking lot. So come and join us, hang out with us. We're here till 6 o'clock. I'm not even going to lie to you. If you're a football psychopath and you want to watch the game tonight, you can watch that here. It's a tough one. Patriots Steelers is a tough one, but
you got to be a football psychopath to want to do that.
I think the Patriots have scored 13 over the last 3 games.
I'm hearing a lot of there's got to be extra reasons for you to watch that. But
it's almost like you have to try to be that bad.
They got TVs all over the place to watch that thing. You get in here and get you some of them wings. I love that little dry rub Chipotle barbecue. But get you some of them wings, get you some beer, get you some drink. People are good friends at Bud Light. They'll be here to take care of you as well. So this will be the spot.
This used to be my stomping ground back in the day, man. About a good 10 years ago. Now, this Buffalo Wild Wings wasn't here yet, but I used to be out here, man.
This was your area?
Yeah, when I heard we were coming out to 45 and Ritchie, I'm not from out here, but I hung out here in my early 20s, man. I did.
You had some moments. Tyler, too.
I had some moments right around the corner, they might say. I sure did.
Tyler as well. By the way, those of you who are joining us, however you're joining us, first of all, we appreciate you. It is because of you that helps us become the #1 afternoon sports show in all of Houston. And however you're watching us, if you're listening to us in your car, at your desk, on Sports Radio 610, if you're listening to us on the Odyssey app, we appreciate you there. If you're listening to us and watching us and checking us out on YouTube and Twitch, and now we're really there. Now we got the technical difficulties together, and now you can catch us and see us live here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
And my man right here in front of us, he's got his back to us. He is sitting right in front of us and is listening to us on the Odyssey app.
That's dedication.
With his earpods.
That's dedication,
AirPods.
man. I don't know why he's doing that. He could just turn around.
He says that we sound better, and it's like literally in his ear through the app. He asked me.
He'd need us in his app. Here, say something. Say something, Tyler.
He asked me between the breaks, what app are y'all on? He's sitting right there.
He said, Tyler, say something.
I could throw this pen at him right now and hit him in the back of the head.
Yeah, friend, you found us. We're on that free Odyssey app. It's an orange logo. You can download for free if you've got an phone right now today.
That's right. And remember also, you are listening to KILT.
I knew exactly what you were doing.
HD2. And
well played.
You're listening to us there. All right. The winter meetings, a lot of deals get done during the winter meetings year after year, and a huge one was done, and that is Juan Soto. Houston knows him very well. He is forever 21 years old, and he obviously formerly of the Washington Nationals, most recently traded a couple years ago to the San Diego Padres. He has been traded in a 7-player deal to the New York Yankees. The Yankees have added Juan Soto, one of the best players, and not just young, one of the best players in baseball. 68 extra base hits last year, which he is the batting champ from 2020. This kid's got power and swings the bat well. That outfield that will include him and Aaron Judge in it, they got better.
Yeah, but we don't want Soto around here. We were casualties as part of his coming out party.
I said he's forever 21 years old.
Yeah, we'll never forget.
So, but they're a strong team. They also added Alex Verdugo in a rare trade between them and the Boston Red Sox, which is interesting.
Very interesting.
They make a trade there, and so they've gotten stronger. We also understand the Texas discussed week are a strong baseball team. Hell, they're going to add Jacob deGrom to their team from last year at the very least, and we'll see whatever happens. Maybe Max wants to stay. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But they are a strong team, and for me, fellas, right now, as we're seeing, the Astros are still to me a very good baseball team. I look at moves that are being done, and you see where these teams are. To me, I would personally have the Astros probably behind those two teams right now, just with the questions they have, and I know about the Yankees and everything. Like, they're still a really good team. I would have them behind those two teams right now. Just the questions and the rotation of what you're going to actually get from these guys, the question in the lineup, and now that we see that Jake Myers is going to have a chance to be the everyday center fielder, that's a concern to me as well with the rest of their team and health and everything. So for me, as it sits right now, I think these moves that are being made by those teams and obviously what the Rangers already have, the Astros, if they stay where they are, which it looks like it doesn't seem like they're going to add major pieces, hopefully they do, I'd have them behind those two teams right now.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, to be honest, man.
It's the first. I thought that was going to be me.
It's the first. So I think we're saying the same thing, just a little bit differently. But it is, for me, the first year with the Astros throughout this run that despite my Astros era, a notch below Tyler's. Right?
I was going to say Tyler probably throwing something at me right now.
It is a notch below Tyler's, but I'm going to say based off of what we know right now, okay, the Astros still have an opportunity to shock the world and do some things that I'm not really expecting them to do, which is go grocery shopping. I don't think that they're going to do it. But if they did, my tune could change. But based off of what we see, based off of the information that we have right now as we sit, I'd have to agree with you and put them behind those two teams and say for the first time since this run started that despite my Astros arrogance, I would pick the field over the Astros in the American League alone. Now, last year I was talking like this about the Atlanta Braves anyway. They ended up not doing anything. Yeah. But I thought Atlanta looked great. I thought that there were a couple of National League teams that were going to be formidable, okay? But I'm just talking about I'll isolate it to the American League itself. I've got to put the Rangers above them right now. And this Juan Soto move definitely changes things at least the way that I view the Yankees. So, the Yankees still got to actually go out there and prove it. And I do think that the Astros are still built to be a World Series contender, still built to do exactly what they ended up doing this year, which is mudding their way through the regular season, finding a way to get through the playoff to the postseason one way or the other, either as a division winner or as a wild card, and then making some noise past that. But yeah, man, just based off of what we see on paper right now, it does not inspire.
When you look at it, they have talented pieces.
Oh yeah, it's a good team. It's a really good team.
And they have the potential of. It's just right in your rotation. Who is the number one pitcher in the rotation that you like? All right, man, I feel great. I feel great. Absolutely, yeah. Probably Verlander.
Well, if you're talking about great, I feel great is the sentence that you said.
I feel great about this person.
Yeah, I don't know if you have that.
Oh, you don't have that?
Because what I was going to say is,
man, you can't.
I do think that you have the good problem of you got a number one pitcher somewhere in there, but is there one you feel great about? Like, I think Verlander and Framber are both number one caliber pitchers.
If they're pitching to their
which is what I'm saying.
But that's just it. You don't know. Like Framber can be the best pitcher in baseball.
Sure.
As soon as Tyler
and Verlander is Verlander.
Tyler issued that to us in the middle of the season. There was a vote or something that had Framber as the number one starting pitcher, and then I'm not saying this is your fault, but it seemed like probably a couple of weeks after that, it just went to a hell in a handbasket, and you didn't know what you were going to get. What did Roflo call it? Jekyll and Hyde or Heckle and Jide? Is that what he said? I can't remember.
He did butcher that.
He butchered the hell out of it. But that's where he got to. But the rotation questions, the bullpen right now, definitely the Dylan Coleman signing from the Royals is not something that I think cooks up to me. As they did make an addition that makes me feel good about.
No, that's not going to get them over the hump.
No, it's not. And like even with Yainer Diaz, we feel definitely will have an uptick. But I think there's an expectation that he is going to surpass what he did last year. And I still have a question of what he looks like catching every day, catching 120 games.
That's fair.
How much his offense. And teams absolutely seeing him before. Now there's a complete book on him as well.
And he'll swing at any damn thing. As if he's Jose Altuve,
like I said, there's a book on him. So we'll see. So I think if they play to to their caliber, it's on. But there's just so many questions there as these teams are building big right now.
Yeah, you definitely feel like the Astros need to do more. Need to do something good enough to get there. But if you're really trying to extend the World Series window or actually win the World Series, it feels like they need to do more.
It does. All right, coming up as we're live here at Buffalo Wild Wings, you want a chance to win, go ahead, put your name there in our raffle box. You have a chance to win a $25 Visa gift card. All right, we'll give you the latest here on the Texans injury reports right now as it's being reported. It isn't official, but there is some I think, really potentially concerning news heading into this game. We'll discuss that. And the Rockets, they continue to do their thing at home. They got a big win yesterday, as we'll discuss all of that coming up next right here on The Drive.
Let's go, Rockets.
Let we go. Join The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Live from Big City Wings in Pearland on Attackus Fiber Internet Football Friday. Tomorrow from 2 to 6, we'll be getting you ready for Sunday's Big Apple. Stop by, hang out with the guys, and enter for your chance to win the ultimate tailgate prize pack. It's Attack.
and every customer treated like family. Go online, TexanRoofing.com. That's TexanRoofing.com. Texan Roofing. Experience you can trust.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, welcome in to Buffalo Wild Wings as we are and having ourselves a good little time here. We're live here right off I-45 Ritchie Road. Come out, hang out with us, enjoy yourself. We've got just the greatest staff here. And they will continue helping you and help us stay on the air as they always do. What a great job our great staff here with Tyler as well. But come on out, you got a chance to win a prize here. We're going to do it right now in the next 15 minutes. So if you're on your way in the next 15 minutes, as soon as this segment is over, we will hook somebody up with a $25 gift card. If you're in the building, all you got to do is sign your name there and put that in our raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win. Or if you don't want to win $25 to a Visa gift card, you can continue to sit in your seat and just be too cool to win money. That's all good.
Can't relate.
I'm telling you, they just said it was a $10, $12, $9. I would have signed my name.
So
and my whole family's name in there. All right, big game coming up Sunday, and we'll get the official injury report. But this one jumps out, Tyler and Brandon, as Dalton Schultz, who practiced yesterday, had a limited role.
We talked about it.
You saw it. He practiced yesterday. He did not practice today. He's got the hamstring issue. He did not practice today. And then I think even bigger, the biggest developing story right now with the Texans is George Fant did not practice with a hip issue for the second straight day. That means he had the two heavy padded practices. And listen, I think maybe 2 or 3 guys this year who have missed the Wednesday, Thursday practices have been able to actually play on Sunday. So this is one that is one to really, really watch. George Fant not in the lineup, not at practice the last 2 days with a hip. Charlie Heck was the starting right tackle in his place the last 2 days. So there is the thought that Charlie Heck might be the guy on the right side coming up. And that is something because, listen, the Jets don't have a lot. The Jets offensively are awful. But what the Jets do have is a serious front seven and a serious defensive line. And Charlie Heck, who I don't believe's played, it feels like, in 2 seasons, potentially could be the starting right tackle if George Fant can't get back. Dalton Schultz, George Fant potentially out for this game.
Yeah, it's a big development because that wasn't the feeling based off of what we saw yesterday. You know, Dalton Schultz did practice. I saw him moving around in the locker room as if everything was fine. Now, that obviously does not tell the full story, but based off of what I saw yesterday, it felt like Dalton Schultz was trending upward. So this does feel like a step back. I saw some of our Texans media corps mentioning that Brevin Jordan is very much ready to step in and play a similar role to what he did the previous week if Dalton Schultz is not able to go. So just the fact that they're even talking like that makes me think a little bit differently than I did just 24 hours ago, to be honest. That's not great. And then, like you mentioned, George Fant, who I have called repeatedly the best bargain on this football team. The best bargain on this football team, considering the role that he's played and probably the role that you were expecting him to play, which was just to come in and to fill in a role for a guy that you just paid handsomely in the offseason. That guy was injured to start the season. Then when he came back, George Fant was playing well enough that you felt like you could use that guy at left guard. He gets hurt playing there, but you still feel good about Fant at that spot because of how consistent he's been for you. If he can't go and it's got to be Charlie Heck,
that makes me nervous.
Look, people criticize you for getting nervous a lot. That is a reason to be nervous. That is a reason. It's not the end of the world.
And
it doesn't mean the Texans are going to lose the game, but it is not ideal.
I've seen Charlie play pretty good football. I remember, I don't know how many years ago it was, that he had to get a start against the Bengals. I'm pretty certain
that would have to have been his rookie year, I guess.
God, dog, you're right, man. That's
2020.
Romeo was the coach. Hell, never mind.
Yeah.
That's probably too long for me to reach back.
Deluxe nuts package.
Wow. Has it been that long?
Yeah, it was a while ago.
Cheryl, Tyler, I hate to put you to this. When is the last time Charlie Heck played a football game?
Oh, that's a good question.
I mean, I remember him getting starts towards the end of that season. Did he play in any games in which David Culley was the coach, and in which
look, if Charlie Heck is out there, you are going to have to account for that and say for that in some kind of way. There's nothing against Charlie Heck, but you would have to think that the drop-off between what George Fant has been able to give you and what you can reasonably expect from Charlie Heck has to be drastic.
I'm almost surprised it's not Jones over there. I'm almost surprised it isn't Josh Jones, who they traded for with the Cardinals. I'm surprised because he's played some. He played. I think they ended up putting him over at right tackle when they lost their mind for a play.
But mind you,
Peter over there.
They got Jones back when Heck was still hurt to begin with.
Yeah.
So Jones's existence on the team was always about depth and about addressing needs because of injury, and now Charlie Heck just happens to be back. I don't know if it's to say that you know that it won't be Jones. Like, I know that the talk and the belief is that it would be Heck, but if it ain't George Fant, and obviously, as we know, Titus Howard is injured and is not coming back, that is not ideal. That does not feel great.
Do you want the last time Charlie Heck played like a significant amount of snaps, or just the last time he saw any action at all?
Give me both.
So the last time he saw any game action was December 24th of 2023.
2023.
2022.
So he played in the future.
22.
I'm wrong. Put him out there. That guy is excellent. No, I'm kidding.
On January 1st of 2023, he played 2 snaps. On December 24th of 2022, he played a lot of snaps in that game against the Titans.
Okay.
They won that game.
So they did. It's coming up right on.
So it's coming up on a year. I don't even remember.
Well, so there you go.
There
you go.
So he's played a lot more recently than I remember.
So that'll fix it. Charlie Heck.
Charlie, we'll see.
Heck with it.
Like, to me,
nice.
I didn't know.
That was a good one.
Dad joke.
That was a good one.
No, stop it.
To heck with it.
My 13-year-old is mortified somewhere.
God, can you imagine if Charlie Heck makes a play on Sunday and we get Mark Vandermeer? Let's go! Who gives a heck? The Houston Texans. They give a heck.
Now he can't do it. Now he can't do it, Tyler.
Could you please stop?
No, you're onto something, B.
No, it's not, man. Don't give me the heck with it, God.
The heck with it.
They say no, and to heck with it.
You didn't like heck with it?
You can see. No, I didn't.
I gave it some thought.
And I hate how much you celebrate.
I put my heart into it, man.
No, you didn't. You did not. Your heart was not in it.
I don't appreciate you not appreciating the effort.
I will. Listen, I will say this. Judging by the musical chairs that have been the offensive line this year, they made Kendrick Green work. They made Austin Deculus.
Did they?
Yeah, they made Austin Deculus against the Steelers work at left tackle for some reason.
Yeah.
They made Josh Jones work. I'm
gonna need another drink, man.
They made these things work. So hopefully
I'm gonna need another drink.
They can make the Charlie Heck work. And then if that has to happen, we'll see. George Fant didn't practice today. Other noodle was back on the practice field. Robert Woods was back on the practice field, as well as Jimmy Ward, who had that shoulder. They desperately need him to remain in the lineup. So that is the latest. When we get the official injury report, we'll pass it along to you.
Give him heck.
Give him so much heck.
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
No, I'm not going to let you get me down. Nope. All right, big W last night for the Rockets. They get back to 500, 9-9. They may not be able to win worth a damn on the road, at all, but they run their record at home to 9-1 with a win over the, at least record-wise, second-best team in the West, the Oklahoma City Thunder was at full strength, and they've got a crew of young guys over there, and they win that game. Dylan Brooks comes out of nowhere with his 23. Sengun continues his run. He's over 20, and then I think the big help was off the bench with 6 threes, I think, last night.
Aaron Holiday had a career game. Yep.
He goes for 22 in that game as they beat another really good team there against Oklahoma City. They're 9-9, 9-1 at home. That's a big W for Udoka and the boys.
Yeah, obviously a big W because of the opponent who they played. As you mentioned, the Thunder, really good team, one of the better teams in the West. And then, of course, the Rockets going into the game needed a win. I talked about this with Adam Spillane on the H-Town Hoops podcast, which y'all can find wherever you get your podcasts. But we discussed going into this game how badly they needed a win just because they had lost 3 straight. They going on and lost every one of the games. And, look, they won 6 in a row earlier in the year, but this is not a team that can really afford to go on significant losing streaks. You lose 2 or 3 in a row, you got to snap out of it because they're going to be that type of team trying to fight for a play-in spot ultimately, I think, at the end of the year. So they needed this just in terms of the numbers game, but also the confidence in what you saw, the result-wise of going against a team like this led by an All-NBA player in SGA and an ascending player like Chet Holmgren. You wanted to – Jabari Smith Jr. had a career rebounding game. He's rebounding better than you've seen before. They play a better brand of basketball, more decisive than they've been in the past. So you wanted to see this type of performance against this type of team from the Rockets.
I mean, the other night, me and Tyler, we were out, and we were talking NBA for about 45 minutes. And one of the things we talked about with the Rockets is it's really impressive who they've beaten at home as well, right? Like they swept 2 games against the Kings, a team that is a West playoff contender. They beat the hell out of the Lakers. I mean, beat the hell out of them at home. They've gotten Denver a couple of times at home as well, and now they get the Thunder. So it's been impressive who they've beat as well. They've beat good teams. It hadn't just been, some of the sorry teams in the NBA.
Now, they can't win on the road worth a damn.
No, they can't win.
And they're about to go back on the road to play Denver. So for a 35th time, it feels like this year.
How many times? This got to be the 4th or 5th time they played Denver.
This will be the 4th and final time that they'll play Denver. And this was the first time they played Oklahoma City. So playing Oklahoma City for the first time one night and playing Denver for what seems like the 11th time 2 nights later. It's kind of wild.
I'm not going to lie to you. And I feel like maybe this is me, however you call it, hating or nitpicking. I just look at the stat line, and I was noticing when I was watching some of the game. Like, listen, man, I appreciate Jabari Smith going out and getting 18 rebounds. That's very impressive. And he really did, add and have an impact in the game when you go and get that many rebounds.
Yeah.
You got to take more than 4 shots in the game, man.
Yeah, you would like for him to be more aggressive.
You know what I mean? Like 2 for 4, and it's not like, all right, I get it, man. Hey, man, my man was 1 for 9 in the game, and the shot just wasn't falling, so he just started doing other things. But I mean, you're not even giving yourself a chance to get going, right? I know that Jaylen's going to be up and down anyway, but just give yourself a chance. I love his impact in the game. He impacted the game with 18 rebounds. That's big, but 2 for 4, man. It's just 6 points, man. You got to give me more.
But I'll say in his defense, he's been playing so well lately that this almost feels like more of an anomaly than anything in terms of how many shots he took and the overall offensive impact or scoring impact. And I don't love the games where you got Dylan Brooks shooting 17 shots, taking 17 shots. And I understand he scored 23 and they won the game. I don't really want to complain about. Boris is playing a better brand of basketball, and when you think about him taking 4 shots, you also got to think of it in the context of he is not a second or even third option. He's like the 4th.
But why isn't? Is he by design, or is it some of it by him?
No. It's by design. It's by design. It is the way they want him to be more aggressive, but they have designed it to where they're running the offense through Sengun. He's like the first and foremost option. And then everybody else sort of gets in where they fit in around that.
Yeah, I think We got to change something if he's getting 4 shots.
It's got to be more than 4.
It's not in every game.
It doesn't have to be the 17 that Dylan took.
But once again,
but it's got to be the more than 4 that he took.
Well, if somebody's taking 17 between the two of them, that's who I would want.
I don't know if I want either one of them taking 17
I said
shots.
if somebody 17 was, I wouldn't mind if Jabari would have had it and did his thing. But 4 shots, man, 18 rebounds, big game. But 4 shots, man, be aggressive.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
This is a rough one tonight, folks. I'm not going to lie to you.
Barn burner.
Patriots Steelers. I bet you when Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit looked at the schedule and they said, all right, I know we're going to have some tough games in there, but, hey, we got Bill Belichick against Mike Tomlin. We got the Steelers and the Patriots. They'll probably be both vying for a wild card at least. And we got Bailey Zappi versus Mitch Trubisky.
He can't play dead in a horror movie.
Neither one of them can. Neither one of them can play dead in any kind of horror movie. You ain't lying, Shannon. I mean, to watch this, you have to either be a hardcore Steelers fan. If I was a Patriots fan, I don't even have this game in me. I wouldn't even watch it if I was just a fan. I'm good. I don't need to see Bailey Zappi. Or you got to be like Tyler, a degenerate gambler, and you got money on this thing. By the way, you taking the under, I'm sure. The Patriots and Chargers combined for 6 last week.
Yeah,
points.
Rough.
And
rough living.
6
That's rough
game.
living. I feel like the only way that I could be into this game as a Patriots fan is if I was on that tank hype train, like Tank for the quarterback. Like that's how I would watch the game, not through the lens of let me see what Bailey Zappi can do, or hey, I'm so interested in the result of the game or the entertainment factor of the game. I would be watching to ensure and to root for my team losing. And I wouldn't feel great about that because I feel like I was just in that spot not too long ago. But if you're the Patriots, I don't see how you're in any other place right now based off of what you got going.
Y'all want to know what you should be on to win some money tonight?
Are you put money on this? You betting on this?
I got 4 wagers.
Tyler.
What? I'm on fire, bro. I'm hitting over 80% of my NFL bets this month.
Better you than me, buddy. Because I got no idea what's going on tonight.
You keep saying things that gamblers who have problems say.
I got 0 problems, man. I just told you I'm winning.
On fire.
I'm winning.
I'm on fire.
If you want to win money, take the Patriots plus 5.5. Take the Patriots team total over 10.5. Trubisky under 17.5 completion. Bailey Zappi over 159.5 passing yards. Thank me later.
Is that a parlay?
Oh, my God.
No, I didn't parlay him.
Oh, okay.
Good God almighty. That just sounds
If you
awful.
feel frisky, go ahead, though.
No, please don't do that. All right, coming up, Brandon, our own Brandon Scott, guy sitting right here next to me, sat down with John Mechie, who, as I said earlier this week, this should be a potential turning point for him in the way his career is going right now. He's got a chance to really step up. We'll listen to some of the conversation that Brandon had with him, and I can't believe the Jacksonville Jaguars are doing this. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, fellas, to all y'all out there with a full head of hair, man, beautiful head of hair, congratulations. All the studies out there show that the most physical –
sports like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader, Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings at I-45 and Ritchie Road, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome in as The Drive is live on a Thirsty Thursday. Make your way on in. As you just heard, we're off I-45 and Ritchie Road, right off the highway. Come on out. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Great food, great drinks. Our good friends here at Buffalo Wild Wings and at Bud Light will take care of you. And you got a chance to win prizes. Congratulations to our first winner, Kenneth, who won a $25 Visa gift card. So congratulations to him.
My boy Kenneth, man.
That's right. You
holding it down.
I see you. You can be the next winner. If you're in the building or on your way, all you got to do is write your name there. We got a table here. All you got to do is write your name there, just like Kenneth did. Put it in our raffle box, and you have a chance to win a prize. We've got multiple prizes we'll be hooking people up with over the next couple of hours or so. All right, real quick, I do want to get into the sit-down you had with John Mechie, which was really good. But real quick, as this just came along, Adam Schefter. Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence is listed as limited participant in practice due to a high ankle sprain. He's on the practice field. He really might play in this game.
They said that.
I didn't think they were serious.
You thought they was playing?
The way he walked off that field.
You think he playing by his
without
way?
that cart?
He did the opposite of Cart Stanek, you know.
Yeah, he did. Yeah,
it looked worse, and he said no cart.
No cart, and they said okay, no cart. But
walk it off.
This is interesting to me. I mean, because we talked about it. I just don't feel like this is listen, of course it helps the Texans in either way against the Browns. I feel like this is a must-win game for them. They wouldn't lose the division even if they lost and that the Texans win, which could probably would happen if Trevor didn't play. But damn, man, they got the Ravens the next week. I am surprised after seeing the injury and then seeing him take 2.5 hours to get off the field. I'm surprised that they are pushing it like this.
I like Trevor Lawrence. I think that he is doing this unnecessary gladiator thing.
He's trying to act
like to me. You tell me, Ron.
Or do you think he's healed faster than I thought?
Hell no.
There is no.
Listen. Does it surprise you that the same dude that refused the cart and wanted to scoot his way to the locker room,
that's what he did,
is the same guy that now wants to play in a game that has not got to have it? Now, maybe you could argue that they sense the Texans on their heels. Like, they're aware. They lost to this Texans team at home, and then they went on the road and barely beat this Texans team. They are just as aware as anybody. Going back to our earlier conversation in the show, what kind of contenders are they? Are they wild card, division, AFC championship? What is it? Anybody knows it. It should be the Jaguars. Maybe Trevor Lawrence is aware that the Texans are right on their heels. The Texans are going to the Jets, and they're going to play this pitiful-ass Jets team. And if they don't go out there and take care of business, them being the Jacksonville Jaguars, they'll look up, and this division lead that they got won't be a division lead no more. So he might look at it a little bit differently than we do. We're looking at it from a mathematical standpoint of, hey, it ain't got to have it. He might be looking at it like, hey, man, the team that's right behind us isn't really that far behind us in terms of the record or in terms of quality of football team.
Yeah.
So maybe the urgency is just a little bit different for him.
Yeah, I hear you, and I'm sure that Tank Dell feels like maybe he can maybe give it a go if you let him with a crutch, but that don't mean you go and let him do it. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I can get that Trevor thinks he can do it and he should be out there and wants to be out there, but the team has got to look at this in some way. Like, one, get his ass a cart.
Yeah, well, for sure. Let's start there. And get the man a cart.
Like, this has to.
Especially if you want him to play.
I would imagine he has to have passed some sort of threshold in which they are comfortable with to have him on the practice field that has gotten to this point because of what the injury looked like. It did not, and they've already diagnosed it as a high ankle sprain, which is generally a longer injury to kind of recover from. It's just interesting. I didn't think there was a chance in hell that Sunshine would play in this game coming up on Sunday.
And I still think I changed that he won't. Like
I can't even believe he's here.
To me, it would surprise me a lot. It surprises me a lot less that they're not ruling him out until the time comes. Like I think that they're going to take this thing all the way up until the 11th hour, and then they'll decide. Depending on how he feels. Literally leading up to game time. I mean, they talked about that right after the injury happened. Hey, he's going to be having around-the-clock treatment, and they're going to be working on it. Like, I'm not surprised that we're at Thursday, and they have not conceded that he won't play. Does that mean he's going to play? I wouldn't say necessarily, but they're going to do all the things to give off the impression that they're going to try to let him play.
I'm just surprised he's in pads and on the practice field. That's right.
Do we have video?
That's what I mean.
Is he moving gingerly?
If he's limited in practice.
Because he's got to be, right?
If he's limited in practice, I'm surprised they even put him out there. All right, Brandon, you sat down with John Mechie yesterday, who I think potentially is going to be a person that's going to be called upon to really step his game up in this game coming up, and not just in this game Sunday, but the rest of the way because Tank Dell's injury. You sat down, and here's a little piece about that you talked to John Mechie about him taking advantage of this potential opportunity.
We just kind of have to stick to what we're doing, you know what I'm saying, win each day and follow our process, the process that we've had all season, the process that we have during the week and getting ready and preparing and being ready to optimize all your opportunities when your time is called. You know, there's only so many things you can control, but as long as you do your part in being ready and prepared for it, then I think you could be in a good spot.
So you sat down, you're here, Brandon, and the people need to hear this. What did, like, we can hear that. What did the demeanor feel like? What did he feel like he is somebody that, like, all right, hey, things might be changing? What was the feel you got sitting with him talking to him?
Well, John, independent of that conversation, is just a supremely confident and well put together dude, as you might imagine somebody that went to Alabama tends to be. And John, you know, military upbringing, all the things that he's been through. Like, this is a really mature type of guy. So he's always going to present well and present confidently, and he did there when I talked to him. But really it's specific to the conversation. It's more of the sense that I got was, look, I don't know how many times I'm going to get the ball. We can theorize. We can have discussions about, hey, more opportunities are going to be available. Tank's gone, all of that. But I really don't know how many times I'm going to get the ball, how many targets I'm going to get. I can't tell you, even based off of the game plan and based off the numbers game, I cannot tell you how many times that the ball is going to come my way. But I go about it the exact same way. Like, it's just like I go out, I being John Mechie, go out there expecting to perform whether I'm called upon to perform or not. That's just kind of the way that it seems like he's going to carry it. So, like, he talks about controlling what he can control. That's the part of it that he can control is the readiness and the understanding. I hit on this yesterday when I was in with you and Sean Bajani. Like a readiness to step up and an acknowledgement that it could be there without this pressing of, hey, it's on me this week, or, hey, I got to be something different. It's like, nah, I'm the same as I ever was. I just might get the ball a little bit more. So that's the sense that I get from John Mechie. And then also, I also talked to him about how he's feeling. You know, he concedes, look, I've never played football this deep into a season. This is the most football I've ever played. And, of course, he didn't play football at all last year. So it is different. There are some challenges, but he said he feels great. He feels fine, and he feels ready to contribute. So, like, going back to our earlier conversation in the week, where you're like, are you ready to take the medical lens off or the medical gloves off in terms of how you view John Mechie? And I wasn't quite ready to go there yet because I don't really know how the medical side is affecting him. From talking to him, from listening to him, and from understanding what his own expectation is from himself, I'm going to go ahead and take that leap with you and join that side with you and say, hey, look, there's no grading on the curve other than the fact that he just hasn't played as much football. Like, right, he's a year removed, or he missed an entire year of football. But other than that, no, I expect him to go out there and be a contributor and be ready when the ball comes his way.
Got to have him. Coming up, I cannot wait to have this conversation. I can't wait to see if Tyler has the heart and the audacity to admit truth And I can't wait to hear Brandon force him have to admit this truth. We'll discuss that coming up next right here on The Drive.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. It's a pretty simple concept for
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings at I-45 and Ritchie Road, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. The Drive is live on a little Thirsty Thursday. Get on out here. If you're getting off work, almost 4 o'clock, come on out here. Your chance to win prizes and just hang out, man. Grab some drinks, grab some wings. Our good friends at Bud Light, they'll hook you up as well as they make their way on out here. So come hang out with us as the Drive is live Thursday on the road. Fellas, I texted my trainer, and I said, "Yo, what's your thoughts if I break out sugar-free Red Bull and vodka?" I'm thinking to myself
So I can't tempt you, but you can go ahead and start exploring things like that.
I just texted him. I just texted him. What do you think about me banging a sugar-free Red Bull and vodka?
You want to kind of open the door a little bit.
Just want to open up the door.
Okay.
I'm trying to, I'm.
So you're not serious then?
I texted him, and he just texted the number 50 and a tire emoji.
Think that means you just earned yourself 50 tire flips, my friend.
That's it.
So is it worth it?
I said, oh, okay, just check it. So I guess I'm out on that sugar-free Red Bull and vodka.
What's it worth to you is the question.
And then he said, hell no, be strong. 1 going to turn into 5. Probably right.
He's not wrong there.
Probably right. Probably right. Damn, thought I was going to be able to get away with that puppy. Guess I can't do no sugar-free Red Bull and vodka. I mean, that feels like a good hit right there.
Why does it feel like you'd already kind of got your heart set on it? That was the whole reason for asking the question.
Man, I'm good, man.
It feels like your heart was really set on it, and it's one of those questions that you really only ask because you're asking for the answer to be yes.
He said 50 and a tire emoji. Damn. I sure hope that doesn't mean I have to do 50 tire flips. Well, that would really anger me. All right, as we're live here, I just want to pose this question because Tyler, you like to have a lot of fun with this. 713-572-4610. You all can jump in on this as well. Tyler, you have a lot of fun. You play that drop repeatedly.
Which one?
Hey, is Texas officially back? Now that they are in the college football playoff, they're the 3 seed. Can you admit that?
Longhorn Nation, we're back.
There it is.
Facts.
Can you officially admit that Texas is back as they head into the SEC?
I mean, yeah, dude. I don't want to. I don't even want to be talking about this crap right now. But yes, if you need me to, yes.
I'm proud.
They made the playoff. They are back.
So they are.
Back
I'm proud of you. I didn't think because the Sugar Bowl, when they they played Georgia, I don't think you had them back.
No,
that didn't count. So this does count. So you can admit that. I am proud of you. I thought for sure you're going to have – no, they're not back. They're not back.
I mean, whatever the hell it even means being back, yeah. They
No, don't do that. You know what it means.
I'll do whatever the hell I want, B. Scott.
You answered the question when he asked you.
I'll do what I want, B. Scott.
But you answered that, but now you're talking about it.
I appreciate your tone, sir.
He asked you,
He's a Texas fan.
And you said yes, and now you're saying whatever the hell it means, whatever the hell you were answering to.
Can you just tell me what it is then?
They're back in the college football playoff with a chance to win a national championship. They are back to national relevance. Whenever they said it before, it was an Alamo Bowl or the Sugar Bowl or whatever it was, but it wasn't really this. This is honestly, Tyler, you know what this is. This is Ron taking a direct shot at you, needling you on purpose.
I just wondered
because
if
the
he
answer, and you know this, Tyler, the answer is yes, just by the simple fact that they're in the playoffs.
Absolutely.
Like no one's really allowed to say no because the facts are the facts. So he just really made this segment to rub it in your face.
But
we know what the answer is.
I want to see if Tyler would admit it. Are they back?
I'll admit it, yeah.
They back to being an elite program.
Yeah, Tyler's not crazy.
Texas is an elite program again.
Their school color still looks like baby vomit, though.
It's okay. That's okay.
I'm proud of you, man. I'm proud of you that you can admit that. They're back. They're the best program in Texas right now.
Yes.
As they head into the SEC.
Without a doubt.
They are, and they're in the.
Listen, Tyler. Yeah, you know this because you were there for it. If the Aggies can live off of a win against Alabama for years, I mean, the Aggies were going to be this SEC power. And y'all have had some really good recruiting classes, but the Aggies, I feel like, have been holding hope based off of the Manziel year and beating Alabama for years. If they can do that, then the Longhorns can definitely do it off of beating Alabama and getting to the college football playoff.
I really am. I didn't think you had that. I didn't think you had that one in you.
I wasn't sure I did either.
Yeah, I know. They are an elite program again.
For now.
Huh?
For now.
They stay up there, man. They're recruiting like hell.
For now is all that matters.
And they are
fair.
From the text line. Thank you, Ron. Y'all take it easy on an Aggie. Tyler, you know what the hell it means. We are back. As is coming through on the text line, I'm happy that you could find it in your heart to admit that thing.
I wish you wouldn't have made me though.
Tyler, but again, he waited until you had no choice. What you gonna sit up here and say, Tyler? You can't be like, nah, they not back. They not in the college football playoff.
Well, hold on. Let's be
they
honest.
Are.
They were back last week. In the Big 12 championship game, like it wasn't that just they won the Big 12 championship. Now, okay, it's official. They were back. I bet you think, Tyler, if we did this last week before they played Oklahoma State in the Big 12 championship game, would you have been able to admit that?
I don't know, man. It's impossible to know.
Who knows where you are?
Alternate reality. It's hard to say.
Yeah, they've been back. Yeah, they've been back. This, like, to me, officially, when they went on the road and beat Alabama.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the thing.
Like that to me is Texas is now back to being an elite program. The way they beat them, they're back to being one of those types.
The Aggies, Kevin Sumlin for a little while, were living off of that for years, that Alabama win. So, yeah, I think that you've been struggling the way, the Aggies have at times, and certainly the way Texas has over the last decade or so. Yeah, or decade plus, I should say. Yeah, when you knock off a juggernaut and then find yourself in the Big 12 championship game as your swan song or finale in the Big 12, go to the college football playoff, you're back, baby.
Now Tyler's resorted into texting the text line. How can Texas, be back when they were never an elite program? All right, come on, y'all.
Is this person 16 years old?
I just don't.
Are you 15?
I'm just forgetting that Rose Bowl in 05, huh?
I forgot that event.
Are you 15? 281?
That little Vince Young run. How about the year?
It's one of the greatest college football games in history. Just slipped the mind.
It was back to back, right? They won the Rose Bowl against Michigan before that, and
see now people got me like defending UT. I can't do this.
I have never been. Tyler Milner, I have never been more proud of you.
Oh.
I cannot believe this.
I want to throw up.
I am so proud of you. I cannot believe he's been able to own this.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't have any choice. And I know he doesn't like it.
Don't.
He doesn't really like it. And it's just kind of the reality of it. And especially with – I think this is actually good, though. I mean, Texas going into the SEC next year.
Let's go, Elko.
Hey, it's going to be – it's about to get real. It's about to be real in a way that it hasn't been in 10-plus years. It's about to be real.
Let's go, Elko.
He better get going.
I'm proud. Yeah, he better get going as they play at home Texas next year at College Station.
Also got that ass, by the way.
I just want to say I'm really into it tonight. Or it's actually starting here at 4:00. The in-season tournament, the little Final Four is in Vegas.
Yes.
Pacers and the Bucks coming up.
And the Bucks, yeah.
A little bit later on.
And the Pelicans got the Lakers, right?
Lakers, Pelicans later on. And
I'm here for that.
I just want to say right now I can just see how this is going to go for LeBron. He is going to get – he's in a no-win situation here. If they win this thing, I believe that the LeBron detractors are going to make fun of him for winning the old in-season tournament.
It's all good.
I think
Yeah, there will finally be something he's done that MJ didn't do, you know?
Yeah. Tyler's got it.
Yeah.
Tyler's already in it.
And it's true.
Tyler's already in it.
Hey, I know it means a tongue in cheek, but it's true.
But because
MJ never won no in-season tournament.
Facts.
And listen,
I don't see the lie.
And the worst part is LeBron is he's a company NBA guy.
Yeah, he is.
So, and he's been one of the ones kind of pushing this thing and acting like it's bigger than it is. And he's going to probably celebrate to try to make this a bigger deal if they do find a way to win this thing. And he is just going to. I mean, that the Jordan fans, the LeBron detractors are going to just. I mean, it's just no win situation in this thing, and it's just.
Yeah, LeBron's got enough to.
I wish they'd just lost.
LeBron's got it, and I'm somebody that grew up as a fan, but he's got enough to be annoyed by enough to look at and say, you know what, I don't really like that about that guy. This would just be a small nitpicky thing to kind of pick up.
Oh, they're waiting on it. They're waiting on it. I see stuff all the time about the trophies that he's won versus Jordan, and it will be. It will be. Won something Jordan's never done before. Yep. Right here. You're Tyler's ass. God, Tyler's going to be the one doing it.
I wouldn't say it too loud, though. Jordan mess around, come back, and try to.
I think Jordan might try to come back,
win him an in-season tournament. How much money you say?
How much? Well, I
bet you $1 million.
I'll get 2 of them on here.
Yeah.
Let me get 2, so I'll make sure I'll go 2-0 and win the MVP.
Forget a tournament, one shot.
How are they going to
one shot for the in-season tournament?
How are they going to treat this? Are they going to have like a day is up there? They're going to have a thing set up where they have the trophy presentation
and a whole extra post-game show where they interview all the guys. Somebody does a sit-down.
They're making it a big deal. Are you watching? Have you seen the TV,
yeah,
Tyler?
No, I've seen it.
They've combined the TNT guys with the ESPN guys. So Shaq and Stephen A. and Charles have been doing this stuff together, the pregame stuff together. This ought to be something.
That almost feels bigger than the in-season tournament itself.
It's over the top, man. All right, coming up, we've not had this conversation all week, and it's something that we got to talk about with the Texans. Finally, they got it right, but we got to get your feelings on how long it took them to get it right. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, the future of joint pain relief is here, folks. It's QC Kinetics.
That's 800-335-1274. What do you have to lose? Call 800-335-1274. Again, 800-335-1274.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings and I-45 and Ritchie Road, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive, baby. Come on in, come on out, have a good time. We're live on the road. We are at Buffalo Wild Wings. 45 right off of Ritchie Road, right off I-45 off Ritchie Road. Come on out, hang out. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Bartender will hold it down for you. He about to make my man a hell of a drink, I'm sure of it. And he'll make you a drink when you get in. They got great food. As I'm seeing queso being delivered around here, I believe B. Scott, who was in for Clint Stoerner, Clint had a baby this week, and he is taking care of business with the wife at home. And
Clint, that is, had a baby this week.
Clint had a baby.
Yeah,
sorry, Brandon. I didn't.
Just making sure. Yeah, just making sure.
Clint had a baby, so he is out, and Brandon Scott is in the building, and he is in with us. And you can be in with us coming up. Your chance to win a prize here. We'll do that after this segment. So in about just over 10 minutes, if you're riding around or you're in the building, all you got to do is sign your name, put it in that raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win a $25 gift card. We'll be getting that out coming up in about 10 minutes. So you have the next 10 minutes to just fill your name out, put it in that box for a chance to win a $25 Visa gift card. If you don't want that, fine, on you. I'm not about to walk around this piece like Clint did that one time and try to get people to sign up to win money.
Free money.
I'm good on that. So if you don't want it, that's fine. I guess that's something that you don't want. But I do want to look at a couple of things here. And first, before we get into something that finally is working, got to at least discuss how it got there. But before we get there, the official injury report is out, fellas. And George Fant, it did not practice, has not practiced the last 2 days. And then also Denzel Perryman with the knee. He practiced in full yesterday, but did not practice at all today. Limited yesterday was Sheldon Rankins with the elbow/shoulder. He did not practice today. And then hamstring with Dalton Schultz, who practiced yesterday in a limited capacity. And then he did not practice today with the hamstring issue. And then guys that came back, Laramie Tunzel was in full. Will Anderson, who was limited yesterday, was in full, along with Noah Brown as well. And then Jimmy Ward practiced as he was off yesterday, off in a limited role. He did practice today, but the George Fant one is big. He didn't practice the last 2 days. And then interesting enough to see guys who did get on the practice field yesterday but didn't practice today. When you look at that, Brandon, which one of those are the ones that cause the most concern for you if they potentially can't go?
Well, I would say George Fant offhand, but not to cop out of the question, but really the whole thing, Ron. Like that whole list of guys you're talking about, starters for the most part. Dalton Schultz, Sheldon Rankins, Denzel Perryman, George Fant.
That's 4 guys who are starters and key contributors to the team.
Yeah.
And, of course, we're talking about Dalton Schultz and Sheldon Rankins, and even Denzel Perryman in that regard, of guys who are going the opposite way of where they seem to be trending the day before. We did not have, and I know Denzel Perryman was full, but you still got the knee on there. He missed some time, obviously, with the suspension. Has had the hand or arm or whatever it was earlier in the year, so he's a banged-up guy, older player now, or at least an experienced player with some miles on him. Man, I look at all 4 of these names, Dalton Schultz, Sheldon Rankins, Denzel Perryman, and George Fant, and feel like, hey, I'd like to have those guys as close to full strength as possible, and certainly would like to have all of them on the field.
Well, there's just a concern, man. Are we looking at setbacks?
Yeah, well, I mean, it feels like it. It would be a great surprise if, rather than being a setback, it's just, hey, you know what? We're going to give you a vet day on Thursday. Instead of Wednesday.
When you practiced yesterday.
We're going to give you the vet day on Thursday. Now, that's not out of the question, and they're free to do it if that's what they want to do. But it doesn't feel like that's what's happening, and you're kind of like hope trafficking because you can only hope that that's what's happening. It feels like this is a step back.
To me, it's George Fant. He is the one that I look at when you look at not practicing the last 2 days that I would say is most vulnerable of not playing in the game on Sunday. And, of course, obviously he is important. That would bring in Charlie Heck, who has been over there. At least that's what we look at. We looked at from reports at practice, Charlie Heck was filling in and filling that void at right tackle for George Fant. That's the one that to me is the one to really look at. Those other guys at least have this week, and we'll see if there are setbacks. We'll see. George Fant not practicing Wednesday and Thursday, to me, really downgrades the thought that he could potentially play. I'm not saying he's guaranteed he's out. We'll find that out tomorrow. But, like, if we see tomorrow, like on a really like kind of a high-level walkthrough day, which Fridays are, and George Fant doesn't practice, and he's probably not going to play in the game. So that's the one that watches because the front 7 and particularly the front 4 for the Jets is probably, you could argue, the strength of their team. And you would like to have the best that you can have up front. So George Fant's the one for me that jumps out on this.
Yeah, I would co-sign every point that you just made and then just add this. Of the 4 guys that we mentioned, George Fant, his backup is the one that you got to feel the least good about, right? We've seen just last week what they were able to do without Dalton Schultz, Brevin Jordan stepping up. And, look, they didn't miss it a ton, it felt like. You'd like to have him out there, didn't miss it a ton. Sheldon Rankins is probably the closest thing to it. But even then, you like at least the defensive line position as a whole, like across the board, to feel like they could probably withstand the loss of Sheldon Rankins, even though, again, you'd rather have him out there, especially with Hassan Ridgeway, his backup, also out.
Yeah.
And then Denzel Perryman, we've seen them be able to make up for it with either Henry To'oTo'o and especially with Blake Cashman playing the way that he's been playing. But George Fant, what's behind him with Charlie Heck, like not only just the quality of play that you've gotten from Fant, but not feeling as good about what's behind him as you do those other guys who didn't practice today.
So that is the official injury report. Once again, 4 guys that didn't practice. George Fant, who didn't practice yesterday, but 3 others, and Denzel Perryman, Sheldon Rankins, and Dalton Schultz, who did practice yesterday, but for some reason wasn't participants today. So those are ones to really, really watch coming up for tomorrow to see if they're going to be available to play in this game. All right. Listen, we had talked about this week, and in the last 2 weeks. 2 weeks ago, it shined through in a major, major negative light, and then last week it shined through in a positive light and really shined the light on what I think is just no other way to put it, a mistake that the Texans made, and that is we got to have a conversation about this Des King situation. Now, Des King was huge. I think he got hosed on what could have been a massive play in the game, which I think he came in, stripped him, scooped it up and scored. Should have been a score. They called it down by contact, which made it not reviewable.
And they say no.
And that was just one of them. But you can clearly see, thank you, Mark, you can clearly see the difference in him being the nickel corner.
Yeah.
And you saw they blitzed him, and he came off and would read run and came off the edge and made plays in the run game. I mean, he gave up some things. There was a combination of Pitre, I think, that gave up that long play to Jerry Jeudy. But for the most part, it wasn't no barbecue brisket like Javier Thomas. There was a clear difference. And the way we watched it, fellas, we watched this thing against the Broncos. It almost makes you feel if Des King was just inserted in the Javier Thomas position against the Jags, they may have won that game.
Yeah.
They may have won that game. So it is good they have it rectified, and we saw it, and Javier Thomas got most of his action on special teams in the game on Sunday against the Broncos, and it seemed like Des King got his job that he had for multiple years with the Texans. Are you just good with it? What's your feeling on this Des King situation that arrived at this point? Now, finally, he is back there.
Yeah, I can't really push back against your point, man. Like, it feels like the evidence is all right.
How did that happen?
Like, if you just watch the games, it's hard to be like, no, man. Like, yeah. I will say this. I did not feel like I agree with you, but I did not feel like it really cost them. Like, when you call it a mistake, I agree that it's a mistake. But I didn't feel like it was really a costly mistake until that Jaguars
game.
That was the first time that I felt like, oh, okay, damn. It would be nice to have a little bit more competent slot corner play out there, or just a better defensive back period.
He just became
not even the Des King, not even the Des King thing, just isolated, but just having Thomas out there. It's like, okay, I wouldn't have been against like shuffling around your cornerback room in general, like Shaq. Like, let Shaq Griffin play outside, bump Steven Nelson inside, because he's a little bit more comfortable doing that than, say, Shaq or Derek Stingley is. So have those two guys on the outside and I would have done anything but what we were seeing with Javier Thomas out there. And so given that I'm making that point, it's hard for me to dispute or to push back on, they should have had Des King out there as a better player. Like, I think I have a good feel for and understanding why they made that decision, but in retrospect, it does not feel good enough. Like, it feels like whatever Des King did to get him cross sideways with the organization to be cut in the first place was not grave enough to have the drop off at his position that they ended up having when they made that decision.
I'm glad you made that point, because that's where my thought is. 713-572-4610. Tyler, you can jump in on this too. Now that we saw the impact that Des King is capable of having in that last game, what is your thoughts about the entire way that was handled? Des King cut before the season started, and I know me and Clint went absolutely ballistic about that. And I think a lot of people were confused, but I was just like, what? There is no way that those guys, those defensive coaches, could look at that and say Javier Thomas. And I think in the middle of the year, I even said, I'll eat crow. They found, now I don't think he's better, but I'll eat crow to say they found a way to get around it and to scheme around it until they just couldn't. And to the point that you just made, that's the part is, all right, like I can see, fellas, the thought of, hey, man, this dude is, yes, the better player. This dude is good, but there's just something that he is bringing to the table, whether that is his influence on younger players, him just not getting the swarm mentality well enough, whatever it is. I can get if you say, all right, man, we got to move on with this guy. He's just not a good fit for the locker room. But the part that is just mind-boggling is, as you said, whatever happened, because it was just not a football thing, and it was just laid out the last 2 weeks. Whatever happened clearly wasn't bad enough for you to bring him back on the team.
Yeah.
Right? Like, clearly what happened wasn't bad. No, all right, but you brought him back. So it's just like, what happened? So clearly what happened wasn't grave enough to where you just couldn't bring him back in the door.
Yeah.
And it's just like, well, what in the world happened that made you say, man, we're going to take a flyer on this thing?
Yeah, I could see something happening where it's bad enough to where you don't feel like it's worth the headache, but it ain't so bad to where you got to burn the bridge. So where you can be like, you know what? We don't really need this. Mind you, they cut him after training camp early in the season before anything else happens. They bring him back after some things have transpired. They basically need him now. They maybe didn't feel like they needed him before. Maybe they need him now more than they did before. But I can that whatever it wasn't so bad enough to where the bridge was burned. But it does still feel odd that, hey, they thought it was worth just saying, we'll pass. Better player, we're better with him, but we'll pass anyway. Like whatever the in-between of that is, we'll pass on you anyway, but we'll also be willing to bring you back because the bridge is not burned. What is that? And then you have to wonder, okay, is that bad enough to have cut the guy in the first place?
Yeah, that's what I think is. I was miffed. I was miffed when it happened, and then it was just like, all right, man, you're building something. This is my first year, and there's some kind of connection, something that I don't. I
get it. It's not like he's a great player, right? So you could see anything short of like a great player and a perennial All-Pro type of player. If they're a little bit of a headache, you can say, you know what, I can do without that. But again, he's so much better than their alternative.
Yes.
That's the hang-up.
And you brought him back to Pittsburgh, letting him ride. That was interesting. That was really, really interesting. So the Des King thing, they got it. They've handled it. They've got it right.
It's worked out.
Let's just hope that we don't arrive in those places again, because I feel the same way about the Shaq Griffin situation. That still to me is mystifying, and hopefully that doesn't come back to get him. All right, we're seeing power. I mean, power moves being made around the American League. Where do the Astros sit in the American League? Have the Rangers and the Yankees passed them up? Big move last night by the Yankees. Have they passed them up? Where are the Astros when it comes to the American League kind of hierarchy? We'll discuss that coming up next right here on The Drive. But before we get there, hey,
New episodes every Monday and Wednesday. Just follow Heat Check on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings and I-45 and Ritchie Road, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
It is that time of the week, which means it's Thirsty Thursday, and you got a chance to get W's and win prizes. And congratulations to Andre Hawkins, our latest winner. Dang, forgot to say, I didn't mean to say Andre's last name. I don't know if Andre ain't supposed to be out here, but Andre Hawkins.
We gone now.
I thought he was sick and out of work today.
Andre Hawkins is sick and out of work. Nah,
not that Andre Hawkins, wherever it is that Andre Hawkins supposedly works.
He right
not
here.
That one.
Just let you know.
This is Andre F. Hawkins.
Andre's wife at home. Your husband just won $25. So don't let him sneak that in on you. But Andre, another chance to win coming up in a bit. If you're in the building or on your way, all you got to do is sign your name, put it in our raffle box, and you'll have a chance to get a W like Andre has. So good time today. We're having a good time on the show today, and a lot going on right now with sports here in Houston, and including this big trade that happened in Major League Baseball that has kind of been a change in the American League, as Juan Soto, who Houston desperately remembers Juan Soto, who was with the Washington Nationals.
He was so young.
He was 21 years old, if you didn't know. 21 years old. There he was. If you don't remember that from Joe Buck, 21 years old. I'm going to see if I can say it as many times.
Only 21 years old as he steps into the box.
21 years old. Does his little shimmy, makes the people here in Houston puke.
And if you can believe it, he was only 21 at the time.
But he is
could he drink?
Yes.
Because he was 21?
Because he was okay.
He enjoyed a hell of a series against what many people believe is the Astros' best team. You remember him well. He was then traded to the Padres, and now the Yankees and the Padres have just made a deal, and he, in a 7-player deal, goes to the New York Yankees. The New York Yankees also making a deal with the Red Sox in an odd turn of events. They get Verdugo, and another really good. If you remember, a couple years ago, that the Astros faced him in the postseason.
Yeah,
and he was one of the top players for the Red Sox. He is in that outfield now. He is in that outfield joined by Aaron Judge and now Juan Soto. So they have improved things, and already having Garrett Cole, the Cy Young Award winner, and they look to get some of these other guys healthy as well. So that's a team that's on the rise, and we obviously know the Rangers are the defending champions, and not to mention they weren't completely whole even in the postseason, the latter stages of last year, as they will bring their ace back, Jacob deGrom, who, when he's right, is quite simply sometimes the best pitcher in baseball. So there is a lot happening at the top of the American League, and I want to throw this out to you and the people. And I saw this. You put this up here, B. Scott, and I'm wondering. And you know what the Rangers have. You're starting to see what the Yankees are putting together. I just want to throw this potential lineup, and I don't even want to get into the bullpen, because the bullpen, I mean, outside of Presley, you got Abreu.
Yeah, that's still to be determined.
We'll see what happens there. But I throw this, Tyler, you can jump in on this, listeners as well. This potentially being the lineup: Altuve, Bregman, the big fella Yordan Alvarez, Kyle Tucker, Jose Abreu, Yainer Diaz will be the catcher. Daz McCormick, Jeremy Pena, and then Jake Myers. That would be the lineup with the rotation: Verlander, Framber, Javier, Hunter Brown, Urquidy, with Lance there in the wings.
Yeah.
With Lance in the wings. Do you feel confident and good about that competing with what it looks like the Rangers and the Yankees, and we're not talking about the Orioles and stuff like that. We'll see if the Blue Jays get Shohei Ohtani. That changes things as well. Are you confident in the Astros that they are on the same level as those teams with that potential lineup and obviously knowing what's in the bullpen?
I mean, even the Orioles spent some money on the ghost of Kimbrel. So, like, I mean, you're talking about everybody that's in the mix in the American League that's spending some money. The short answer to your question is yes, about competing, because you asked about do I think they can be competitive? Do I think they can be right there in the mix? Do I think that they're still of that caliber? Yes. But would I have to favor what the Yankees have right now and what the Rangers have right now, just a cut above, a step above what the Astros have? Yeah, and this is the first time I felt like that. The arrogant Astros fan in me, based off of the success that they've had in recent years, has gone into pretty much every year feeling like I would take the Astros over the field because I'm that confident in what they got going. This is the first year I don't feel that way. I don't feel that way at all. I would take the field being either the Rangers, the Yankees, the Toronto Blue Jays are quietly in the Shohei Ohtani mix.
They're in it too, and that changes them.
There's a lot going on around the Astros where it's the first time where I am I'm much more worried about what's going on in my neighborhood than I am what's going on in my own house. It's the first time in a long time as an Astros fan that I've been much more concerned about what's going on in the neighborhood. You might have that sometimes where everything's cool at the house, but something ain't right with the neighborhood. The kids got kids in the neighborhood kicking down trash cans or whatever it is, the HOAs or whatever it might be.
Halloween candy.
Who knows? But something is going on in the neighborhood that worries you way more so than what's going on in the house. And that's where I'm at. I like what the Astros have in-house. It just took them to the ALCS. They've been successful. Yeah. They've been wildly successful. But what's happening around the neighborhood is giving me some cause for concern.
Yeah. Like I look at like Tyler, these two teams that have decided to get after it, you know, with the Rangers and the Yankees, who look to me when you look on paper just seem to have better teams right now, just more options. Like the two teams that Tyler I'm sure would love to pee in their cereal more than anybody else. Like you looked at that rotation, you know the bullpen. I just gave you what the lineup would potentially be. Tyler, are you comfortable going to war against those teams, this group?
As it is right now today? Not very. No.
Yeah,
it's not a good spot to be in, seeing all these big names shuffle around and move around in the American League. Meanwhile, we're over here saying at the moment, yeah, we're going to run it back.
Yeah, I'm just like, the thing is, if they play to their potential, fellas, obviously that top four, you'll roll with anybody without two.
Sure.
Bregman, especially Bregman gets to the level we can see eventually, and Alvarez and Tucker.
Which is why I'm mildly comfortable. I wouldn't say confident. I'm mildly comfortable with it because of that.
That Pena Myers, that back end of that sucker.
It starts to.
That is.
Starts to go down.
That is one that you wonder about, and I just think the Astros have so many questions right now with this group and that rotation. Like I can look at it. You think Justin Verlander, okay, but he is going to be 40-something. You look at Framber Valdez, he's so up and down mentally, you get concerned. And Christian Javier, like, he had a tailspin and then, had some really good performances in the postseason. But outside of that, like, concerns of what it would be. Hunter Brown, you hope year two he steps up, but his second half.
Yeah, he was a roller coaster too.
And Hiller Keating might be the person you feel like what you may get the most.
Yeah, but the issue with that is Jose Urquidy will throw your batting practice here and there.
Yes, and
that man will throw the ball right down the middle.
And then Lance, you just don't.
Well, that's luxury Lance. I love Lance, but that's luxury Lance.
Bury me in the H.
What you can count Lance in a situation. So
can I play a little devil's advocate here?
Please play it. Play with you.
The Padres also traded for Juan Soto. This was back in the trade deadline, not last season, but the season before, and that didn't necessarily materialize like that. And they had a stacked roster. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be the exact same, but just simply going out and stacking up on names isn't the cure and end all be all.
Sure.
I still need to see the Yankees actually do it. Now, you got to feel good about it, especially if you're a Yankees fan, but you got to be realistic and say, hey, man, a lineup that's got Juan Soto and Aaron Judge in the middle of it, that's nice. That's nice, but it's not like we haven't seen Juan Soto get traded to a team that was supposed to be a power and then they not be a power. So that would be my devil's advocate to it. We've seen the Soto trade not work before.
All right, coming up, I need to update something. Let's see where Tyler is on something coming up, and see if anything has changed on an important list that he has. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Clint Stoerner here for Mo Karam Law Firm, y'all. This isn't just any law firm. I'm talking about one of the nation's premier personal
more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings and I-45 and Ritchie Road, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as The Drive is live and we are on the road. It is a Thirsty Thursday, which means we're out at Buffalo Wild Wings. Come on out right off I-45 Ritchie Road, and you get right on off, make a right into the parking lot, and you are there. So come on out here, have yourself a good time with us as we're having a good time out here today. There's a game. There's a football game being played tonight that you can watch here.
How about that?
The NBA in-season tournament. It's happening right now. The Lakers and the Pelicans will come on a little bit later on. College basketball is in full effect. So there is everything. There are TVs all over the building, all over the place. So get on out here, have a good time. And like I said, me and Brandon, Clint is out as his wife and him. They had their latest child, and he's going to be out handling that for a little bit. But Brandon Scott, SportsRadio610.com, is in the building. And you can come hang out and have a good time as we continue to roll through here, getting you ready for this game coming up Sunday against the New York Jets. I've just been watching video. We were looking at this. We heard that Trevor Lawrence returned to practice, and I'm seeing it. Trevor's out here. Trevor's doing 7-step drops. I am really surprised he is moving as well. Now, there's no one chasing him, and
right.
He is not. But I'm even to the point we saw him being stepped on by his tackle, then bent backwards, and then the way he looked like he was in a hospital and just had surgery, and they want him to walk around the hospital a little bit just to get some motion. That's how he looked like he was moving, trying to get off the field to get to the X-ray room. Him being back, dropping back, did some stretching, did some running. They said he didn't participate in all the drills, but he was participating. And I think you said something earlier. It may be right. Maybe the Jags are really concerned with the Texans and really concerned of maintaining this lead and doing everything they can to get him on the field in what I don't believe is a must-win game. No matter what happens, they'll still be in first place again in the AFC South, whether they win or lose. But it looks like, to me, I think there may be some validity to what you're saying of they got some concerns, like they got to hold this thing. I guess the Colts are right behind them too as well. So the Colts and Texans are 7-5.
Right, they'll be in first place whether they win or lose. But does it feel like they are good enough to feel comfortable with whatever lead they got? Like even if they leave this week maintaining instead of like the tiebreaker or whatever it is, even if they leave this week maintaining a one-game lead over the Texans, like can they really feel great about it? It's interesting. We were talking about this earlier about how it doesn't feel like there's a great team or a juggernaut specifically in the AFC. It doesn't feel like there's that overwhelming team. But that includes the Jaguars themselves, despite having the division lead. So, and I think they got to be aware of that they are a good team, but there are a number of good teams in the AFC, and that includes the Houston Texans in their own division, whereas, coming into the year, I'm not saying that they were underestimating the Texans the way everybody else was, but coming into the year, we know what the narrative was. They were supposed to waltz. They were supposed to just run away with this AFC South, and that ain't the case no more. The Colts are a lot scrappier than people were expecting them to be, and then the Texans legitimately have a franchise quarterback and seem to have a coach that is worth believing in. Like they have turned things around drastically. So it's not like they can just rest on their laurels or just rest on the idea of, hey, even if we lose this game, you ain't. You're not necessarily, because you win this game or lose this game, whatever happens against the Browns, you still got the Ravens next. And the Texans got the Jets this week. So it's hard to feel good about the marginal lead that they have in the division.
From the text line, is it to the point where we call Lawrence a bit of a B word for acting the way he did when it happened.
Why we got to do all that? Did y'all see his leg?
Acted, I thought, no,
Did y'all see his foot?
I was going to say,
Hold on. Who is that? Is that 832? Who is that? 832.
We saw it, man.
Dog. Did you see the play? The man got his ankle stepped on by his own teammate,
and then bent back.
Then his leg and knee bent back in a very unnatural way. I would like somebody to do that. I don't really want nobody to do that to you, but let somebody do that to you, and I want to see how much of a B word you acting like.
Yeah, this feels like a little different than Cart Stanek. Cart Stanek has had an ankle roll. And you're like, and I don't think he's a B.
I was gonna say that looked like it hurt too, though.
I don't think he's a
His
B.
ankle really did roll.
But like that one, you could have understood why Trevor was moving the way he was and why he's just taking that cart.
Man, listen.
I think it's just really, it's crazy how quickly they can get these guys feeling better. As he said, he was getting around the clock treatment. It's crazy how they could have these guys feeling better that quickly, and he can get going, and he's showing a level of toughness. I think it would be the opposite.
Yeah, and me, I'm just gonna say personally, I ain't calling nobody no B word. I'm sitting over here with a hangnail finger, and I'm fighting for my life.
Oh my God,
fighting for my life.
Anybody ain't acting like no bitches.
Hey, I think it's infected though.
Yeah, that's what.
For real.
See, I'm dangerous.
So I ain't calling nobody no bitch.
I'm dangerous for those. I try to handle those things myself.
Man, this thing hurts.
I poke a hole in it.
I don't see no bitches nowhere around here.
I poke a hole, get that pus out. That's what I'm trying to do.
I should have done that. It hurts like a mofo.
That's where I am.
Trying to tell you.
All right, as we are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings, I-45, right off I-45, Ritchie Road. Come on out, hang out with us. Tyler, I've been wondering about your list, and I really feel like we need to do more. I wonder.
What list is that?
I think we should do an update of your turd list every once in a while.
I'm down.
Tyler, and I wonder if you even thought through it. Like, I need the turd list from. I need the gold medal winner who's standing on the stand. I need the silver. I need the bronze. Who are your top three?
You're talking about the Olympics of turds here.
Yes, the Olympics of Tyler's turd. What's your turd list look like these days? Your top three sports turd list. You can't put me on it.
Yeah, as it stands right now, I'll give you the top three here. Gold for you on the Olympic turd list. It's been pretty steady here. Hadn't been a lot of changing up top, but the gold medal is going to go to James Harden because that dude.
I knew it. James Harden is still at the top.
Yes, dude. I mean the amount of actions that this man puts out that just scream turd level behavior is just beyond anybody. It's kind of a James on gold. Silver, I got to rock with Mike Fires, the Rat King known as Mike Fires.
See, I thought he would have been your gold.
I'd flip-flop those. It's your list, Tyler.
I thought he would. I didn't know that James passed Mike Fires.
Yeah, there's no way.
Yeah, because James was actually kind of good. Mike Fires, I mean, he had a no-hitter, and that was it. Yeah, he's a rat.
He's a rat, man. Oh, man.
Well, I wanted to give them both the gold, to be honest, but Show told me the rules were one medal per person.
Yeah, it's Ron also, but yeah, it's one.
So James Harden gold, Mike Fires, the Rat King known as Mike Fires silver, bronze. You're not gonna agree with this one, Ron, but I got to give it to the turd that is constantly chewing on that mouthpiece, Steph Curry.
That's right. I forgot you have an irrational.
He is also known as the biggest pretend fake good guy that the NBA has ever seen. Steph Curry comes in with the bronze in the turd Olympics. He is, dude. He's like, everything he does is turdish, and then he gets in front of the cameras. Oh, here's my daughter, and I'm such a good guy. And nah. Steph Curry ain't got me fooled. He's got the bronze medal when it comes to these turd Olympics.
Tyler with the accusation that Steph Curry is not really a great father.
I didn't say that about his father and his children. I mean, he has a lot of turd-like qualities, man.
713-572-4610. You into Tyler's turd list. This is his top three sports turd list right here. You said, who'd you say? So you said Harden won, and then Mike Fires, and then Steph Curry.
Yep.
I'm not over your three.
Yeah, no, not at all.
I feel like this is. I don't know if anybody will ever crack it. I don't know if
at some point.
There anybody who will ever crack that list for you? Like who could like I thought that like to me I thought maybe Jake Odorizzi might be on the list.
Honorable mention Odorizzi, Bellinger.
No, I thought that Garrett Cole would be in there over Steph.
Oh,
I did.
I mean, when I can only pick 3, dude. I mean, there are a lot of turds out there, but there were only 3.
Garrett Cole was one that really did you in too, Tyler. I'm surprised that you didn't go Garrett Cole.
Tyler, I don't dislike Steph to the same degree that you do, but I do think you raised some decent points. I will give you that. I think you raised some decent points, but Garrett Cole, I would figure for you, especially as a diehard Houston sports fan, I would have expected him to be a little higher.
Is Jimbo in a turd? In a turd category?
No. I mean, he let me down and disappointed me greatly, but he hadn't put forth quite as many turd qualities.
Text line rolling through. Sean Payton on their turd.
He's a bit of a turd.
That's a good one.
And unreasonable people. LeBron makes my list.
LeBron was one of my honorable mentions. Yes.
Why, man?
Because I mean, he's a great player. It's nothing to say against him with his play on the court, but sometimes he steps out of his lane and comes off a little turdish to me.
I think he's right in his lane.
He wouldn't be high on my list, but he could be on a list. Yes.
Yeah, honorable mention.
Trevor Bauer comes through.
That's a different stratosphere.
It's a special type.
All Dodgers and Yankees fans, all of them, every single one of them.
You.
Oh yeah.
I'm serious. I'm just
Jack Easterby.
I think. Well, listen. I think this is going to be hard for anybody to ever crack this list.
It's a strong top 3.
For you, I can't think of what somebody. Garrett Cole, that was a good one brought up.
Yeah,
I can't think of what anybody else can do to really cinch.
Well, maybe go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm just saying to really get themselves to this thing.
Well, maybe in the future, it's like the weekly, the 3 turds of the week.
Hey, look, the 713 has one that needs to fit in there, that you need to find your way in there, Tyler, I think. It's just as a suggestion. Cody Bellinger. Like, I know you don't like that guy.
Yeah, I set him as an honorable mention.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he may be an Astro.
You should have known the facts.
He's too expensive. That's grocery shopping, Ron.
They don't.
That's sticker price.
We got syrup
The
sandwiches.
Astros got food at the house.
I thought they did too. Then they went and got Verlander. They picked up that money.
The only food Bellinger is a turd sandwich.
Coming up, we'll give you the absolute latest. We got a full update. There are some major potential concerns with the injury situation with the Texans. We'll keep you updated on that. You'll hear that coming up next on the other side as we're live here on the drive here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Make your way on out here.
All right, save big on Chevy Silverados at Ron Kraft Chevrolet in Baytown right
Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, the obese skeezy, the DILF, and Mr. Psycho TT Mill have the latest for you. And the latest is, first off, we are live here, a little Thirsty Thursday. We're having a good time out here at Buffalo Wild Wings, right off I-45 and Ritchie Road. You can come on out here and have a good time with us. Not just have a good, he just marked up, just signed his name, and try to give him a chance to win a prize. We've got our last prize that we're giving out coming up in this hour, your chance to win. All you got to do, sign your name, put your name in there, put it in our raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win. That's it right there to that table right there, your chance to win coming up in this hour. So if you're driving in, if you're in the building, you can go ahead and do so right now. Come on out, have a good time. TVs everywhere. The in-season tournament, it's like the semifinals right now. They're in Vegas. The Bucks and the Pacers, that's happening right now. You can watch that. You got there's a football game being played tonight. You can watch that if you like.
If you like.
Patriots and Steelers, I guess you can make yourself say, oh, there's playoff implications for the Texans. I just don't have that one in me, but there's TVs all over the place for it. Also, if you're driving around, you're looking for entertainment, you can listen to it right here on Sports Radio 610. So all of that out here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Come out, enjoy yourself. Not a better place to be here to unwind as you get off work. But this is where we start here first, and I want to get to the Texans here because there are some important things here when you look at the injury report and the George Fant news. That one is really, really potentially concerning as he goes for the second straight day with this hip not practicing. He didn't practice again. Denzel Perryman and the rest of these three guys I'm naming all practiced yesterday. But Denzel Perryman with the knee did not practice today. Sheldon Rankins, who practiced yesterday, he did not practice today with an elbow and shoulder. And then Dalton Schultz, who missed last week's game with the hamstring, he practiced he practiced yesterday, did not practice today. So there's some interesting things going on there. But I'm sorry, fellas. We don't just get the Texans injury report.
That's right.
We get the Jets injury report. And it looks up there. Oh, hey, Breece Hall didn't practice the last 2 days with the ankle. Hey, he may be their second biggest offensive threat. Looks like he may not play. There you go.
And even more important in a weather game.
Yes. Tight end, Tyler Conklin. He's been a weapon at times for them. Hamstring did practice. And then right beneath that, highlighted in all black, Aaron Rodgers.
When I came out of the darkness,
was a limited participant in practice today.
I'll be damned.
With an Achilles. Aaron Rodgers. So it looks like Aaron Rodgers is out here doing exactly what Trevor Lawrence was doing today. Moving around, throwing the ball. Seriously, what are they doing? I mean, somebody has to put – I don't care if he wants to just be out there. Right, maybe that's it. Like, what are they doing?
Where's your damn head at, dude?
He cannot play it down this year. They're 4-8. If he tore his Achilles, he cannot come out and play it down. What are they even doing?
Especially, like, what are they doing could be the caption for the New York Jets season.
Yes. Oh, my God.
It could be the caption for their entire – starting with, obviously, if you get a chance to get Aaron Rodgers and your quarterback has been Zach Wilson, you take advantage of that opportunity. But you go the extra mile of, hey, we're not just going to bring in Aaron Rodgers, but we're going to hire Nathaniel Hackett. We're going to do the thing that the Packers tried to do at the end of his time there and go bring back Randall Cobb and Alan Lazard. And we're going to try to placate Aaron Rodgers at every step of the way, so much to the point of our entire offensive system and our entire offense just as a concept, as an idea, is based off of Aaron Rodgers and the things that he does and likes to do.
So much so they went and got a coach that failed at the highest measures in Nathaniel Hackett to just trust him to bring him in because Aaron said, yeah, let's go.
It's that simple.
Had his successor, the guy that replaced him in Sean Payton, feeling comfortable enough to talk on the record out loud in front of God and everybody about how terrible he was.
And we've shown
that's how bad he was, that this man was talking out loud about him. Like, it is baffling the things that the Jets have done.
I don't. Listen,
This adds to it.
I don't want to say anything.
What are we doing?
It doesn't make. There is nothing that they can say to explain. Yeah, Aaron Rodgers, who tore his Achilles at the start of the season,
And he's 75 years old.
He's 39 years old in real life, but 75 in dog years.
Yes.
And that's probably not accurate. I'm sure someone will text
I have
in.
no
and
idea
text how old he is in
the dog years.
Tyler may know right off the top of his head.
Adjustment.
But at 39 years old, like you ailing well, that's big. Now you can be ready for next year.
Yeah.
You don't have a chance to make it anymore.
But that's what I'm saying. Run. I thought you tell me if I'm off on this. I thought that the Jets brass had a mulligan here because you could fire all them guys.
Absolutely.
Joe Douglas, Robert Saleh, certainly Nathaniel Hackett.
Nathaniel can just go.
But like everybody that's in a position of power could go.
Only person going to lose his job is Zach.
Right. But everybody could justifiably go. That's in a position of power there, and it feels like you get a mulligan with Aaron Rodgers being gone for all but 3 or 4 plays of the season until now. Apparently, if he's going to try to come back, I guess. But up until now, gone for all but 3 or 4 plays of the entire season. You get a mulligan. You get to get them back. You get to keep your job. What are they rushing for?
I really want to see what this practice looks like. I wonder what his limited in practice looks like. Because when I say limited, there are countless players, and we know it with the Texans injury report. Most players that are limited in practice on Thursday play in the game. Like a lot of cases, limited in practice, guys play in the game.
Now, most of them are not coming off of a torn Achilles.
Of course.
And they're not 130 years old.
Like he's reached this point. Unbelievable that they're even potentially going to allow this. Once again, if you missed it, that's them. Aaron Rodgers, limited. He is listed and did the same thing Jimmy Ward did today.
Would Aaron Rodgers playing, would that change your thoughts about the game? Obviously, he's Aaron Rodgers, not Zach Wilson. But coming off the Achilles first game and however many weeks different?
No.
Okay.
No.
I don't think I would either. It's just a thought that came to my head.
Aaron, come on, man. Stop. What are they doing here? Roberts, they just do whatever. Once again, George Fant, that's the one to look at. He's missed the last 2 days. Laramie Tunzel was back on the practice field today, and Will Anderson as well. Jimmy Ward back on the practice field, so those are big moves, but that is just an interesting one. Aaron Rodgers, if we get this thing tomorrow and they have questionable as his designation in the game,
that's the show. I feel like the show kind of has to pivot a little. I already have some ideas of what I want to talk about tomorrow.
There is no way.
I feel like that might make me pivot a little bit.
Tyler, percentage chance you give that Aaron Rodgers is listed as questionable tomorrow?
Not high, but it's there. I'm gonna go 14%.
God, that's high for someone just tore his Achilles.
No, it should be 0. I'm right there with you, but it's freaking Aaron Rodgers, this crazy ass, and the Jets. So
and the Jets, who he apparently has clear autonomy to do whatever he wants to do. It's just crazy as hell.
Aaron Rodgers is 273 in dog years, by the way.
5 o'clock fire.
Damn. I knew Tyler had it. 273 in dog years.
Somebody on the text line did say in dog years he's dead.
Yeah, he's dead.
Somebody did point that out. You'd probably be correct on that then.
This is interesting because years before I would have just read this and not believed it. But Marvin Harrison Jr., receiver from Ohio State, says that he is undecided in considering to return to Ohio State and not enter the draft. And he is the number 2 player on Mel Kiper's big board. And he said, I am still undecided, Harrison told reporters Thursday ahead of Saturday's Heisman Trophy presentation in New York, where he is one of the finalists alongside Washington quarterback Michael Penix Jr., LSU quarterback Jaden Daniels, Bo Nix from Oregon. He is one of the finalists there. Before I would have said there is no chance that I would believe that. But I don't know how much he's making NIL-wise, and we understand he didn't grow up broke.
Right. He's Marvin Harrison Jr.
The Hall of Famer is his daddy.
Right.
So this is somebody who could probably, if he really wanted to, hang on another year in there. I still would be shocked if he stayed into school, being potentially a top 2 pick. But I think this is a little bit more realistic than we've seen in the past from other players.
I think it's more realistic. I still think it's a bad idea. I still think it's a bad decision if he were to do it, just for the simple fact of, like, forget unless you can tell me that he can make the same amount or more at Ohio State, and I don't know the answer to that. If he can make the same amount of money, and I think the number 2 overall pick is going to get something like $30+ million guaranteed. Like, I forget exactly what C.J. Stroud's contract is, but I feel like he got $30-something million. Unless you're telling me that he can make $30 million next year at Ohio State, this is a dumb idea. This is a dumb
what if he really loves school?
I don't give a damn what he loves. I don't give a damn what he loves. He can go back.
He can't go back in these years.
If he love it, he can buy it. He can buy a whole damn block of Columbus, Ohio, if he love it that damn much.
Man.
What you mean?
It's
better. It's better. It's better. That's what I'm saying. Look, you only got so many years in your life. You only got so many years in your career, and I don't think you need to be wasting any of it playing down on competition or playing below what your ability says you can play at. So unless you can tell me that the earning potential is either equal and or greater to what he could get in the NFL, this would be a horrible idea. I don't care how rich he grew up.
So if you were Marvin Harrison Sr., and he said, Dad, man, hey, I'm living a good life. I'm getting paid. Of course, we got this money.
Go get your career started, young man.
And he said he wanted to stay. You talk him out of it.
Go get your career started, young man. Now, I wouldn't make it. I mean, he's a grown man. He can do whatever he want to do. But if he come talking to Daddy, ask Daddy what he think, I'm going to say, hey, go get that money, man. You only got so many years in your life. Life is shorter than you realize when you're in your early 20s. You ain't going to be here forever, man.
Yeah.
Okay? So go ahead and get – unless you can tell me you're going to make $30 million or you can guarantee yourself $30 million somewhere, okay? Yeah. Then we're talking about something different. Otherwise, go and get up out of school, man.
5 o'clock fire.
Listen, as we move on, fellas, what do you think about the finalists? Who do you good with the finalists? Who do you think is going to win the Heisman Trophy? As we talk about it, Marvin Harrison Jr., the wide receiver from Ohio State, is a part of this. Michael Penix Jr., who will be in the playoff. The Washington quarterback, LSU's quarterback, Jaylen Daniels, who's put up some crazy numbers. He is a finalist at LSU, and then Oregon's Bo Nix. Yeah, who you got winning? Who do you think should be the winner of the Heisman Trophy?
So those are two questions. I think Marvin Harrison Jr. should be the winner. I think Michael Penix Jr. will be the winner.
I think he should and will.
And I'm fine with that. I think he will because he's the quarterback on a team that's in the playoffs and they got all the exposure that they've gotten. And I don't have a problem with him winning it either. But for me, just when I watch college football, okay, I'm not even giving you the numbers.
The award is the most outstanding player.
If you're asking me as somebody who watches college football on a weekly basis, and it's not like Marvin Harrison Jr. has a big game every week. That's not the case. But if you're asking me after watching, who do you think is the most outstanding college football player out there, I'm still going to give it to Marvin Harrison Jr., in my opinion. But I think Michael Penix Jr. has the next best case for it, and the fact that he's a quarterback, I think is going to give him the edge.
See, I think there's a really I think there's a really strong push for Jaylen Daniels.
I think so, too.
I think, and I wouldn't be surprised if he wins it. In fact, I think he will win it, but I think it should be Michael Penix Jr. I understand the most outstanding player, but I just am a believer that, man, you got to be playing in some bigger games. Like, saying the bigger moments, those two games against Oregon that he had and playing against another finalist where he outdueled them and outplayed them and had big moments and had, as we would call it, Heisman moments. I think he should be the winner, but I think Jaylen Daniels, who I think LSU had a down year, to be honest.
But see, I felt like that could hurt him.
And it's not, but I know it could, and I don't like. I think it should. I think it should hurt him, but I think there is a chance that there's a great chance that he wins. Like hell, he was just named the AP Player of the Year.
Yeah, no,
Jaylen Daniels over him. Like, and
I mean, he's excellent.
He's an excellent player. He had a great year, and he had great numbers. I don't know about that.
Great quarterback, best quarterback of the ones that made it to the college football playoff, Michael Penix Jr. I got a hard time believing that he's not going to be the one to win the award.
So we'll see, man. I think it's between him and Jaylen Daniels. All right, coming up, let's have this conversation, because the Texans, I think we've established, they are contenders. If we did a pretenders versus contenders, I think most everyone would say the Houston Texans are contenders. They are. Are they good enough to you to win a playoff game? Are they that level of contender? Are they good enough to you for them to win a playoff game? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. It's a pretty simple concept.
believe us? Check out our brand new Twitch and YouTube live stream. Every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings at I-45 and Ritchie Road, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, from the text line, y'all crazy, man. Jaden's going to win running away. He may.
He might.
For me, we could say winning. Jaden's really a great ball player. Something to me when you play games that really matter.
100%.
Like that is important to me. And then when you perform big time, when the pressure's on, and he performed down the stretch against Oregon State, against Oregon, against teams, he performed down the stretch and had to have it. And so for me, that means more. That means something.
I agree with the notion. Like, if the argument is who's the better player, or who do you think has been the better player among the quarterbacks? Like, I think that Marvin Harrison Jr. is the best. Is going to end up being the player that we remember the most.
Best player.
Okay,
yeah.
So maybe that's where my argument is lying in terms of him. But if we go with the quarterbacks, Michael Penix and Jayden Daniels, I do think that Jayden Daniels has been a better player. But to the point that you were just making, Michael Penix has been a great player on a great team in more meaningful moments.
The driving force.
Yes,
on that team.
Exactly, the driving force. And I think that I know they got Rome Odunze too, the wide receiver who's really good. But look, this Washington team, I think what they've accomplished with Michael Penix Jr. being the one to lead the way, I think that's going to be overwhelming, even if I agree with the point from the Texers who are saying Jayden Daniels has actually been the better player.
Yeah. All right. This is what I want to get to. I want to understand how much of a contender people think the Texans are. I think you're crazy if you would say no, they're not a contender. If we did a list and we looked at these teams in the AFC and we went all the way down from Baltimore and Miami to other teams that are contention, all the way down with the Texans and the Broncos and maybe the Raiders find themselves still halfway in it. The Chargers, the Raiders I think got 5 wins or something like that. So halfway in it.
Here with that.
I think you'd be crazy to say that not the Astros, but that the
definitely
Texans,
contenders. The Astros.
The Texans are not contenders. They are. They are not. They are not pretenders. They are contenders. And I just wonder the level of contender you think the Texans are. Do you think that they are a team that can win a playoff game, win multiple playoff games? And I don't mean capable. Like I'm saying, like for you look at them and you like, all right, that is the level that I think they are on and ready to hit. And for me, yes, they are definitely a contender. Where I go, B. Scott, where I go, Tyler, Drive Family is, I think they are a football team that is well beyond schedule, obviously, clearly. And I think they are a wild card weekend team. I am not ready, especially with what has happened here recently. The Tank Dell injury is something, right? The offensive line injury with Titus Howard as well, even though he was playing poorly at that position, they could have still had the ability to do something else with him. I find that you've got, Juice Scruggs as a rookie. We'll see how he gets. And just the youth of their team and going on the road, which it looks like right now that's what they would have to do if Jacksonville continues to stay ahead of. Really, they're behind the Colts right now as well. I look at them as a team that gets to the wild card weekend, and that's where I look at them. I'm not ready to believe they can go on the road and win a playoff game just yet. That's where I am. I think they're a contender for the playoffs.
Playoffs.
But playoffs, Jim. But I'm not ready to say, hey, I think they can win a game in the playoffs, or I think they can make a long or deep run in the playoffs.
Not one single game in the playoffs. You don't think that the Texans can go to the playoffs and win one single game? Because I think they could go and win 1, 2. Now, do I think that they're going to the Super Bowl?
No.
Hell, I think they're capable of winning them all. But I mean, what do I think? I think, like for me, when I look at this team and I say, all right, right now, how do I feel about them going on the road to either Miami, Kansas City, Baltimore, or Jacksonville? Clearly, to me, Jacksonville is the one that is most doable. But, don't do that to me, sir. They just lost to them at home, and really they had some fortunate things occur to them for that game to be as close as it was, to be honest with you. But it was close. And they beat them on the road earlier in the season there. That's the most vulnerable one. But am I ready in the playoffs where the level goes up to think they go on the road and win? I'm not there yet with this team.
Yeah,
Especially no tank. I'm not there yet with this team.
I'm trying to figure out how I could get to where you're at, because I would need for there to be a team where, man, they just can't beat them. Man, I just don't think that they're ready to go out to Baltimore. I just don't think that they're ready to go out to Kansas City. I just don't think that they can handle that environment. I don't see it. I don't see that team that exists, that juggernaut, that group of teams that says, hey, the Texans, they're just not ready to compete with these guys at the highest stage when the stakes are at their highest. I don't have it. And that's not to say that they're just going to go to the Super Bowl. I'm not predicting that. But when I look around, and I told you this earlier, a few weeks ago, when you had the Super Bowl rematch between the Eagles and the Chiefs, two of the preeminent teams in all of the NFL and all of football, I came away from that game very underwhelmed with the preeminent teams in all of football, feeling like, hey, to the point where the next show that I did the following day was, well, why not? Why not? I don't see a team that I fear. I don't see a team that the Texans should fear. That the Texans should fear. And absence of that fear, I don't see how I can't take that leap of faith and say, hey, the Texans can't go out there and beat this team. Am I picking it? No. Would it surprise me? Do I think that they're in that caliber, in that range, similar to what the Browns probably would be if they had a quarterback? I think the Browns could go out and win a playoff game. I think that the Buffalo Bills, who don't have as good of a record, I think they could go out and win a playoff game. I think the Texans, are right there with those teams.
I agree with you. I don't think I don't think the Browns would and beat any of those teams.
Not now, no. I mean, if they had,
if what we look right
because
here,
the Texans do have a quarterback. If the Browns had even Deshaun Watson or anything resembling an actual quarterback that you feel confident going into a game with, I'd feel like they'd be a team that you could put in that mix as well.
I'm just saying, as we're seeing on the text lines, I said, where are you at it?
It's wide open to me.
Where are you at in terms of how far? What kind of contender do you think the Texans are? As I said, I am not ready to say I got them that they can win a playoff game. On the road is a different animal. And for you, to me, would I be surprised if they beat Jacksonville in a playoff game? No. Would I pick it? No. Would I be surprised if they beat Miami in a playoff game? Not surprised. No. I would be surprised if the Texans walked into Baltimore or Kansas City in a playoff game and went on the road and won. I would be surprised there. Are they capable? Yes. They're capable of having the game like they had against the Bengals. They also have played some other games, right? They like that same week.
Yeah. If Carolina Texans show up,
or
all bets are off.
Cardinals Texans shows up, right? I like that.
I don't know. They won that game against a capable quarterback.
They won it. If they go on the road and throw 3 interceptions and score 21, 22 points against those teams, I think that.
Or if they come up with 3 straight stops on 4th down, I think that would be really good. I mean, all these things could happen.
That could happen.
Yeah, I mean,
it feels different than doing it against the Cardinals and Kyler Murray in his first game.
Well, I mean, they can't make the Cardinals be somebody else.
Then Lamar and
to satisfy your criteria, they can't just pixie dust the Cardinals and make them be the Ravens. They had to play the team that was in front of them.
Of course, but I'm saying they turned. Okay, you're being this.
I'm just
they
saying.
turned the ball over
yeah, they did. And
on the road,
and then their defense was like, "Hey, we're gonna bow up."
All right, yeah, you may feel that way. I don't feel that way.
We were there at the game, or we watched the game. That's what happened.
Yeah, I don't feel
what happened.
I don't feel as confident that they could do that against those teams we talked about on the road like they did the Cardinals. But you may, and that's fine. for me, that's it. As someone just texted and said, someone said Super Bowl champs. I think they can get to that point. Okay, they can make it to the divisional series. All right, and they would play Baltimore. I could see that. Yeah, if you say that, I don't think you're crazy. And as someone texted in, typical Ronald always being negative, just being honest about the opinion. I know it's nuts that a team that has rookies here and just lost maybe their best weapon and Tank Dell. I know it's crazy for someone to think, oh, well, I don't know if they'll go on the road and beat these teams that have been in the playoffs before on the road in their first opportunity. I know that's crazy. I know that, and I'll take that. And I know that is insane. But that's just where I am right now. That's where I am, and I think they've had a great season, and I think they are going to be one of the AFC in the next 5 years. I think in the next 5 years, hell, the next 3 years, the next 2 to 3 years, they're going to be right up top, and we're going to be talking about them being these teams that have to go on the road to come here. This year right now, no Tank Dell, the loss of Titus Howard, the loss of injuries they have up to that point, and their inexperience, which means something to me in the postseason. I'm not ready to go there. I would love to see how far they go. I would love to see how far they go. All right, I see people coming in. We'll finish this conversation on the other side. What kind of contender do you think they are? All right, let's do this on the text line. All right, why don't you give me your thoughts? I mean, many of you are getting your draws in all tied up in your butthole right now about what I'm saying. Give me your thoughts. Where do you think they are?
And I'm trying not to give you the fanboy perspective. This is my reasonable opinion based off of what I've seen from two things, both the Texans and the rest of the AFC. The AFC at large, not being overly impressed by the AFC at large, and feeling like the Texans are a lot better than we gave them credit for in the beginning.
We'll finish that on the other side. We'll get your thoughts on that as well as we continue to move on here. And the big key to Sunday's game against the Jets that should have the Texans in the winner's circle. We'll discuss that next.
All right, you better buckle up, man. We got some good D'Amico Ryan's audio coming to you, and there ain't nothing better than to sit around and drink some cold Coors Light.
at treatcovid19.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings and I-45 and Ritchie Road, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are continuing to roll here. Congratulations to Mandy, our latest winner, and our final winner here. As it is Thirsty Thursdays. We're Buffalo Wild Wings, right off I-45 Ritchie Road. Come on and hang out. TVs everywhere. You can watch the in-season NBA playoffs, right? Or is it in-season NBA tournament, not playoffs, as well as a little Thursday night football game happening right now. And Tyler, looked like the people are engaged here and rolling here, and that's it. It's good. I love the belief in your team and the Texans, and I believe in the Texans as well to a certain extent. I think there are
this don't sound like belief, man.
Potential levels in the thing. You're right.
But this ain't what belief sound like.
Yeah, there's that. I do not. You're right. I have belief in them.
I know what belief is.
I have belief in them. I do not have belief in them that they are going to go on the road and win a playoff game. I do not have that belief. But like this right here, man. I can take the emotion and the passion, and I love it. But I mean, this is just bull. This is stupid. Like Show trying to become a shock jock. But he just be talking sometimes. Like, it's not a shock jock to think that I have the opinion that the Houston Texans aren't going to go on the road and win a playoff.
Yeah, he just disagrees with you, friend.
That's not shock jock, right? Like,
no.
Like,
I started the season with the opinion that they'd win 6 games.
Right,
so my boys is playing with house money if we're going to be real with it.
I didn't say that. I think it would be shock. It would be shock jock if I said, "Man, they're gonna come in and they're gonna win the Super Bowl."
Yes, that was what I was about to say.
They're gonna beat the Niners. I don't think it's shock jock. I'd say this. I would feel different, B. Scott and Tyler, if they somehow won the division, which is still there, and they got to host a playoff game. I would feel different if they were playing it here at NRG. I would feel that could be a matchup where you would feel different potentially with that. If they won the AFC South and they're facing the Browns at home, or they're facing the Steelers at home, or something like that, that's a different thing. Man, I'm just saying, man, going on the road and winning. Hell, Texans fans, you have remembered playoffs. It ain't been that long. Going on the road, especially in certain places, it is a difficult thing, and the playoffs is a different level. And that's my thought. Where are you in this point? I'm seeing some people say, I think that they can get to the divisional round. I think they are a one playoff win team and out. Somebody saying the AFC playoffs. I want to make sure your opinion on this, Brandon. I said I think they are definitely a contender when it comes to the playoffs. I right now can't find it to see them winning a road game, one of these teams. Where are you at in terms of how big of a contender they are?
They are a cut below the AFC's quote-unquote elite teams. That's Baltimore, that's Miami, and that's got to be the Kansas City Chiefs, more so based off of pedigree really than how they're actually playing football right now. So I got to at least concede that as part of my point. They are a cut below. But based off of how they've played, they being the Texans, and based off of how the other AFC teams have played, they are not so far below that I can't see them or don't think that they are ready to go in to a scenario like this and win a road playoff game. I didn't think that they were ready to come into a regular season scenario and win 6, 7, 8 games or beyond 6 games. And they've already proven to be better than that. They are already better than I gave them credit for being, and I think that their ceiling is a lot higher than any of us could have actually imagined in the beginning. Now, if we're going to apply sort of the conventional wisdom about the Texans to this conversation, then yeah, it's like, oh man, I don't see how that team is going to go beat these teams that are already proven. The Baltimores of the world that have an MVP as their quarterback. The Kansas City Chiefs of the world that have an MVP and Super Bowl MVP
as their quarterback. I get that. But, again, based off of how they're playing right now, there is not a team right now. And also, if you want to just talk about Arizona and being ready and willing to go into a road environment and not scared, that's one thing that I'll give this Texans team credit for. Beyond being better than I thought, look, they don't scare. I don't feel like they go into a matchup like, oh, man, well, we playing the Chiefs. Oh, man, well, we playing the Dolphins. Like, I don't think that they look at it as like an outsized, unrealistic expectation of them to go out there and win a playoff game, a road playoff game. So, yeah, I could see it. I think that they're ready to do it. The question is not to me, are they ready? The real question is going to be, are they good enough? Are they just flat out good enough to do it? If you're asking me right now, I'm saying yes.
All right, Tyler, where are you at on this there? How deep or what type of contender do you think the Texans are? How far is it that you could see them? What round would you say you could see them landing in?
I could see them easily, given the talent that we now know the Texans have and the way this NFL season has been, with big-name quarterbacks going down, especially in the AFC, and all the injuries going on in this AFC, I think it's easy to imagine the Texans possibly in an AFC championship game, and maybe even beyond, honestly.
My man, that man shoot for the stars.
He said,
oh, no, I'm a shock jock.
And beyond.
I'm serious, though. Like just the way a big part of this is all the injuries that we've been seeing happen in the NFL this year. That's a huge part of it. But because of that, the path could be there, man.
Text line coming in. Please tell me what Baltimore has proven with Lamar.
Yeah.
They're the number one. What have the Texans proven?
They beat Burrow.
That wasn't my text. That wasn't my text. I didn't text that. And I'm the one that's telling you that I think they can do it. But I ain't gonna give you. Oh, Baltimore ain't bleep. I ain't gonna give you that.
I understand there's a sense of that. With the opinion that I have that you hate the Texans, you don't like the Texans, you're this and that. No, it is not. As I said, I think the Texans. I think this season is going to be huge, and then when they get in the playoffs, I think it is going to be big and a huge learning experience to take them in the next several years after this, and will put them and help be the catalyst to where they are probably vying for AFC championship games and potentially Super Bowls if they continue rolling this thing. It's just. Right now, I'll be honest with you. I think most people around the country would probably lean towards what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I think that's the key. I think that's what the pushback is, because most people around the country and most people that want to lean toward what you're saying and all of this doubting about the Texans, most people, myself included, been damn wrong. Damn wrong. If you want to talk about what most people think and what the Texans are doing, that's not the rabbit hole we want to go in, because we want to talk about most people. Most people probably didn't think that C.J. Stroud, back when the Texans lost to the Baltimore Ravens in Week 1,
bring it.
Most people probably didn't think that C.J. Stroud was going to be on the best quarterbacks in all of football, and then you fast forward to this point of the season, and most people is just damn wrong.
There you go. Right now.
So look, you and most people can think what y'all want to think. But look, the reality of it is, most people, when it comes to the Texans and the conventional wisdom, the prevailing sentiments, the group think, the consensus thought on what the Texans are has been incorrect.
Come on, tell them.
Flat out, dead ass wrong.
Tell them. Would you pick the Texans in the first round of the playoffs to win at Kansas City? Would you pick them?
No.
Would you pick the Texans to win the first round in the playoffs at Baltimore?
No.
Would you pick the Texans to win the first round of the playoffs in Miami?
No.
Would you pick the Texans on the road?
Now picking means like, hey, I'm attaching some level of, hey, I'm serious about the pick, credibility, either I'm betting or.
Did you believe they would win?
Would I pick them? No, I would not.
Would you pick them on the road in Jacksonville?
Yes.
Okay. So 3 out of the
I would pick them on the road, on the street against Jacksonville. I'd pick them on the roof of this Buffalo Wild Wings. I pick them in your backyard. I pick them in my backyard, which is significantly smaller than yours. I pick them on any land on the planet of Earth.
Yes, I would. Your non-belief in Jacksonville.
Yes.
You and Tyler. That is
I'm
one
just
thing
being real. You being real. I'm being real. We being real around here, man. That's how I feel.
And with your being real, how crazy my assessment. What I said was, Brandon, 3 out of the 4. would not pick the Texans.
No, I
So
wouldn't.
it's
I wouldn't
not-
pick them. No, I would not pick them.
So
no.
yeah. So the point I'm making is not insane.
No,
It's
I never
not
said
crazy.
no.
Not
it's
to
not
you.
insane. Not insane.
To them.
Not at all insane. I'll just mess with you.
All right, but real quick to Sunday's game, I think really this game should not be close, although it doesn't feel like it's not going to be. This game should, especially the conversation we just had, what we've been just talking about, what many of y'all have been talking. Y'all people have been talking about what has Lamar done. What has Lamar done? Stop. I am trying to keep my cool. All right, I'm trying to hold him down.
Hold on,
because I only
bro.
got a few more minutes, but I'm about to have the audacity to ask, what has Lamar done? Incorrect, inaccurate stuff. Lamar's never won a playoff game. No, he has. He has. Beat the Tennessee Titans, and he went on the road and won. Anyway, before I lose my mind.
We don't believe in them around here either. In case you was wondering about it.
The defense in Sunday's game has to be dominant in this game.
It's a must.
The defense, they should just destroy the Jets' offense. The Jets' offense is one of the worst in the league. They should destroy their offense. That is something that we need to see and should happen, and that should make the game very, very, very winnable. Very winnable. And the offense shouldn't have a Panthers game.
Yeah.
Where the defense played well enough to win the game and they didn't. So the defense needs to step up. We'll talk more about it tomorrow, but the defense needs to.
The last time they played an offense this bad, they lost the damn game, and it was the Carolina Panthers. It cannot happen again. I want to hammer home this point. The Jets only have downs in their last 74 possessions, which spans 6 games. 3 touchdowns in 74 possessions over a span of 6 games. Defense, Texans defense.